尊敬的路虎特部长，各位同事、女士们、先生们，大家好！很高兴参加2024年印尼的国际论坛。首先，我谨代表中国生态环境部对论坛的成功举办表示祝贺。地球是人类共同
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to the second day of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. We invite you to enter the plenary hall and please do kindly take a seat and fill in the front row first. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to please take a seat and kindly fill in the front row first, as we will soon begin our second day of the ISF 2024. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. We invite you once again to please enter the plenary hall and kindly take a seat and fill in the front row first, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we invite you to please kindly fill in the front row first, as we will soon begin our second day of ISF 2024. And we'd like to also inform you that today, the second day will also be conducted in two languages, in English and also Bahasa Indonesia. And there is an interpretation device which can be collected at the desk near the entrance door. And we would like to remind you to also set your phone to the silent mode, as we will soon begin ISF 2024 Day 2. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we invite you to take a seat and fill in the front row first. We will now begin Indonesia International Sustainability Forum Day 2. Thank you. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. Can I have a big round of applause as we begin our second day? And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have an enriching and also enlightening program lined up for our second day. Just like yesterday, we have a lineup of keynote speeches and also panel discussions where we can all exchange ideas and, of course, collaborate. And therefore, we will begin our second day today with a recap of our first day, which will be delivered by Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Transportation at the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Bapak Rahmat Kaimuddin onto the stage.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you have a good first day in the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. And maybe some of you have had too much fun last night, so a little tired today. That is good. But today we are going to have a lot of exciting dialogues and conversations. And I hope you are all energized for that. So maybe quickly, I would like to recap what has happened yesterday. So first of all, we get a privilege to hear the message from Pak Jokowi, President of Republic of Indonesia. And maybe I couldn't be more eloquent, so I'm just going to repeat roughly what he said. So first of all, he said, we all know about this climate crisis. We know the importance. And in order to tackle that, basically collaboration is key. It's not an option. We have to collaborate. But also we need to think about humanity. Again, humanity is also not an option. Whatever what we want to do, basically we can solve it. There's a lot of things that we can do, but also we need to make sure that it's not egocentric. We have to think about development as well. And we cannot achieve the scale of change required without collaboration and investment, especially from people who have more balance sheet, from more developed places. Without the research and technology that has to be open, has to be more accessible to people, to the world, and also without the funding, that is also basically more acceptable or beneficial for emerging nations. Pak Luhut also mentioned about the importance of bringing the narrative closer to the developing nations. To create collaboration, we have to understand each other. And obviously, the developed nations typically knows about this issue more, they have more access to technology, but maybe having less understanding of what's going on in the places like Indonesia, the developing nations. And that is the reason why we set this event in Jakarta. So, yesterday, we have created a few dialogues. We have 5 plenary sessions talking about energy transition, energy storage solution and critical minerals, how to drive the emission-free transport, transitioning the power sector, and also solution for urban pollution. We have a few thematic sessions, 6, ranging from power, energy efficiency, transportation, infrastructure, EV ecosystem, critical minerals, and many others. And also a few high-level dialogues. Called transition, optimizing renewable energies for critical minerals, and also policies and partnership for just green transition in Indonesia. We have a few mini sessions downstairs and 14 MOUs and partnership set up. So we do have a lot of things, a lot of discussions, and a few of these keywords stood out. We understand now that energy transition, climate change is very, very complex. And there is no shortcuts. It's going to take a long time. It's going to take a lot of effort. And we have to tackle it from multiple angles. The good thing is, some of the technologies, a lot of the solutions is already available. May not be perfect, but maybe I quote Jeremy in the morning, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We can start doing something today, something positive, something good. So, again, today we're going to shift gears a little bit and have a few more energizing, very interesting plenary sessions. Now we want to talk about safeguarding nature, conservation, and biodiversity. We want to think about consumer sustainability and waste management. We want to talk about blue economies, human capital and technology, and as well as green financing. And also a few thematic sessions, 7 thematic sessions downstairs, and also a few high-level dialogues on biofuel, quality tourism, and also framework for financing in extractive-based countries in transition, as well as green financing. So, before I conclude, yesterday we have very, very long conversation, so I'm going to leave you with 2 QR codes. If you want to relive the first day, there is a first day plenary session in there, and also there is a book that is created by our team, Climate Action 101. So this is our effort to basically bring down all the science, the things that we already know here, to be a little bit more down to earth, and something that we can share for our team members, for our kids, for people in the universities. So please, these are the links, and I would like to wish you a great second day of ISF. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Rahmat Kaimuddin. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause. And of course, before we continue and also begin our first session for today's wonderful and also exciting dialogues, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to present to you a video of Scholas Occurrentes Vatican.
El 19 de marzo, esta gran comunidad de comunidades que es Scholas recibió un hermoso regalo, el de ser reconocida
como fundación, no, como movimiento internacional de derecho pontificio. Muchísimas gracias.
To C School. Congratulations. It's amazing. Today I learned much more than I could possibly teach from all of you. You're amazing. I first became a supporter of Scholas some years back, 4 years back, and I was drawn to this idea of a culture of encounter. This is a powerful phrase for the world. It's a big day. Extraordinary things that are going on in Scholas, because we're seeing Pope Francis adopt inclusivity into faith, whatever faith. This is incredible.
Santo Padre, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias por darnos la posibilidad de ver una luz. Somos un grupo de jóvenes, 50 jóvenes que vamos a ir a 2 continentes, a proclamar una nueva, a decir que hay que cuidar la casa común. Gracias Scholas, porque nos entregó herramientas. Necesitamos más Scholas en el mundo.
Decime, mamá, ¿por qué no canta más el río? Defender la naturaleza es defender la poesía de la creación, es defender la armonía. Es una lucha por la armonía. Y Scholas, organizado así, con esa fraternidad entre ustedes, tiene esa capacidad de crear poesía y de cambiar. Ahora la tiene en sus manos. que no sea demasiado tarde, creo que hay que trabajar.
Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now, this morning, the Global Director of Scholas, Occurrentes Vatican, is here with us. Therefore, without further ado, to deliver his keynote speech, please give a round of applause to Mr. Jose Maria del Corral.
Selamat pagi. Es una emoción y una alegría enorme para mí haber sido invitado a este encuentro que representa tanto para los jóvenes del mundo entero.
It is an honor and a great emotion for me to have been invited to this meeting that represents the encounter of thousands of youngsters of the whole world.
Comencé como maestro, como docente con el Papa Francisco hace 30 años, mucho antes que él fuera Papa Francisco.
I started as a teacher more than 30 years ago together with Jorge Bergoglio, much before he became Pope Francis.
Porque en mi país, en el fin del mundo, en Argentina,
Because in my country, at the end of the world, in Argentina,
los jóvenes sufrían mucho en medio de una crisis política, social y económica.
young people were suffering a lot in the middle of a big economic and social crisis.
Allí entonces el Papa Francisco dijo, si no cambiamos la educación, no va a cambiar el mundo.
There, Pope Francis said, if we do not change education, we will not change the world.
Comenzamos entonces un método donde en vez de empezar por el mundo de la academia, empezamos juntando jóvenes de distintas culturas y religiones en mi país.
We started with a new method in which, instead of starting by academia, we started gathering youngsters from different cultures and religions in my country.
Y ellos lo único que nos pidieron es que los podamos escuchar.
And the only request that these youngsters did to us was to listen to them.
Ellos juntos, durante 6 meses, conociéndose, elaboraron una ley de educación en mi país.
Together, these young people getting to know each other worked during 6 months and developed a new education law in my country.
Al terminar ese primer foro de jóvenes de todas las religiones y culturas, plantaron un olivo en la principal plaza de Argentina.
At the end of this whole process, together they planted an olive tree in one of Argentina's main squares.
Mi jefe, yo no sabía, ni mi esposa tampoco, vino a Roma, fue a Roma y quedó como el Papa Francisco.
My boss, of course I didn't know that at the time, came to Rome and was elected as Pope Francis.
Y me pidió ese mismo día, 13 de agosto del 2013, que llevemos la experiencia de Scholas al resto de los países.
And he asked me that same day, the 13th of March of 2013, to take this experience to different places and countries.
Esa noche plantamos junto a Lionel Messi el olivo en el Olímpico de Roma.
That night, together with Lionel Messi, we planted an olive tree at the Stadium Olympicum of Rome.
Ayer, con otro jugador, el ministro Luhut, plantamos el mangrú en Indonesia.
yesterday, together with another very important player, the Minister Luhut, we planted an olive tree here in Indonesia, and mangrove tree here in Indonesia.
El Papa se está yendo de Indonesia,
Pope Francis is leaving Indonesia today,
pero su corazón quiso quedarse aquí.
but his heart wanted to remain here.
Por eso creó a partir de ahora escuelas para los jóvenes de Indonesia.
That's why he created, starting from now, Scholas for the young people of Indonesia.
Si queremos salvar el mundo,
If we want to save the world,
salvemos la especie humana.
first, let's save the human species.
Escuchemos el corazón de los jóvenes.
Let's listen to the heart of the youth.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gracias. And please give a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we will have another keynote speech, which will be delivered by the CEO of Bezos Earth Fund. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please give a warm welcome to Sir Andrew Steer.
Good morning, Selamat Pagi, Jakarta. What a treat to be here, isn't it? I have had the privilege of visiting this wonderful country for 40 years. I've lived here twice for a total of 8 years. The change is breathtaking. If you look at the standard of living, the poverty reduction, the quality of life in most of this country, it is overwhelming. And of course, what we're here today to discuss is, can Indonesia continue to build prosperity, to accelerate prosperity, whilst protecting its wonderful God-given natural resources? What a wonderful day we had yesterday. I was so impressed that we didn't only talk about technology and money and policy, we talked about things of the heart. We talked about people, we talked about partnership, and we talked about justice. And we need all of those if it's going to get to where we need it to get to. I have the privilege of leading the Bezos Earth Fund, which is a large philanthropy of $10 billion to be provided as grants this decade for nature and climate. And we're here to figure out how we could be helpful, what could be a more important country than Indonesia. So since it's the beginning of day 2, maybe some big questions, 3 big questions that we ask ourselves. Question number 1, how should we be feeling about the balance between hope and despair? If you take 100 experts on climate change and nature, and you say, how are you feeling? Half of them may say, well, it's absolute disaster. Have you seen the floods, the droughts, the storms? Have you seen the loss of nature? Did you know that human population has doubled since 1970, whilst the population of all other vertebrates has halved? Think about that. And they will say we're heading towards a cliff. We're going in the wrong direction. It's a disaster. And then you talk to the other half, and they say, it is a miracle. We have never had such progress. Do you know the price of renewable energy? Have you seen the takeoff of electric vehicles? Have you seen battery storage? Have you seen the fact that actually now 180 countries have committed to 30% of their land and ocean to be protected by 2030? Have you seen? And they'll list a whole bunch of wonderful things. Now, they can't both be right, can they? Well, actually, yes, they are both right. And what we need to do is embrace both of them together. And what we should not do is say, well, it's really bad, there's some good things happening, so I'll take a middle line. No, that will lead us nowhere. We need to embrace both the concern about the future, which is very real, and the hope for the future and the exponential change, which is even more real. If you are a sports person and you think you might get into the Olympic team or get onto the national soccer team, you will get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, you'll go to the gym, you'll go to the track, and you'll work hard. If you think there's not much chance, you'll stay in bed. We can't afford to have anybody staying in bed in this business right now. And there's a bit of a feeling around the world that 2 years ago, there were all these commitments to net zero on the part of corporations, the part of countries, and now it's becoming a little too difficult. No, we've got to stay firm. So that's question number one. Question number two is, if we really follow smart, bold climate and nature policies, what will it do to your economy? Well, one thing we know, well, will it help the economy or will it hurt the economy in the short term, middle term, and long term? One thing we know is that most economic models that are run in most ministries and most universities around the world get it all wrong. If you, for example, say we are going to ban the sale of internal combustion engines for light vehicles by 2035, run that through economic models, and they will tell you, ooh, it might be a good idea, but it's going to hurt your economy. Now, in this country, some of the best economists at the best universities and in the best government departments, together with the World Bank, with the World Resources Institute, together with the Global Commission on the Economy and Climate, have done some amazing work. And Indonesia is the leader in this, and they actually show it's more complicated than that and more exciting. Smart, bold climate action will lead to more efficiency, it will drive new technology, it will lower risk, and very importantly, it will reshape expectations. And those expectations, in turn, will lead to more dynamism in the economy, even in the short run. And this is a very, very exciting process. Don't get me wrong, we have underestimated the cost of transition. I was in South Africa last month, visited a very large coal generating plant there. They'd closed it down, but they closed it down before they thought about the transition that was necessary. So now they're catching up. We, together with the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, are supporting them as they now retrain people, and it's very exciting to see workers that were in a coal plant now doing very, very exciting, very profitable things. South Africa has just delayed the closure of its next 4 coal plants. Why? Because it wants to get the phasing right. So whilst smart, bold action leads to more growth, we have to think about the transition much more than we have done. Now, there's a paradox here, because you tend to think, well, I don't want there to be too much disruption, so I'll do it gradually. If you do it gradually, that will almost certainly hurt the economy. It's only if you do it boldly that then expectations will flip, and those expectations will drive new investment, bringing in new money, bringing in new technology, and giving confidence in the future of the economy. So the third question that we ask ourselves is, how can we be helpful? We're a philanthropy. We're quite a big one, and there are other philanthropies, but we're tiny compared to the overall need. What we do, together with the World Resources Institute, we run something called the System Change Lab, and it monitors the 50 transitions that are needed this decade in the world and next decade. And we ask the question for each of those, how close are they to a positive tipping point beyond which change becomes irresistible and unstoppable? And what would it take to remove the barriers so you'd get to those tipping points? And then we ask ourselves, is there a way we could come in helpfully? Sometimes that will be, we need to help de-risk private investment, so you have blended finance. Sometimes maybe we need more monitoring. Maybe we need primary research. Maybe we need to invest in people, because we spend a lot of time talking about money and technology and not enough time talking about people. So what we do, and that's why we're here this week, is to really ask that kind of question, and how exciting as a new government now takes over, building upon great success, and think about Indonesia's deforestation rate having fallen so much, which actually has benefited the country in terms of its international image and has benefited its economy too. So as we move towards a new era in Indonesia, I simply wanted to commit to this wonderful country that I love so much, all the support we could possibly give. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much once again, Sir Andrew Steer. Please give a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. And now, before we begin an exciting panel discussion for our second day of ISF 2024, where we will be focusing on safeguarding nature, strategies for conservation and biodiversity, which will be moderated by Desi Anwar. We would like to first present to you a video from Huang Runqiu, the Minister of Ecology and Environment of China.
尊敬的陆虎特部长，各位同事、女士们、先生们，大家好！很高兴参加2024年印尼可持续论坛。首先，我谨代表中国生态环境部对论坛的成功举办表示祝贺。地球是人类共同生活和守护的家园，生物多样性是维系地球健康、人类福祉和经济繁荣的基础。中国政府高度重视生物多样性保护，我们积极深化国际合作，为全球生物多样性治理贡献了中国的力量。作为生物多样性公约第15次缔约方大会 COP15 的主席国，在包括印尼在内的各方的支持下，我们推动达成了历史性的兼具雄心和务实平衡的昆明蒙特利尔全球生物多样性框架，在联合国气候变化迪拜大会牵头发起了昆蒙框架的实施倡议，保持全球生物多样性保护的政治势头。今年5月中国率先出资成立的昆明生物多样性基金已经正式启动，首批项目我们争取在 COP16 大会之前能够落地，从而为发展中国家生物多样性保护提供力所能及的帮助。我们与法国、美国、巴西等国家发布了气候变化的联合声明，协同应对气候变化、生物多样性丧失等全球性挑战。在持续推进全球生物多样性进程的同时，我们不断加强国内的生物多样性保护。近年来，在习近平生态文明思想的科学指引下，中国将生物多样性保护上升为国家战略。我们持续完善了生物多样性治理体系，切实加大生物多样性的保护力度，取得了显著的成效。我们创新实施生态保护红线制度，有效保护了超过30%的陆域国土面积。我们扎实开展国土绿化行动，森林覆盖率提高到了24%以上，成为全球森林资源增长最多、最快的国家，构建了以国家公园为主体的自然保护地体系，有效保护了90%的陆地生态系统类型和74%的国家重点保护野生动植物种群。女士们、先生们、朋友们，今年7月召开的中国共产党20届3中全会，对进一步全面深化改革、推进中国式现代化做出了系统的部署。人与自然和谐共生是中国式现代化的本质要求之一，也是全球生物多样性治理的美好愿景。下一步，中国将秉持人与自然生命共同体的理念，持续加强生物多样性保护，为共建清洁美丽世界做出更大的贡献。作为 COP15 的大会主席，借这个机会，我呼吁国际社会对标昆蒙框架，加快推进生物多样性主流化进程，更新国家生物多样性战略与行动计划，积极调动资源，加强生物多样性保护，敦促发达国家落实承诺，大幅提升对发展中国家的资金、技术和能力建设的支持力度，推动全面、平衡、有效地执行昆蒙框架。COP16 即将在哥伦比亚举行，中方愿与包括印尼在内的国际社会一道，采取务实的行动，促进昆蒙框架的实施，共同推动 COP16 取得成功。让我们携手努力，共同维护公平合理的生物多样性保护全球秩序，推动全球生物多样性治理迈上新的台阶，共建 万物和谐的美丽地球家园。谢谢大家。
Once again, please give a round of applause for a video. And I'd like to also thank Minister Huan Runqiu from the People's Republic of China. And ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned before, now we will proceed to our first panel discussion of our second day of ISF 2024, which will be focusing on safeguarding nature, strategies for conservation, and biodiversity. And this session will be moderated by Desi Anwar. Desi Anwar is the director, senior anchor, and correspondent at CNN Indonesia TV, based in Jakarta. A published author, Desi has written several books, including A Romantic Journey, The Art of Solitude, and Offline, Finding Yourself in the Age of Distractions. Desi also co-founded Indonesia's first web portal, astaga.com, and has been a columnist for the Jakarta Globe, the Jakarta Post, and other publications. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator, Desi Anwar, onto the stage.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much, Madam MC, for those very good words. And selamat pagi, a very good morning to you all. How are you? Wasn't that a wonderful gala dinner we had last night? It was amazing. And, well, it's my great honor to be your moderator for this morning's session. And first of all, I would like to extend my extremely warm welcome to all our friends, amazing guests and panelists and speakers that hail from all over the world. And special shout out to my old friend Andrew Steer. Sir Andrew Steer, congratulations on your knighthood. I think it's amazing and completely well-deserved. And also Paul Polman, an old friend of mine. Thank you very much. And this morning's panel discussion is Safeguarding Nature, Strategies for Conservation and Biodiversity. And I'm always amazed when we talk about nature. It's as if nature is out there and we have to safeguard it. Whereas actually we are very much part of nature. And if anything, we are the main problem maker for nature. So when it comes to finding solutions to so-called safeguard nature, basically the onus is on us, not only to find solutions, but to make sure that when we save nature, we are also saving ourselves. So what I would like to see in this morning's discussion is real sense of urgency on how to actually not just implement concrete strategies, but real solutions, real examples and initiatives that will create impact, not just in conserving nature, but also in saving people's livelihoods. So there is the aspect of the nature itself, there's the people, and there is also the economy, and particularly for those who are vulnerable when it comes to feeling the impacts of climate change. So I would like to invite our speakers for this session and to come join me on the stage. We have Jeremy Oppenheim, founder of Systemic. Jeremy, come and join me on the stage. And we also have Kim Kwok Hai Neo, Managing Director, Center for Nature and Climate at the World Economic Forum. We have Kevin Magron, French Climate Ambassador. And last but not least, we have Eileen Young from Bloomberg Philanthropies. Okay, maybe I'll sit in. Welcome. You're all flying here all over the world. I'm pretty sure you're very familiar with Indonesia by now, and when it's very exciting for me to moderate such distinguished levels of speakers, and this is, I think, the key to why we have this kind of forum. It's basically to get everybody's ideas, everybody's sort of input from all over the world, so that particularly Indonesia, we know where we're going. And we know that Indonesia, we have very ambitious targets when it comes to, reducing, we have a net zero emission target in 2060, but the question is, what are we doing now and what should be done about it? And this is where collaboration is important, particularly with the global community. So when we talk about safeguarding nature, strategies for conservation and biodiversity, let's hear from everybody, the real concrete initiatives and the works that you're all doing. Let's start with you, Kim. You are Managing Director of Center for Nature and Climate at the World Economic Forum. A little bit. What strategies, what concrete solutions, and more importantly, give us some of the examples of the works that you are doing.
Thanks, Daisy. Good morning, everyone. I think we can't talk about nature without first having a sense of spirituality. So I really want to applaud the organizers for starting this morning with speeches from Scholas, the Cardinal, to remind us that we are part of nature, right? But maybe if I could just take a slightly different spin around the economy and just ground us with a first point that I would urge all of us to reflect on, which is that 50% of global GDP is either dependent or highly dependent on ecosystem services. 50% of global GDP is dependent or indirectly dependent on ecosystem services. So if you actually ponder on this fact, the question I have is, why is it that we are still experiencing nature loss as we pursue more growth in our GDP? And the way I would like you to have a slight shift in approach is to actually say, look, any country or any business that is actually able to think about protecting, restoring nature is likely also directly creating and preserving wealth for not just current but future generations. So there's actually a direct, very positive correlation between the two, when today is actually not so positively correlated. And I think the way to think about, and if you want to talk about nature, we also have to talk about food production, right? 80% of biodiversity loss today is directly attributed to the way we produce food, right? And if you want to talk about food production, you cannot run away from farmers and fishers. Right, they are the stewards of the land, and in many emerging economies, developing markets, it's also the key source of employment. Right, so really one key lever that I think we can put a lot more attention on is how we can engage and support farmers, fishers, in producing food, but at the same time also restoring our soil health, our marine health. Right. The way we've been approaching this at the World Economic Forum is through two key areas. One is around data and technology. One of the initiatives that we've launched is called AI for AI. Not necessarily artificial intelligence, but really how do you enhance the use of data and technology to support agriculture innovation, right? Providing farmers, fishers with tools that can help them make better decisions around the use of resources to improve yields, improve livelihoods, but at the same time restoring soil health, marine health. The second big area that we've been focused on is around farmer finance, right? How do you actually provide financing arrangements for farmers, knowing that the whole process of regenerative agriculture sometimes does go through what we call a valley of tears. So there's a period of time when the farmers may actually suffer diminished income. How do you actually provide that kind of financing support to help them tide through the valley of tears before they get to a win-win setup? So that's one thing around engaging farmers and fishers. The other big area of opportunity that I would really like to highlight, which is not often talked about, but we are all kind of subconsciously aware, is food loss, right? And in many of the emerging economies, what we'll find is that a lot of the food loss is actually at the producer end. right? In developed economies, it tends to be on the consumer end, right? And how do you actually help reduce food loss and wastage at the first mile? And one of the initiatives that we've implemented is in Namibia. Since Daisy, you asked for specific examples, we call it the whole fish concept, right? Really, how do you ensure that every part of the fish is actually being used? And this may mean value-added processing into different products, medicinal, cosmetics, fish leather, so on and so forth. So 100% of the fish is actually used and nothing goes to waste. Right, obviously this is also a win-win situation because one, it reduces losses from Earth's resources, but at the same time, it actually also generates income and also value-added jobs in many of these locations where the food supplies are. So I'll pause here, right, so that we can open up.
It's very interesting, like, Kim, I think you raised some very good points. I mean, growth should not be, of course, at the expense of the, conservation and the environment, but on the other hand, when we talk about growth, it's always linked with economic growth. There should be a new definition of what entails growth that focuses on quality, for example, quality of life, and the kind of livelihood that we should provide for people. And I think you're mentioning about saving the environment, for example, mangrove in Indonesia. We're not growing mangroves in order to absorb CO2, but we're also creating a community that can live economically and sustainably around the mangrove, creating a sort of an ecosystem of sustainability. Just very quickly, are you doing anything with Indonesia? Are there any particular projects that you're looking into?
Many. So
give us some examples that are quite successful.
One of the key initiatives that we've been partnered with and is with one of our affiliate entities called Grow Asia. And Grow Asia has been working with various organizations in Indonesia and the rest of ASEAN to look at how to support farmers in regenerative agriculture, both through financing, through awareness, education, outreach, engagement of communities. So that's just one of many examples of areas that we're working with Indonesia, including in marine protection efforts.
And you can see real changes happening there, making real impact.
Yes, and I think the more we can reach out to communities, the more we can engage with farmers, with partners on the ground, right? I think the faster we'll be able to get to systems change, what Andrew would call the positive tipping points.
Mm-hmm. Jeremy, as we can see, when it comes to saving the whole planet, I mean, there's lots of us here where there's we have regulators, we have industry players, we have researchers, academicians, politicians, but we have real people and we have real business people. I mean, everybody should collaborate and work together. But what do you think? What should be done and how? And give me one concrete example where all these elements come together to solve a common problem and yet have very positive impact, not just to nature, but to everybody's livelihood and the environment.
Well, look, as with everybody else, it's an honor. I was here yesterday morning on energy, and it is wonderful also to be here this morning to talk about nature and the opportunity to contribute to, as you say, lives of real people and the kind of economy and society that we want to build. I'm going to take a cue from Andrew and talk about both, if you will, opportunity and despair, right? And I'm going to do it, if you will, through 2 cups of coffee. I want to have a cup of coffee just for a moment that is the cup of coffee that most of us, I'm afraid, are drinking right now. And that's not despair, but it's the cup of coffee after a long night where you're desperate to get up. And I then want to talk about a cup of coffee of opportunity. And the reason I'm doing that is, to be specific, I want to talk about a $450 billion global industry. And these global industries have all the elements that you just described, because they have business people and farmers, who are, of course, business people. And they have policymakers and consumers. They have all of us, right? They have everybody. They have academics. They have agronomists, you name it. So this is an extraordinary global active. When we talk about global industries, these are global cooperative systems where everybody has to contribute. That $450 billion, by the way, is twice the size of the global aid industry. It's 4 times the $100 billion of climate finance that we keep on talking about. Of the $450 billion today, less than 15% hits the farmers. So the other 85% sits everywhere else. So if we want to do something about nature positive and shift from a, if you will, extractive global coffee industry to a regenerative one, then it can't be 15% that ends up with the farmers. So I'm going to take just for a moment, today's cup of coffee, right, works like this, right? First of all, 85% goes downstream. Second, for every ton of coffee we produce 20 tons of CO2. Right? That is 15 tons from both ongoing degradation of nature and another 5 tons from all the processing activities. So we have, in all the coffee that we're drinking today, we are losing nature, we are generating, if you will, very substantial CO2 emissions, and of course we are not creating the well-being for farmers across the world. Just to be, again, 10 million tons of coffee globally produced, 200 million tons of CO2 emissions, ongoing loss of nature, many of the smallholders in poverty. Now, Indonesia is 7% of the global market. Right? It is more towards, if you will, the lower grade coffee, not the higher grade coffee. So more Robusta and not Arabica. And I think there is a coffee of opportunity that we can build. And we've been doing some work with colleagues in both at Systemic, but also at Lombard Odier in the work we're doing to create a nature fund that is all about making sure that the 3 billion cups of coffee that we consume every single day across the world are all people and nature positive. And the question, and there's a way of doing that, right? And to be very clear, what we need to do is be investing effectively in disrupting the coffee value chain, in developing regenerative supplies of high-quality coffee, which are nature positive by design, where we limit the chemical inputs, where we build the, if you will, the supply of coffee on agroforestry principles, where we ensure that the communities are actively involved in the, not just the production, but also the ownership of the coffee, where we make sure that 25 to 30% of the value of the coffee market gets back to the farmers. We're looking actively at Indonesia, right? And being very specific, we think that northern Sumatra is one of the locations where we can help build a regenerative, nature positive, community positive coffee business that can scale, not at micro level, but at macro level, where we can actually take, Indonesia has 7% of the global market today. If we had another 300,000 hectares of land applied to nature positive coffee, we can grow a $10, $20 billion, if you will, opportunity for Indonesia that can deliver exactly what you were describing.
So you're already working together with farmers in North Sumatra.
We are already working
together.
Could
you tell us how does it work? I mean, I'm glad you're not advocating let's give up drinking coffee.
No, let's drink the right coffee.
Well, the Java itself, it's Indonesia. We should be a global player, and we should be a good example on how to do this business properly, right?
We should be a
Jeremy,
wonderful example. And I mean, just to state the obvious, I mean, this country has been in one commodity a global superpower, and that is palm oil, and we can have a long debate about the merits and the challenges of the palm oil industry. But what we know is that we generate a critical, if you will, $50 billion and opportunities for farmers across Indonesia from palm oil. If you take what we could do in coffee, we could do the same, but on nature-positive principles from day one, and we could create at least a $25 billion opportunity for this country. We could do the same on cocoa, where this country has 4% of the global market. It's insane. We should be in Indonesia having 10% of a global market, where we know that the cocoa market, just like the coffee market, is ripe for disruption. We could do the same on arenga, which, as you know, is sugar palm that has a huge potential market, together with coffee, it turns out, here in Indonesia. The opportunity to create value chains for specific commodities that are people and nature positive, that are more resilient if you do develop these on agroforestry principles, you can create the wealth for our communities, we can make people the solution, and we can do so in a way that I think builds into the fabric of our society and the fabric of the way in which our economy operates, the principles that we need if we're going to have the cup of coffee that is that of optimism, that seizes on the moment, and uses, by the way, technology. I mean, Jim, your point about AI, if we're going to do agroforestry and regenerative forms of agriculture properly, we are going to use technology, right, to come up with the optimal combinations and monitor what we're doing and make sure that the money gets from the consumer all the way back to the farmer.
Okay, Jeremy, I might come back and pick up on some of these points. Obviously, you're quite rightly saying, I mean, we should be out there with cocoa. We have lots of cocoa plantations, particularly in Sulawesi and in Kalimantan, and coffee is basically, we should be owning that. But then there's always this idea of, but then a lot of the farmers, they're subsistence level, and they need maybe, financial access, convincing, and also a lot of education.
Technical support.
Yes, especially when it comes to, we have to do things, organically, and that sort of adds another layer of complication and education that we must introduce. Presumably systemic, you also do facilitation, educating, and...
We are in the mix supporting, not just, if you will, the high-level thinking on this, but we have for the last 7 years been intimately involved through an initiative called Partnership for Forest, in actually working right on the front line with many of these farmers who, by the way, are well attuned to the importance of nature. I mean, we could learn from them. We shouldn't assume that it's us teaching them. There's quite a lot of us learning from farmers who, including the subsistence farmers, about what really works on the ground.
But the elements of these important elements of the fair trade aspect of it, making sure that they get, fairly compensated, and it's an economically
the right market
viable.
access for those farmers.
Ailun, Bloomberg Philanthropy. So tell us from your end, and the kind of concrete works that you do, and the initiatives and examples that you can give us.
Thanks. I hope everybody is now wide awake after Jeremy's 2 coffees.
Maybe we should all have a cup of coffee now.
The right cup.
The right coffee. Also,
right
maybe
cup
one
of
of those 2 cups of coffee. So before I answer your question, I want to really also echo one of your other point. It's really exciting to see how Indonesia has become this hot destination, not only for business and investment, but also become the place where people like one of us come together to talk about sustainability and the climate solutions, environmental solutions. That's really, really exciting development.
Put your microphone closer to your mouth so we can all...
Okay, so is that better? Okay, thank you so much. So let me just introduce a little bit of Bloomberg Philanthropy's initiative. The work we do on conservation and biodiversity is very much framed around the 30 by 30 goal, which, as Andrew introduced, is the commitment to protect 30% of the planet by 2030. However, we also believe that the real solutions to achieving this goal to stop the type of biodiversity decline is very much rooted in the type of solutions that can be managed and driven by local communities. So how we bridge these global goal and the local solutions. We do try to pick a few geographies that we think are under major threat, but also contribute have critical contribution to the global ecosystems, but also have a fighting chance of actually stopping the decline. Of course, Southeast Asia is very much at the front line of this. In Southeast Asia, our work is very much focused in Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, and also Cambodia. So maybe let me just introduce a little bit of the approach that we take here. So we believe that scientific research is really important. It's always very exciting to see the progress we have made. Take an example of coral reef preservation. Our partner here work very closely with a few national parks to really develop long-term management of some of the coral reefs and be very surgical about how we can help the coral reef recover. And then the second, of course, policy matters and policy on all different levels. I talk about a global level, some of the diplomacy work around the 30 by 30. I'm sure we'll hear more about that from Kevin as well. But in the country, in Indonesia, we work very closely around the marine protected area, try to really secure the area about 1,500 square miles along the coastlines, especially in North Sulawesi area, island. And the last is getting to the local engagement. I would say that there's a lot of work going on there, but I think that this is the area definitely people feel the most urgency to speed up. There's a lot of work on how to help local communities figure out the business model to do sustainable fishery. To help with improve some of these transparency measures, but that I think that take a lot of not just the technology and science, but also finance as well. And I think that's probably what I would say the tough nut to crack right now.
But you also have projects in Indonesia, right? Could you tell us a little bit about it, and who is it that you're working with, and how has it been?
Sure. So we work with a lot of partners who are very active in this region, and actually a lot of that also in collaboration with Andrew's Bezos fund as well. So partners like the Wildlife Conservation Society, RARE, other ocean organizations, and of course, through them reaching out to a lot more local NGOs and communities as well. I want to also just explain a little bit of how philanthropy works. Again, like Andrew said, that the amount of funding that philanthropists can mobilize is a lot smaller than what's needed. So it's very important for philanthropy to find how we can really be strategic and leverage the real solutions. And so the place where that's the advantage of the philanthropy dollar is we can be more nimble, go to places to try to help create successful cases that can be replicated and scaled up. We can also try to take on more risks, the kind of things that business might not yet be ready, but we can step in. We can also go to places where that's still a little bit neglected by the government, and so create a little pressure or create a little demonstration effect. So.
I find it interesting now, normally when we talk about conservation nature, we talk about the NGOs, but now I see a lot of these philanthropic initiatives, and I'm just curious, how, first of all, how do you choose the areas or the projects that you want to work with, and then how do you, who do you partner with, and how do you approach it?
So at Bloomberg Philanthropies, we very much believe that we want to, look for the brightest talents, people who bring you the best ideas from the ground, and try to also think about how the resources can actually stay here. I know a lot of the challenge often when we talk about international, technical assistance or capacity building is you see international experts fly in and 2-day workshop and fly out, and how can we create an ecosystem where the funding will actually really stay locally. And so it's very important to help cultivate local capacity. And one of the things we did, for example, last year, Bloomberg Philanthropies together with IKEA Foundation and the High Tide Foundation actually helped created the first climate foundation that is based in Indonesia. Vivian, actually, you were also the MC at the launch event of that foundation. So how can we make sure that international resources can actually go into the cultivation of local ecosystem? We need a lot of vehicles, and that's by creating these vehicles. But at the same time, we also do notice that international expertise and experiences are very helpful, and that's also for example, we also work with a German organization right now on air pollution in Indonesia as well. So the type of organization that can bring really the global cutting edge of economic analysis on certain areas. So again, it's not a lack of talents and initiatives on the ground. It's really just about how to build the ecosystem and the right kind of vehicles on different levels to make sure that it's all connected.
Yeah, and also making sure that you push in for the right policy, so this can also be implemented. I'd like to go to you now, Kevin. From sort of the regulator's perspective, you are the climate ambassador of France, and tell us what's happening, what it is that you're advocating for, and share with us some of the successful results in your job as ambassador for climate.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. First of all, I'm really happy you're inviting a climate ambassador to speak about biodiversity and environment. I mean, human beings, we have a tendency to like to divide things into categories. And we very often forget that we work in a system, in an ecosystem. And we know already that climate change and biodiversity loss is the two sides of the same coin now. And so we have to address things together, because these two crises, they reinforce each other and they have huge social impacts. So as government, one thing we've been trying to do in the last years is to enhance synergies between these crises and to find solutions. How do you do that when you're government? You organize usually conferences and you try to highlight the main solutions that needs to be pushed and strengthened. So we organized in France One Planet Summit that was pushed by President Macron. We had a One Biodiversity Summit in 2020, just after COVID. One Polar Summit, One Forest Summit, and especially in 2023, One Forest Summit that was pushing a lot of positive solutions and country packages to keep and protect nature and forests. And it's a bit of a paradox, because when you look at the most effective solutions to protect nature and to mitigate climate change, actually we know that the most effective one is created by nature. So you just have to invest in the most effective one in nature-based solutions. And that's what you do also here, I think, in Indonesia quite well on mangroves, but peatlands and bedseas are absolutely essential if we want to fight against climate change and biodiversity loss. And in France, we dedicate 30% of our development assistance to projects that have biodiversity priorities and co-benefits. That's important to have a coherence when you're government. So at policy level, if you're government, again, we try to not divide things into categories. I think everybody knows now the NDCs for the climate, the plans that we have to mitigate, our impact on climate change. But there are also national biodiversity strategies at policy level, at national level, and both exercises needs to be integrated. The policy have to work together. And that's what we've done in France. We've tried to update our strategy on biodiversity in October 2023 to keep that coherence. Now, let me pause on one thing that is very dear to me and very important, I think, in this. I think we have underinvested and under-considered one huge challenge, and it is water. Water translates, the climate change translates into extreme weather events, droughts, floods, increasing water temperature, and poorer water quality. These, for community, for the people, is absolutely massive in terms of impact. Freshwater ecosystems, like the terrestrial ecosystems, provide invaluable services for climate mitigation and for people. So we need to restore and conserve freshwater ecosystems and water-related adaptation. The water resilience is absolutely key to the planet and to the people. So when addressing these challenges, again, we should not divide adaptation, water, climate. We need integrated approaches in water management. It's key to conservation and preservation of ecosystems and water-related resources. And this is why we will, President Macron, we will organize also a One Water Summit later this year to try to push and give a positive impetus to all the solutions and the initiative. These are not, conference for diplomats or for politicians alike. It's solution-oriented. What we want to look at is where the good projects are and try to give a push to them and to the very concrete solutions. One last thing. I talked about water, but obviously ocean is vital. The oceans is fundamental to carbon capture and to mitigate climate change, and we have to reduce the human impact on our oceans. And you're probably aware of the fact that next year we have a UN summit, UNOC, and it will be organized also in Nice in the south of France. And there, let me pause a minute again, we have 3 priorities. We don't know well our oceans, and we need to invest in science. We know the IPCC, for instance, and IPBES helped us a great deal in integrating these challenges of climate and biodiversity. We need to push for more science on our oceans. Then economy. Of course, the blue economy. We have a great partnership between France and Indonesia on the blue economy. We need to reconcile nature with economic growth, of course, in a sustainable manner. That's why we're here. That's a big priority also, to see how in the future we can work more on the blue economy aspects to benefit the communities in a sustainable manner. And just a last point, if you allow me. We want to work on a final issue there. It's coastal regions and cities. And I think Jakarta is a great example of the challenges that can be posed by the rise of sea level and the impact of climate change and on oceans. And at the occasion of this conference, I think addressing these 3 issues around oceans and water, more generally speaking, will be absolutely crucial
Okay. Well, thanks for that. I think we have, well, I know we started a little bit late. I think we have 5 minutes left. I think I'd like to give to everybody just very quickly, what are the key takeaways? Let's start with you, Kim. I mean, what are the key takeaways? What would you like to leave the audience with? And also answering some of those questions on things like investing in nature, financing it, and best ways to collaborate, other than, you know, having forums like this.
One area that we've not really touched upon is tourism. And tourism is on the rise. Nature-related tourism is on the rise. And for a country like Indonesia that's very well endowed, right, I think it is actually quite well placed to look at how the restoration and conservation of places of natural beauty could actually also generate growth and, more importantly, jobs for the people, right? And I would say, right on this growth in the middle-income population in the whole of Asia, in the rest of the world, right? But get it right, right? Think about water, think about protection of ecosystems, so that it can actually self-perpetuate. Because I think healthy, pristine systems, ecosystems, can in turn actually draw on the attractiveness of these locations as tourism destinations.
Okay, Jeremy.
In a sense, just building on that, look, the argument I made on coffee is there's a $400 billion market. Indonesia can position itself as the nature and socially positive player, right, in transforming and disrupting that market, and tap into tens, hundreds of billions of dollars in coffee, in cocoa, in tourism. The way to make if you will, support Indonesia's growth, its employment opportunities, particularly, if you will, in the countryside, is to really get behind, I think, the opportunity that sits, not just to be nature positive in an organic sense, all the expensive stuff, but nature positive production models can be more resilient, they can be much, much better in the way in which they address water stress, they can help restore, if you will, biodiversity, they can deliver on the carbon goals that we have, and they can actually tap into much higher, if you will, value streams in the economy as a whole. So there's a huge, huge play that speaks directly, I think, to the brand that Indonesia as a country has in the world.
We just need to do it.
We just need to do it.
Get on with it.
And we're going to help bring some of the investment capital to support making that happen here in Indonesia.
Well, that's good to hear. Aileen.
I want to say that some of the best work that we've seen or helped to support, it always have these ingredients. It's really led by local talents, demonstrate a very integrated and holistic approach, forward-looking, really think about what's the angle to get the right economic development happen in the place. And this is very different from a lot of the previous projects that's more based on a checklist of KPIs and things. And so I think this is really what gives me hope.
Kevin? I mean, Paris Agreement, 2015, we should still be excited, right? And not get too distracted with all these politics and going on, and also, the economic downturn, on the global level.
You're absolutely right. I mean, next year is 10 years of the Paris Agreement. This architecture and this works for countries to cooperate a lot to face these challenges. I just want to say one thing. I mean, my point was, if you invest in people and if you invest in nature, the amount of co-benefits you will have on communities, on your environment, on health, so on and so forth, will be huge. And you will create markets, by the way, and you will create value. You will create more value by investing in nature and people that you can invest into very complex technologies that sometimes will be less effective than mangroves, seabeds, and nature-based solutions alike. So that's the point. If you consider the ecosystem, the value you create will have co-benefits. And that ultimately will help you solve the two-tier crisis of climate change and biodiversity loss. And with the help of philanthropies, companies, everybody as a whole to play, consumers obviously a huge role to play, we can all face that challenge.
Okay, thank you so much. Big hands, please, for our speakers. It's not just about the financing aspect. I mean, look at, there's so much money around, I see, but at the end of the day, it's about creating the right environment, the right policies, and getting things done, actually implementing. Once again, thank you so much, Jeremy. Thank you, Ailun, Kim, and also Kevin. Thank you so much. And at the end of the day, when we do protect our nature, we're not only protecting, the environment, but we're also protecting our future, and most importantly, our livelihood. Once again, thank you so much, and I would like to return this to our MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, please give a round of applause for our moderator, also panelists. And once again, we'd like to request you to please stay on stage and take a position on stage, for we will conclude our first panel discussion for the second day of ISF 2024 with a photo session. And once again, to all the documentation teams, we'd like to invite to please prepare yourself to take a picture of our moderators and our speakers and panelists for our first discussion session of the day. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to thank our speakers and also our moderator for the insightful and engaging discussion. Thank you once again to all panelists and speakers, and you may now return to your seats. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will still continue our agenda for ISF 2024 Day 2. We'll still have another engaging discussion, also keynote speeches, and as we have joined in earlier on our first panel discussion of the day, safeguarding nature, strategies for conservation, and also biodiversity. As mentioned, we all are now facing a common crisis, which is, of course, climate change and biodiversity loss. And it was mentioned that, of course, when we speak of nature, we have to remember that we as human beings are also part of nature, and we are also part of the problem. Therefore, we also have to be able to be part of the solution. And of course, to do this, it is once again, the key is collaboration, working hand in hand to ensure that the growth of the economy, of the financing is, of course, in line with the effort to, of course, safeguard our nature and biodiversity. And of course, as mentioned before, we have to remember that investments, especially when it's done in people and nature, will benefit communities, will benefit everyone, each and every one of us. And of course, this will, of course, create value and also create markets, and it will create greater value and greater market, but we have to be able to start now, and also we have to be able to start together, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we have to remember that the opportunities along with the challenges are there. We have to be able to grab the opportunities, and this will be a window for Indonesia to brand itself as a country. And now, ladies and gentlemen, ISF 2024 will continue its agenda with a keynote speech. And this keynote speech we will hear and will be delivered by Mr. Paul Pullman, who is a business leader, campaigner, and co-author of Net Positive. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Paul Pullman onto the stage.
Selamat pagi. The International Sustainability Forum, I believe, once again highlights Indonesia's remarkable progress in not only accelerating the green transition within its own borders, but also in becoming increasingly an influential leader on the global stage. Frankly, a conference like this, I believe, would not have been possible even 5 years ago. As Minister Pak Luhut aptly said, Indonesia is a country of action, action backed by great ambition. And over the past 2 days, I believe we've seen again and again just how essential and practical these forums actually can be. They're a testament to the fact that ambition without solution is merely wishful thinking. But solutions without ambition also only lead to stagnation. What we need is more solutions. We need them more urgently. And yes, we need them with ambition. Frankly, time is not on our side. 9 years ago, we launched the Sustainable Development Goals. And actually, President Yudo Yono, your former president, played a critical role as a co-chair of this high-level panel that helped develop these goals. I had the honor at that time to be invited by then Secretary General Ban Ki-moon to represent the private sector. The core objective of the Sustainable Development Goals was simple: to ensure that no one is left behind. And of course, these 17 goals that came out are interconnected, addressing humanity's most pressing challenges, from poverty to inequality to climate change to conflict, all tied together under goal number 17, Partnership for Humanity. Now, Indonesia has made an enormous progress towards a more responsible and sustainable growth model, where economic development does not have to come at the expense of local communities, the environment, or future generations. It is in this cooperation with nature, rather than exploitation, that we find the true strengths and potential of Indonesia's economic transformation. Unlike the Millennial Development Goals that came before the SDGs, they make an incredibly conscious effort to engage the private sector. And the private sector, in turn, has a lot to gain from actively embracing the Sustainable Development Goals. In fact, there is no business case in enduring poverty, nor are there any jobs on a planet ravaged by climate disasters. Now, why does this private sector engagement matter? Transition towards a sustainable economy might not be easy. You heard Andrew Steer talk about it. Otherwise, someone else would have done it before us. But I can tell you, it's increasingly profitable. Companies that integrate sustainability into the core of their business strategies are over 50% more likely to outperform their competitors in profitability as well. And you've heard plenty about the energy transition yesterday. Well, the Fortune 500 companies that reduce emissions year after year have seen on average nearly 1 billion more in annual profits, according to the Climate Impact Partners. Now, we're only 15% on the way towards the SDGs. The business case is clear. But unfortunately, we're falling behind. I believe it's actually not due to lack of funds or ideas. You've heard plenty of them on the panels over the last 2 days. I think it's actually due to a lack of collective willpower, the narrow self-interest of some people, and yes, some businesses who benefit from the status quo, or getting sidetracked with the here and now crises of which we have too many. Often its roots being not addressing the Sustainable Development Goals in the first place, rather than truly looking at the transformations of our economic system on which our future, on which all of us depend. All whilst, in fact, it is increasingly clear what the devastating effects of climate change are. Global emissions continue to rise, inequality is worsening, and yes, in fact, 60% of the world population has grown poorer, according to Oxfam. Indonesia is particularly vulnerable to climate change, with millions of people's lives at risk, especially in the coastal areas, and others exposed of the resulting health issues or the food insecurity that will increasingly show up. Frankly, we cannot afford to have this go wrong. However, I believe that the greater the challenge, the greater the opportunities. The cost of inaction is increasing fast, and many countries have realized, in fact, that deep decarbonization makes incredibly sound economic sense. In fact, 7 countries now already entirely rely on renewable energy in this world. sourced from geothermal or hydro or solar or wind. And in fact, 47 countries, not a small number, are actually ahead of schedule of the Paris Agreement to ideally stay around the 1.5-degree warming. A green transition, whether in Brazil with the ecological transition plan or here in Indonesia with the work that we've done with Bapenas, it proves that it can be economically rewarding, often in the first 12 months of when these plans are implemented. Indonesia, like Brazil, are probably the two most well-positioned countries to achieve and benefit from this greener economy, one that enhances growth and creates millions of quality jobs. Over 1,000 companies worldwide, representing about a third of the global economy, have already committed to decarbonizing their businesses. And citizens, including those in Indonesia, are increasingly demanding from both business and governments that they serve them. Technological advancements, increasing signals from the marketplace, regulations and incentives from governments are all accelerating the transition. I have just 3 key messages to leave you with, next to the widely talked energy transition, which I don't want to repeat. The first one is the importance of taking responsibility of scope 3, the emissions in your value chain, as well as responsibility for biodiversity. Frankly, 2 emerging areas with enormous emission, enormous potential that doesn't yet get the attention it deserves. Very simply said, we cannot outsource our value chains in business and thereby also think that we can outsource our responsibilities. That doesn't work. Most emissions for businesses fall under scope 3. That is our responsibility. Equally, we cannot tackle climate change without restoring nature and reversing, especially, the devastating effects that is caused by our actually, frankly, broken food and land use systems. The opportunities for business to embrace nature-positive approaches are immense. Nature gives a value, as you heard, that exceeds $44 trillion. I would argue that all of our economy depends on nature. 1.2 billion jobs, apologies, are currently already provided by nature. In Indonesia, with over 70 million hectares of forest, if we would responsibly manage those, you can become the world leader in sustainable agriculture, agroforestry, transition minerals that often are in these areas. Jeremy talked about this potential in coffee, palm oil, cocoa, if you get this right. The second message is that partnership is essential. Deep and transformative partnerships, bold partnerships, as Andrew talked, are necessary to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The issues are simply too big for any of us now to do it alone. We've waited too long for that. John Muir said it well when he said, if our challenges are intertwined, it also follows that our responses must be collective. Neither government nor business can fix the planet alone. The private sector, governments, civil society, all must collaborate to succeed. It's about collaborative leadership in this decade, not competitive leadership, especially when it gets to the issues of humanity. And finally, it's finance and foreign direct investments that must be unlocked. This cannot happen without putting the money behind it. The transition requires significant investments. For the developing markets alone, it's now estimated $2.3 trillion. Partly, by the way, because we've waited so long. Now, unfortunately, the $2.3 to $2.4 trillion is 5 times more than that we're currently actually spending. It happens to be that Indonesia, under Pak Luhut's leadership, has actually been a leader in blended finance, with pioneering models focused on the oceans, focused on the forest, focused on energy transitions, as well as infrastructure. The Global Blended Finance Alliance, which was launched by Indonesia and overwhelmingly approved by the G20 in Bali, and I was there myself, hosted by the Trihita Karana, our knowledge partners, is probably one of the best examples I've seen, and potentially most important platforms to unlock climate finance and ensure sustainable development. So in conclusion, Indonesia's path towards sustainable growth by 2045 represents an unparalleled opportunity for business and investors alike. The direction is clear, but we must now rise to the challenge to meet it. As I often say and explain in my bestseller book, Net Positive, How Courageous Companies Thrive by Giving More Than They Take, business must generate profits, not by creating the world's problems, but by solving them. The future of sustainable business lies in tackling malnutrition, nature degradation, and environmental pollution. It requires innovative finance models that shift us away from fossil fuel and towards clean energy. Every stakeholder, be it governments, investors, civil society, has a crucial role to play. Only with these bold transformative partnerships, driven by courageous leaders, will we drive the bigger, bolder changes that are needed. I'd like to leave you with one piece of wisdom that Wangari Maathai said. She was a Nobel Prize winner in Kenya and an amazing lady. When she said, there comes a time in the history of humanity that man is called upon to rise to a higher challenge, what she called a higher moral ground. I cannot think of a better time, ladies and gentlemen, than now. And in fact, President Widodo actually said it very well. He said that kunci sukses adalah kerja keras dan disiplin. In other words, the key to success is hard work and discipline. Back to work, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Pullman, for the keynote speech delivered this morning. Once again, give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And next, we will have another panel discussion this morning, our second panel discussion of the day. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we will be focusing on revolutionizing consumer sustainability and waste management. And our moderator for this session is a journalist, Andini Effendi. So please do join me in welcoming Andini Effendi onto the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for tuning in for the second session of the day. I would like to welcome all the speakers. First, we have Ambassador of Norway, Ambassador Ruud Kruger-Geveren. Ambassador, please join me on stage. Please give a warm applause. And then we have Mbak Devi Kusumaning Tias, the Government and Public Affairs Director for Indonesia, Malaysia, India, and South Asia for Nike Incorporation. Mr. Samir Hadid, President Director of Nestle Indonesia. Mr. Thomas Scholas, and Senior Advisor, Alliance to End Plastic Waste. And last but not least, Putri Indonesia Lingkungan 2024, Sophie Kirana. Please join me on stage. We will be discussing about revolutionizing consumer sustainability and waste management and how we can learn from each other, and also how can we do better as consumer, as multiple stakeholders in this topic. But first of all, I would like to set the stage here because we're talking about consumer sustainability. So we're talking about us, everyone in this room. Who here, please raise your hand and please be very, very honest, thinks that waste is actually dirty. Siapa yang berpikir sampah itu kotor? Angkat tangannya. Okay, we see a few raising hands. Okay, who here divide and clean, meaning like wash your plastic, your containers, botol kaleng di rumah, plastik semuanya dicuci dan dipisah and divided. Not only clean it, wash it, but actually divide it. Okay, it's getting less and less. Who here send it to a waste management company? Boleh itu pangapul or like any pemulung that goes to your house. Okay, so now we know the culture, and we're seeing not only Indonesians here, so it's not an Indonesian issue, but it's still like a mindset, I guess, a perspective that we need to address about consumer behavior regarding waste. Maybe I'll start with you, Mr. Pak Thomas. You can start with like, what are the critical initiatives? Like we see here, even the consumers still think that waste is dirty. So how can we like change that mindset in terms of like what policies that needs to be implemented?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to share some thoughts with you from the Alliance to End Plastic Waste. But first, I'd like to give some context of waste management as a whole. However, just one statement I'd like to make, which may be a bit controversial, that waste is a resource. So I'd like you to take away with that line at the end of this session and think about waste as a resource, and maybe we can develop that a little bit more throughout this thing. But waste management is the start of, if you like, success of how to handle waste. Because it is either a route to disaster or a route to success. And if you look at the world today, 90% of waste is openly dumped or burnt in low-income countries. 1/3 of the world's waste is mismanaged. That's 2 billion tons of waste that goes into the environment. That's pretty frightening. And it accounts for, that mismanaged waste accounts for 80% of plastic ocean in plastic in ocean. So that's a status quo as we have it today that needs to change. Now, tying this waste problem to carbon emissions, the mismanaged waste that I've just outlined earlier on accounts for 5% of global carbon emissions, which is very significant. If we can get waste management right, we can get that 5% out of that system that we're struggling with today. So, with that context in place, there's an urgency to address waste management. And here I'd like to congratulate Indonesia, because it is the first country to establish a national plastic actionable plan with an aim to achieve near zero plastic leakage by the year 2040. Now that's something to be very proud of. It is a journey, but it's important to set that important target for others to follow and for, of course, this nation to thrive. Now, let me address your question. How do we go about starting this whole process? Now, the Alliance believes that we need to tackle it from a whole of life cycle approach. So you can't continue to tackle it bit by bit in a linear type of approach. You know, from the use of it to the end of it by either, landfill, incineration, and that's the end of the whole life cycle of a plastic product. We need to look beyond that. We need to bring that value back into the system on a sustainable basis. So here we're talking about recycling. Here we're talking about closing that loop. Here we talk about establishing a true circular economy. What better way of having a sustainable economy and a sustainable environment tend to close that loop in that whole process? So I would encourage you to continue to, as we was kind of introduced earlier on, segregate your waste, make sure that they can go back into the system, and that material which is so valuable for us continues to serve the purpose that we rely on. Plastic is something that we take for granted. Can you imagine life without plastic? You probably slept on this material last night. You definitely woke up to this material this morning by brushing your teeth, by washing your hair. You're sitting on plastic right now. You're wearing plastic. You're walking on plastic. If you have a mobile phone, you're watching plastic. If you are watching television, you are using plastic. So it is very much a part of our life today. And the Alliance to End Plastic Waste is a group of, is an organization which is global non-profit that's established by large companies around the world in the circular plastic value chain. We feel it's important for us to take leadership in driving this plastic circularity process. And we focus on 4 key pillars. So the first one is infrastructure. We need to tackle the infrastructure, the problem that I outlined earlier on. You know, that waste management at the fundamental level needs to be addressed. Then we look at innovation, because you need new technology, new ways of improving the efficiency, improving the effectiveness of closing that circular loop. And thirdly, we look at education. We heard a lot about education in the past day and a half. And finally, we need to clean up, obviously. I mean, with a lot of waste in the environment, plastic waste in the environment, we need to drive that through. I have a lot of examples about what we have done, the Alliance, together with our partners, have done here in Indonesia, and we can develop that further on through the session.
Very well. Ambassador, maybe you can share more about Norway's experience in terms of promoting sustainability and what can we learn together.
Thank you. And is it working?
It is working, yeah. Just needs to be closer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And first, just to say, I feel really privileged to be on this panel and to see the interest in this topic. It's really amazing. And again, a big congratulations to the government of Indonesia, Kadin, for yet another successful ISF. It's really great to be here. So what I will do is to look at this perhaps from a slightly broader perspective and say something about the role of governments and also to share just a few examples which I believe could illustrate how Norway has been working across government and with the involvement of the private sector to promote sustainable living. Because really, the cornerstone of Norway's progress in sustainability has been this partnership between the government and the private sector, where the role of government has been to provide fair regulations and also, on the other hand, to establish a set of strong incentives that can promote sustainable solutions. But at the same time, enabling industry and the private sector to flourish and to continue to make profit. So really, this is the key message that I want to convey, the success stories that we have had in combining this strong and fair regulatory framework with fair incentives. Now I would like to just illustrate this with 2 concrete examples related to first electric mobility and second waste management. And on mobility, I think it is interesting for me to say that Norway today has the highest share of electric vehicles per capita in the world. And today, more than 80% of all new cars purchased in Norway are electrical. Now, how did we get there? I mean, that's the interesting question. And it is a result of strong tax and fiscal incentives which were introduced by the government. And Norwegian consumers are today exempt from significant fees and taxes related to purchasing and driving an electric car. And the other part of this is to make this an attractive option for people to drive around in an electric car. You also need very strong investments in charging infrastructure across the country. The other part of our success story on electric vehicles is that the fuel or the electricity in Norway is also renewable, because more than 90% of Norway's electricity production is today renewable, mainly from hydropower. So when we discuss this transition to green mobility, the other part I think is important to stress is it is essential as well that the whole life cycle of the vehicle, from when it's being produced to when it's actually being discarded, is also a sustainable life cycle. Second example, very quickly, on waste management and the circular economy, because Norway is also a champion when it comes to recycling plastic bottles. An impressive 95% of all plastic bottles in Norway are today returned through what we call a national bottle deposit scheme. And the advantages are obvious, because the more plastic waste that is being collected and recycled, the less will end up in nature as plastic pollution. But the interesting thing about our experience, and what makes it unique, is that it was actually created voluntarily by the food and beverage industry itself. But at the same time, also here, there was a very important regulatory aspect from the government side. Because the backdrop for this was that the Norwegian government had implemented an environmental tax at the end of the 1990s. And this means that containers with a 95% return rate or more are today exempt from this environmental tax. And this creates a very compelling financial incentive for producers to participate in the deposits return scheme, which is always sometimes called the DRS system, and of course achieve the highest possible return rate. The system itself is funded by its own revenues, so the government is not paying for the system, and it leaves the food and beverage producers with what we call an extended producer responsibility fee of less than 5% of its total cost. So again, today, and as a result, less than 1% of beverage containers in Norway are littered in our environment, and only 1 in 8 bottles washed up ashore on the Norwegian coastline are actually from Norway. The rest is from neighboring countries. So I think I'll leave it at that, and then we can develop more in our discussion afterwards.
Very well.
Thank
So
you.
we have we see like a strong example from the government side how they implement policies to promote this. Now we want to hear from the private sector. Madefi, maybe you can share a little bit what Nike has been doing in terms of like sustainable business practices. And later we hear from Samir from consumer goods, because it's also very much close to us as a consumer. We use shoes every day, and we use FMCG as well. So, but then again, we always, pointing at the companies to blame in terms of like to promote the sustainability practices. Please.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I think I completely agree with the previous 2 panelists, especially, sustainability is gargantuan problem. I think it needs to be dissected into pieces that's chewable for everyone to take part in promoting what is the best way to be more sustainable. And for Nike, and also, representing probably the footwear and fashion industry, it represents about 10% of the global emission. And of this number, about 75% is actually coming from the manufacturing. So maybe the task, especially from our industry, is how to transition into a more sustainable and greener supply chain by reducing the carbon footprint in the manufacturing to renewable energy, and to transition into non-coal or non-fossil fuel. Indonesia and also Asia is the biggest manufacturing footprint that we have in the world, not just Nike, but also other brands as well. So it makes it very much relevant for us to make sure that the supply chain is green, and how to make the green supply chain something that is not just accessible and available, but also affordable. The problem with new technology, renewable energy alike, is that people are thinking this as something premium, right? So a lot of authority in this part of the world are thinking this as a premium products that need to be charged, at the same rate as other, green product, the equivalent of organic product probably in agriculture. So the tendency is to make to charge the anything renewable expensive, right? So talking about again my industry in textile and footwear, about half of the supply chain is actually coming from smallholder, right? Whether it's smallholder farmer that produces cottons, or moms and pop shops that just producing less than 1 million pieces of apparel. It's a very small, and to charge them at premium for renewable energy, probably that's not the most encouraging way to make sure that the industry can become greener. In textile and footwear also, globally, it employs about 75 million workers. In Indonesia alone, 5 million workers are employed by this sector. So there are, certainly a lot of push for our industry to become more green and sustainable. But how to make it green and sustainable by encouraging our supply chain to transition into a better stewards for this earth is how to make sure that it's also affordable so that the smallholder base can be part of this effort as well. Not just the big brands like Nike and other brands that have more resources to do the transition, but also making sure that the batik craftsmen in Lasem and Pekalongan, they can afford being sustainable. Also,
Because you do all the manufacturing in Indonesia, right, for Nike?
Nike is second largest manufacturing country for, Indonesia is the second largest manufacturing country for Nike. So we produce 30% of our footwear in Indonesia. So if you go abroad, probably you will see, Indonesian made shoes, for example. So it become very relevant for us in Indonesia, especially in making sure that the ecosystem and infrastructure for green industry is available and also affordable.
Right, very well. We will move on to Pak Samir. Maybe you share a little bit what Nestle has been doing, and also I didn't know that you have paper straws, the only company, FMCG company that uses paper straws for their beverage. So that's one initiative that is good to know at least. So please share more.
Only company in Indonesia.
Only company in Indonesia, very well. Move closer, yes.
It's a global commitment that we have made, and Indonesia is part of it. But first, thank you for having me here for the second year, and I'm quite excited to see the increased interest in sustainability reflected by the increased number in the audience. We're a 155 years old company. We're known as the Good Food, Good Life company, delivering healthier and tastier products. And we do that in a sustainable way. Now, our purpose is to unlock the power of food, to enhance the quality of life for everyone today and for generations to come. For generations to come means if we want to be here for another 155 years, we need to act now in a sustainable way. And that's where in 2020 we had our global roadmap where we have the commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. And the roadmap is very clear. It has very clear path and milestones, and it's across the value chain, starting from sourcing to producing, packaging, and end-of-life post-consumption management of waste. And the roadmap applies to the whole world. It's a global commitment that Nestle has made. And when it comes to sourcing, it's about regenerative agriculture. When it comes to production, it's about renewable energy, the use of renewable energy, and improve the recyclability of our packaging material. And this is an example of the paper straw versus a plastic straw. And the management of the post-consumer plastic waste, and this is how do we ensure that the material that is used does not end up in the landfill, and we use material that is recyclable. And since 2022 at Indonesia, Nestle in Indonesia, we manage all what we produce in terms of waste. We recollect through different partnerships that we have even more than what we produce, so we have exceeded our commitment. And when it comes to products, you know, we have a global commitment, but every product has its unique sustainability story. And I would like to share here a story about a local brand. It's an Indonesian brand, which is called Bear Brand Liquid Milk. This is a product that uses 100% fresh milk from Indonesia, sourced from Indonesia. And since 1975, we have partnered with a lot of farmers and cooperatives, more than 20,000 farmers. And we work with them and assist them in really having this regenerative agriculture and to focus on reducing their emission and increasing their yield in terms of milk. And the focus is really on having the right the farming practices, improve the feed, the quality of feed for the animals, the cow comfort, which also helps in reducing the emission, and the manure management. And on the production side, what we have done is we use now rice husk, which was first burned in the field. We collect that and we use that in biomass to generate steam in our production. So from one side, we have eliminated the burning of the husk. From the other side, we have reduced our use of natural gas. And the outcome, the ashes that are available, this is converted into fertilizers that are given back to the farmers. So this is really a fantastic approach. It's a triple win, we call it, where the farmer, the reduction in the emissions from the burning of husks to reducing the natural gas. On the packaging, it's a tin, so it is very easy to recycle. We changed in one factory the wrap around, and by the end of the year, all our production facilities will eliminate plastic and will only have the carton around it. And another thing that we have done is in collaboration with some of our retail partners, we've installed 10 waste stations. And in those stations, we invite the shoppers and consumers of those retailers to use them and to bring their inorganic waste from home, and then we will collect them with Ecosystem, a partner with us, to recycle those products. Now already we have installed 10 waste stations, and we hope in the coming future we can increase that. So to conclude, we're committed to ensuring that we not only deliver healthier and tastier products, but we do that in a sustainable way to help protect, renew, and restore the planet for generations to come.
And maybe you can share about, since 2019, there's a 0% you send to the landfill?
This is in whatever waste that is coming out from the factories is collected, recycled, and does not end in the landfill.
What about the industrial waste?
That's the industrial waste in the factories, yeah.
Very well. Very well. Okay, we'll discuss more. But for Sophie, maybe you can share. I know that this issue is very dear to you. What kind of advocacy work that you're trying to do, and then how can we work together? Because I think you'll be unable to work alone.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Marini. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much for this amazing opportunity to be able to share stage with amazing leaders. And my name is Sophie Kirana. I'm Putri Indonesia Lingkungan 2024. So I define sustainability as an action to be very conscious without jeopardizing the environment, and taking actions without making damage to the environment. So sustainable living sometimes people misconcept it as only buying eco things and then you're done and you're doing sustainable living. But I hope that sustainable living can be a lifestyle for everyone to be implied in everyday basis. And there is a phenomena that is called social validation, where people tend to follow a big group of people that they think that, oh, if there is a lot of people doing it, that meaning it's a right thing to do. So with this phenomena of social validation, I think we can leverage by collaborating with a lot of public figures that can inspire to the bigger community and create an impact and showing what sustainable living is on a daily basis. And I'm very grateful that our government, especially the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, they asked me to collaborate in every event that they think they need youth representative to connect with the youth, and they asked me to join the event, and that's a huge appreciation for the Indonesian government, especially for the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, to involve the users. So I hope that in the future, a lot of government and maybe business sectors and everyone can collaborate, because previously we hear that a lot that in order to achieve sustainability we need collaboration. So it's worth to collaborate with the public figure about sustainability living.
Okay. So I'm going to throw one question to all the speakers, and please feel free to comment. This is for anyone here, because we only have like a couple minutes left. We still have time, but I want to make it for insightful discussion, so everyone here can have takeaways later. So we understand that Ambassador, you mentioned about having a fair regulation and also a strong incentives, and then create that equal playing field for the private sector to flourish, and also be a responsible consumer. Because in the beginning, we asked, the perception of waste is still pretty much not a commodity, but as a waste, something that we neglect, right? So how can we create, what kind of support, I guess, that is like the main question, what kind of support needed in order to make this ecosystem work? And this is from anyone. I need to know from the private sector point of view, from the government, from, maybe start with you, Thomas, like what kind of like support that is needed to have this equal playing field?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. So I think my fellow panelists have handled the issues actually very, very well, and it's actually quite complimentary, because I was going to comment that the Norway example that the ambassador has shared prove that circularity can work with the right enablers. So that's my first point. My first point is that the governments have a role to play to provide this level playing field, but also the effective enabling legislation and regulation that drives the behavior. So it's about partnership. I probably captured the whole word of the government playing an effective role in that whole process, but at the same time, all of us in the community, in the business community, as well as individuals, play our role in fulfilling our task and our responsibilities to come up with business models, technology, and capability in order to ensure you give the circularity the best possible chance of success. Knowing that when it comes to waste management, recycling has the least carbon footprint when it comes to comparing with landfill and with incineration. So that is another, if you like, bonus in the whole process of working hard on this circularity journey. And finally, we need to make sure that there's financing available. I think we hear this from many, many other speakers and panelists already. Financing is the common theme that needs to drive this. There's an estimation that in order to tackle this plastic waste problem, we need somewhere in the order of $2.1 trillion. And we heard from Paul Pullman earlier on that the earlier we get into this space, the lower we can try and reduce that burden, if you like, in trying to address the problem. And don't forget that waste is a resource. So if we can recover the resources, then we can probably reduce some of those burdens that we need to put in place in order to drive all of that. So that partnership mindset, not only in terms of lip service, but in terms of action, is very, very important. Finally, I just wanted to share one very important point. It is something that you and I, as individuals, can actually contribute to. Sometimes we sort of think about climate change as something huge and enormous. But actually, when it comes to particularly plastic waste, it's something that you and I can act almost instantaneously. We should ask ourselves the question, do we really need it? So that's this issue around, reduce. How many times can we reuse? I've always challenged people about this terminology of single-use plastic. I don't think there's a lot of product out there that actually label for single-use only. So you have to ask yourself the question, is it really single-use? Can you wash it out and reuse it again? And finally, if you can't, make sure that this valuable material goes back into circulation again through recycling.
Mbak Devi, our ambassador, please go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to go back to the point which was made by Sophie, because I think it's a very important one, and I really liked what you said about social validation or something like that.
Thank you.
And I think I made my point about the regulatory framework. So I just want to share a more personal perspective on this, because I am a Norwegian living in Indonesia, and I just came back from travels, not just to Norway, but also to Spain. And I am a consumer also here in Indonesia, and I consume and I produce waste in my own household. So I can just share just something about how my behavior is also influenced by the systems that my colleague here has spoken so well about. Because if I, as a consumer in Norway, I have my household waste, and I experienced this just this summer, that all the products I consume come with a little symbol at the packaging saying in which container is this waste going to go, right? So I have full information about every type of container or plastic, whatever, in which container is it going to go, and once it's there, where am I going to deliver it? And I also feel, of course, some level of confidence that this will then be taken care of by the local authorities, and it will be processed in the best possible ways in a circular economy, right? So, and of course this system is only possible because the government have made the regulations that I spoke about before. But I think back to your initial questions, and I thought it was a great way to start this panel discussion, but it wasn't really a very impressive take in the audience on whether people actually do this in Indonesia. So my point is simply that each actor has a role to play. I mean, I represent the government. We have fantastic representatives from the private sector who can talk about affordability, profitability. I mean, nobody wants to lose money here, so they have very important role. And what Sophie said, I think, is representing more, the public, and it all has to fit together. So not just the circular economy as in the life cycle of the waste, but also in terms of the system that we put in place. And I think it's only when each of us as individuals feel the confidence that we know how to process our waste, we are receiving sufficient information, we can easily find online whether the tea bags and the coffee filters go in this box or this box, that we can make this work. So this is my challenge to the government of Indonesia as well.
I think from my side, probably to follow up what Ambassador mentioned earlier, I think it's really important to really set a playing field. The government has a lot of role, in creating incentive, creating carrot as well as the stick, so that everyone has the same, standards. Everyone has the same goals in terms of studying their sustainability goal. And the second part is that, bringing back the relevance of manufacturing in Indonesia and also this part of the world in Asia, where again a lot of textile and footwear producers are locating. Is that how to make sustainability, how to be sustainable manufacturer makes sense, right? It creates jobs for many of the population in this part of the world. So making sure that the transition into sustainability makes sense by making it not accessible and available, but also affordable. Making sure that renewable energy is as affordable as conventional energy. That's one of the simplest thing, because in this part of the world, coal is one of the highly subsidized, power source, for example. Can we transition that and look into a different, options that we can optimize, so the ecosystem of manufacturing in a sustainable way makes sense for a company like us.
It's interesting. There is a research done by Kantar in Indonesia, and it says that 100% of Indonesians are interested in having a sustainable lifestyle. However, in the same research, it's only 21% that do something about it. And the main concern is waste when we talk about a sustainable lifestyle. And there is also another government research that says 51% of the waste generated in Indonesia comes from us consumers, from household. And this is where, it becomes the challenge is in creating those habits. And I have an example from our company where we placed, when I first came to Indonesia, I was faced with some of my colleagues that, why do we need to segregate and send for recycling? Because anyway, it's going to end up in the landfill. And then we made the waste drop box inside the office, so for inorganic waste. So there is no smell. It's a clean waste. The first month we had 36 people participating. So we collected, I remember, 138 kilos of waste, which is quite modest. But after a period of time where we educate, we engage with our people. Now we have 200 regular employees. We've collected 4,300 tons. It's small in the big scale of the country, but that says that first it's education. So we need to really educate, spend time with our people, and then to have the system. So this in collaboration with Waste for Change, where we collect that waste, give it to them, and it is recycled. So they get the trust that this is not going to end up in the landfill. So it's really a collaboration between private sector, the government, academia. We need to build a generation that really understands what recycling means, what sustainability means, and then individually, all of us act. We all have responsibility, and no matter how small our contribution is, eventually it will have an impact. Many times we think, I'm not going to make the big difference. No, we can make, as individuals, we can make the big difference. As corporate, we can make a big difference. As government, and if we work all together, I'm sure we will be able to have an impact and hand over the planet to the next generation, hopefully in a better way.
So you create your own waste management system within the company. Silakan, Safi.
Okay, so to me, I believe that it is our task to protect our environment and to everyone can be a change maker. And in order to achieve sustainability, I think there's needed a policy needed, and the policy in order to create a policy, I think there are a lot of angles that we can see. for example, like financial infrastructure, or maybe only for behavioral adjustment. And here I'm going to emphasize more on behavioral adjustment. I like that our government is progressing to apply policy regarding the plastic management, where in Jakarta and Bali, we need to pay extra money to have plastic. And that is a good policy in order to change behavior for a mass public. So I hope that our government is progressively applying another policy that can protect our environment, or maybe wider the city, not only for Jakarta and Bali, maybe progressively can add more cities for that.
Okay, very well. So I would like to have like one statement from each speakers. We start with you, Sophie, and then we end with Pak Thomas. So if we imagining, we're talking about being a responsible consumer and how to manage our waste effectively. Is it possible to achieve a world without waste? A future without waste in our planet? If so, and then what do you think that you can contribute to do it?
Okay, so I think that it is possible that we live without waste, because I believe in technology. I believe in knowledge that maybe in the future we can live with the help of technology. We can live in a world without waste, and I hope that if in the future we have that technology, we hope that more and more people can access that technology or investment. It's more inclusivity, not exclusivity.
Samir?
Look, I'm sure that we can achieve that one day. It's a journey. So we have our commitment on emissions to achieve net zero by 2050. The same for waste. You have to start somewhere. You have to contribute. Technologies, maybe they don't exist today. They will exist in the future. That will help us achieve this net zero waste and net zero emissions. But we have to start now with what we have. All of us have to contribute. Again, companies, individuals, governments, all working together, we will be able to achieve a lot.
It is not impossible. But I think, again, I mean, going back to what I said earlier, it's a gargantuan task that needs to be dissected. So everyone is very clear on, you know, what our task really is. You know, in manufacturing country, you know, what are the efforts that we can do in consumer country, consumer-based economy. There is certain policy that, you know, government needs to be done. But I think it's very much important also goes into the detail on, you know, how to achieve sustainable lifestyle, not just circularity and zero waste, but also all the way down to the manufacturing and the supply chain. Thank you.
Ambassador?
I think we have to be able to conceive a future without waste, because waste is cumulative in its nature. So unless we can figure out a way that we can create a future without waste, waste is going to take over our planet. Whether it's not in the 10 years, but, you know, eventually it will. So we need to be able to address it. And I think that the two key points for me is collaboration. And that's also why I'm so grateful to be here, because I think Norway is a very different country from Indonesia. Our solutions might not be the same here. It might be more difficult to apply here, but at least we have some experiences that can be that you can listen to and try and be inspired by. And my second point is that it requires courage, because unless we are courageous in developing the necessary regulations around this, the waste problem is not going to go away.
Pak Thomas?
Yeah. No, thank you. I think the ambassador said it very, very well. I think momentum is there in terms of getting to a sort of zero waste, full circularity economy. We have to believe that it can happen, and I actually personally believe it will happen with the right mechanisms in place. There are places that have proven that have very high recycling rates already, and Norway is one of them. Those are ready templates that we can work from It might not be a perfect replication, but the template, the framework is there. And that those evidential examples gives us confidence and gives us, what the ambassador said, the courage to take those steps to make it happen. Just to illustrate that the world has moved on since we formed the Alliance to End Plastic Waste, which is only 5 years ago, today, governments are talking about a global plastic treaty. So the UN, for the first time, it put people together last year with a very ambitious timeline to come up with a global plastic treaty that all the countries of the world will sign up to, very much like the Paris Accord. And I think we should take encouragement from that the world has woken up to this global challenge of addressing plastic waste in the environment. And let's work together. You have a part to play in this whole circularity pursuit.
Well, thank you very much to all the speakers. I think it's fair to say a future without waste starts within ourselves. So hopefully with this talk, it can change our mind, and then it opens our heart to see waste as a commodity and not something to neglect. Thank you very much to all ladies and gentlemen. Ambassador, thank you very much for participating in the session. I'll give the floor back to Sarah.
Thank you. Andini Effendi, once again, please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our moderator and also our panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, we kindly request for you to please stay on stage and take a position on stage, for we will first take a photo together to end our second panel session on the second day of ISF 2024. And please, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly request for you to please remain seated, because after this session, we will continue with another keynote speech, which will be delivered by the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. So don't go anywhere. And once again, please give a round of applause for our moderator and also our panelists for our 7th panel discussion session on revolutionizing consumer sustainability and waste management. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue today's agenda of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. And of course, we believe that the key is collaboration. And of course, it starts, as mentioned by our moderator, Andini Effendi, it starts within ourselves for a better, for a cleaner, and of course, a greener future. And it can start from anywhere. It starts from ourselves, and it starts with, of course, changing our perspective on waste from mere trash into becoming a wonderful resource and also a profitable resource in a green and also circular economy. So now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue today's insightful session with a keynote speech, which will be delivered by Her Excellency Ibu Retno Marsudi, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Please give a round of applause.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. These days are busy days for Indonesia, for Jakarta, for Bali, because just a couple of days ago, Indonesia hosted the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, as well as high-level panel on multi-stakeholders partnership. And then yesterday, the Pope just left. A couple of days ago, the Pope is visiting Indonesia, and now Indonesia is hosting the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. So first of all, of course, thank you very much for having me. I wish to begin my remarks by highlighting some figures on global energy transition. Colleagues, friends, last year, clean energy sets another new record. Bloomberg report shows global energy investment grew by 17%, surged past $1.7 trillion. One area which is seeing an increased trend is the EV sector. And investment in this sector reached US $634 million, grew nearly five-fold since 2020, five-fold. In the clean energy supply chain, investment hit 135 billion US dollar globally and is expected to rise to US dollar 259 billion by 2025. What does these figures show? Why I started with that figures to you? 3 points. First, renewable energy is the fuel of the future. Second, energy is no longer a commodity, but it is the driver of economic growth. And third, there is a global race toward low-carbon economy transition, and Indonesia wants to be part of it. Indonesia believes sustainable development is the key to future prosperity. However, we do recognize that the progress, that is the other side that we have to look into it to see thoroughly, that is about the progress of the SDGs, are away off track, halfway to 2030. And the current level of energy transition investment is not sufficient enough to set the world on track for the net zero by mid-century. This is why, friends, colleagues, through diplomacy, Indonesia has been pushing for sustainable and collaborative effort to attain the SDGs and to implement the Paris Agreement. As the global economy is changing, diplomacy plays even a more critical role in shaping a more sustainable future. And on this note, I wish to highlight 3 priorities we must pursue. Number 1, first, investing and developing green economy. This, of course, will require significant technological support and financing. And in this regard, there have been numerous initiatives for sustainable and innovative initiative, financing especially. We introduced back to 2022, when Indonesia presided the G20, Indonesia introduced the JETP during its presidency in G20. Indonesia also became the co-initiator of the Asia Zero Emission Community, or AZEC. And from all of this initiative, our message is very clear. We must ensure that green technology becomes a public good. And I hope through IISF, we can work closely with the private sector in ensuring investment for the development of affordable green technology. Second, utilizing the massive potential of blue economy. Friends, it is estimated that the blue economy can generate more than 1.5 trillion US dollar and about 30 million jobs per year. And to unlock the blue economy's potential, Indonesia has already launched the Blue Economy Roadmap 2023-2045, aiming to develop key sectors such as aquaculture, downstream fisheries industries to ensure economic growth aligns with marine conservation. And third, focusing on carbon absorption. Many have talked about reducing emission and sometimes forget the importance of emission absorption. And as the 3rd largest tropical rainforest country in the world, Indonesia has the capacity to absorb large amount of emission. And with the lowest deforestation rates in 20 years, you can be sure that Indonesia is on the right track. And Indonesia has also adopted the long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience 2050 and the roadmap for achieving the target of net zero emission in 2060 or sooner. Distinguished guests, participants, friends, colleagues, pursuing a sustainable future is a shared responsibility that involves everyone, from individuals to large organizations. And I do believe all of us here are important stakeholders in the pursuit toward low carbon economy to ensure a healthier planet and a better quality of life for ourselves and also for our future generation. So let us strengthen our collaboration to chart sustainable future, and rest assured, Indonesia doesn't like to make rhetoric. We remain strongly committed to deliver on our commitment. So I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Ibu Retno Marsudi. Once again, please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned by Minister Retno Marsudi, we are all together here today, our stakeholders, and we have to show our commitment and, of course, our efforts in the effort towards a sustainable future. And ladies and gentlemen, we will continue today's agenda of ISF 2024, but now we will be taking a lunch break and also a break for Friday prayers. Therefore, we would like to announce that for the Friday prayers will be conducted at the loading dock of the plenary. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will reconvene at 12:30 p.m. and continue today's agenda, but now we will take a break for lunch and also Friday prayers, and it will be done at the loading dock of the plenary hall, as you can also read on the screen, and do reach out to our committee if you have any questions. And for the lunch and coffee breaks, coffee break is served on the Cendrawasih pre-function area, and for lunch and coffee breaks, you can also find on the mezzanine floor. And on the lower level, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served at Warung Nusantara, and coffee break is served at Summit Lounge. And for the pre-function area on the lower level, you can also find coffee break and also lunch served. And then once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you that we will reconvene here in the plenary hall at 12:30 p.m. to continue our agenda of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. And we thank you, and we hope you have a wonderful lunch and a wonderful break.
PD Valley, Indonesia, with the best local talents. Learn together, transform together, contributing to nickel downstreaming in Indonesia, and actively contributing towards global energy transition. There's no future without mining, and there will be no mining without thinking about the future.
Desa Energi Berdikari, kekuatan energi angin, surya, dan mikrohidro dapat mengalirkan energi baru terbarukan.
Sekarang luar dan lingkungan terang.
Limbah ternak dan sampah organik bisa diolah untuk kesejahteraan warga. Kini puluhan desa telah tumbuh berdikari, ribuan keluarga terbantu secara ekonomi, bersama berkontribusi menekan emisi. Pertamina, energizing you.
We create renewable and sustainable solutions to tackle some of the greatest challenges facing our planet. Our bio-based products replace plastics. Our alternative sources of energy reduce carbon emissions. And our eco-friendly materials enable our customers to manufacture sustainable, recyclable, and biodegradable products used by billions of people every day. Because we believe that while we produce, we can also protect. We're committed to conserving 1 hectare of natural forest for every hectare of plantation we manage, and serving as a steward to rehabilitate the world's most precious natural ecosystems. The bioeconomy starts here. RGE.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Together, we need to diversify our energy mix for energy that is ever more affordable, cleaner, more reliable, and accessible to as many people as possible.
In Bank Mandiri, we are already one step forward, pioneering Indonesia's transition to low-carbon economy by pursuing net zero emissions on operational by 2030. Let's put our hands together to create a brighter future.
Zaman sekarang tuh ya, kalau keluar rumah, pasti disapa polusi. Udah gitu, cuaca yang dulu sejuk, sekarang panas banget. Pengennya sih bisa segera ambil aksi. Tapi seringkali kita bingung harus mulai dari mana. Jadi, apa sih yang bisa kita lakukan? Cari tahu aksi mereka lebih lengkap.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and we would like to welcome you back to the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. We kindly invite you to once again re-enter the plenary hall and kindly take a seat, for we will soon begin our afternoon session for ISF 2024. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite you once again to enter the plenary hall and kindly take a seat and fill in the front row first, because we will soon begin our afternoon session of ISF 2024. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the afternoon session of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. Can I have a big round of applause as we begin our afternoon session? And next, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our exciting conversation in this two-day forum, for we will now hear a keynote speech, which will be delivered by Mr. Peter Thompson, UN Secretary General, Special Envoy for the Ocean. So please do, ladies and gentlemen, in joining me in welcoming Mr. Peter Thompson onto the stage.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, selamat siang. Thanks for joining what is often described as the graveyard shift straight after lunch on the second day. Brave souls all. Thank you for being here. So all courses observed, and many thanks to the forum's organizers for affording me this privilege of addressing you all today. Subject of my remarks, capitalizing on the sustainable blue economy, is one that's very dear to me, and I'll explain why. Since my appointment in 2017 as the Secretary General's Special Envoy, Secretary General of the United Nations, as his Special Envoy for the Oceans, it's been my responsibility to lead global efforts to implement SDG 14, which, as you probably know, is our universally agreed sustainable development goal to conserve and sustainably use the ocean's resources. While the sustainable blue economy is not specifically mentioned in SDG 14, it lies at the very heart of this global goal. Back in 2015, we struggled to have an ocean goal included in the UN's Sustainable Development Agenda. But that's not so today. With widespread global awareness of the ocean's fundamental importance for the future security of human food supplies, of climate resilience, and the transition to blue-green energy. Nevertheless, we continue to be caught up in the age-old human struggle between protection and exploitation. the old arm wrestle between using and conserving. As we go about our consumption of the ocean's resources, a voice keeps reminding us, don't kill the goose that lays the golden egg. Excellencies, the rate of global overfishing continues to climb. FAO's last estimate was that 34% of globally assessed stocks are being fished beyond their biologically sustainable limits. UNEP and IOC UNESCO, which is a marine scientific arm of the UN system, IOC UNESCO, they report that we are continuing to pollute the ocean with excessive noise, with poisonous chemicals, and the all-pervasive plague of plastic. Meanwhile, the kick-on effects of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions and resulting global warming are being felt throughout the ocean, from pole to pole and from surface waters to the deepest trenches. Marine species are on the move as ocean conditions alter around them, and even the global system of ocean currents is undergoing disturbing change. Ocean warming leads inexorably to rising sea levels with existential consequences for low-lying islands and coastal areas. Increasing ocean temperatures and acidity are causing the ongoing mortality of corals around the world, with huge implications for the state of marine biodiversity. All in all, this state of affairs is summarized in my daily mantra of, there can be no healthy planet without a healthy ocean, and the ocean's health is currently measurably in decline. And so, ladies and gentlemen, where does this leave us when we start considering the capitalizing on the sustainable blue economy? In the first place, it means we've got to stay true to the course that we've set ourselves with SDG 14. We'll have an opportunity to assess our performance in that regard when we gather at the 3rd UN Ocean Conference in Nice in France in June next year, June 9th to the 13th. Secondly, we must ever strive to achieve the balance between protection and exploitation that SDG 14 represents. We should be rejecting a blue economy that stands for one more round of linear exploitation of finite planetary resources, recognizing the current decline in the ocean's health, and that over the next 25 years, the planet's human population will soar to 10 billion people. We should only ever be contemplating a sustainable blue economy. Adding that sustainable descriptor means that we keep our fisheries activities within biologically sustainable levels and, of course, go increasingly towards aquaculture. It implies adherence to circular economies in as far as they relate to the ocean, be that by way of product design, consumption patterns, or the reuse of materials. The sustainable blue economy involves the greening of shipping and, let's not forget, local water transportation. It has offshore energy as a central pillar, including wind, wave, tidal, and the kinetic energy of an ever-moving ocean. It points to new sources of medicine in the post-antibiotic age, to pharmaceuticals, to nutraceuticals, and cosmetics. In short, approached in this manner, the sustainable blue economy will lead us to the job creation, to the socio-economic resilience, and to the balance with Mother Nature that we seek for humanity on planet Earth. Properly implemented, the sustainable blue economy will keep us true to the obligation of intergenerational justice. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, addressing you in the home city of the Archipelagic and Island States Forum, I take this opportunity to applaud the ICE for its good works in relation to the sustainable blue economy. When considering the sustainable blue economy, ICE has identified 3 gap categories present in many archipelagic and island states, namely the gap attributed to the 3 issues of access to tenure, environmental rights, and access to the utilization of marine resources. Secondly, the gap in distribution of benefits, especially to marginalized groups, including women and indigenous people. And thirdly, the gap in access to genuine community participation and the lack of community involvement throughout the strategic decision-making process and governance. These three gaps are eminently fillable within the lifetime of SDG 14, and I urge all present to be part of that drive. Being in Jakarta, I should also mention that at the ASEAN level, the Blue Economy Framework was adopted in 2023. The framework serves the region as a comprehensive guide to harnessing and managing marine ecosystems sustainably for the benefit of ASEAN's people. Let us recognize that no single country can achieve this on their own, and that strong partnerships will always be required for the benefit of all. So to conclude my remarks and stay within my allocated times and hopefully keep you awake for the rest of the session, I recall that when Indonesia was president of G20 back in 2022, and I was very privileged to be part of the launching ceremony in Bali of O20, the Ocean 20 Action Platform of G20. And that platform is committed to the sustainable blue economy. I'm greatly heartened to see that O20 was carried forward from Bali by India during its G20 presidency and is now flourishing under the Brazilian presidency. So well done, Bali. And so, for all that Indonesia has done and is continuing to do for the development of the sustainable blue economy, on behalf of the ocean and those working to safeguard its well-being, I express deepest gratitude to your country. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, and thank you once again, Mr. Peter Thompson. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now, to further dive into the topic of blue economies, we will continue today's agenda with our third panel session for the second day of ISF 2024, where we will be focusing on sustainable development in blue economies. And the session will be moderated by Bambang Brojonegoro. He is the Indonesian economist and former Minister of Finance, Minister of National Development Planning, and Minister of Research and Technology. Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro held positions as President Commissioner of PT Telkom Indonesia Tbk, PT Bukalapak.com, and PT Prudential Syariah Life Assurance, as well as Independent Commissioner at several companies in Indonesia. Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro finished his PhD in Urban and Regional Planning from the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and has been actively teaching at the University of Indonesia. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro onto the stage.
Very good afternoon, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Now we are in the third panel session for the second day of Indonesia Sustainability Forum. And in this panel, we will have 5 distinguished speakers. So I'd like to invite each one of the speakers to come to the stage. First, Mr. Paul Holtus, Founding President and CEO of the World Ocean Council. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Norimasa Shimomura, UNDP Resident Representative in Indonesia. I'd like also to invite Pak Firman Hidayat, Deputy Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment. The next panelist would be Mr. Sri Kumar Surya Narayan, Managing Director and Co-founder of C6 Energy. Last but not least, the only lady in this panel, Ms. Han Han, founder and president of China Blue Sustainability Institute. Okay, we have already 5 distinguished panelists, and we've just listened to the speech by Mr. Peter Thompson, who I know very well is very passionate when he's talking about blue economy. And of course, now we have very challenging tasks. How can we manage blue economy in a better way? Or how can we capitalize on the potential of the ocean, not only as the source for our economics or for our revenue, but more importantly, how will be the contribution from ocean economy to the sustainability itself. Since we already have 5 distinguished speakers, I'd like to start with Mr. Paul Holtus. I will pose 2 questions for you, and you can, of course, right away answer those 2 questions. The first question, what are the emerging trends and outlook of the global blue economy? And then followed by another question, how can international community work together to address the pressing challenges facing the blue economy? Please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Selamat pagi. It's very nice to be here again in Indonesia. Although I may not look like it, I've spent a lot of my life in Southeast Asia and Indonesia working, and actually grew up partly in the Philippines. And so this is the part of the world I know best and feel most comfortable, and have been very happy to be doing things like originating the idea for the Coral Triangle and other things that really relate to the importance of Indonesia and this part of the world in our global ocean economy, our global ocean planet. And also just to mention, we've had Minister Luhut at an investor conference that we had back in 2018, and so really trying to connect up this idea of a sustainable blue economy, the role of investment, Indonesia's leadership in that, and linking to a global blue economy. So to give you a quick snapshot of when we talk about the ocean, we often use these figures such as 71% of the planet, but let's talk about the economic aspects of that. So to just give you some quick sense of how big and complex the ocean economy is in responding to the question about trends and the status of the ocean economy. 100,000 merchant ships, roughly, on the ocean at this point. 3 to 4 million fishing boats, most of them here in Asia. Thousands of platforms of different sorts, offshore energy, aquaculture, now renewable energy as well, and other kinds of infrastructure. 1.2 million kilometers of submarine cable for telecoms. So those of you that are on your phones right now, you're part of the ocean economy. 98% of international communications, internet communications, go by submarine cable. And those ships I was mentioning, 95 to 98% of international trade goes by ship. So we've got this global economy with global ocean economy with economic activity worth about $4 trillion a year. So the short answer in terms of trends is it's growing. It's diversifying, more economic activity in the ocean in more places, even some new kinds of economic activity, such as renewables in the marine environment. So if we talk about trends, let me just talk about 3 big categories of trends in terms of climate, in terms of pollution, in terms of biodiversity. So linking human activities, the impacts, and economic development and the challenges all this poses for us. Excuse me. In terms of climate, and all of these have business implications in terms of opportunities and challenges. In terms of climate, 3 areas. adaptation and resiliency, and Peter Thompson mentioned this, a hugely important issue, especially in this part of the world, the effects of typhoons, numerous typhoons myself I've had to live through, and how do we climate-proof our coastal communities, and also the coastal part of that, the coastal and port infrastructure that's so important for island communities and archipelagic countries in terms of their economic viability. All of that is at risk by the increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, in addition to sea level rise layered in with that. A second climate important trend is the need to address the potential for the ocean to sequester carbon. So our immediate need as a planet is to get carbon out of the atmosphere. And here's a graph for you. If you remember nothing else, remember this about the ocean's potential to sequester carbon. Right now we hear a lot about the important value of forests sequestering carbon and soils. So forests are about this much of what we can do. Soils about this much. The blue carbon, coastal ecosystem, mangrove and seagrass beds about this much. And Indonesia has great potential there, of course, with all the mangrove. The open ocean can sequester this much carbon. So it's our only nature-based system that has a gigaton potential. So a lot of great companies emerging to work on that and sequester that carbon. Happy to talk about that more with anyone that's interested. A third key climate trend and issue is then in relation to renewable power. The potential, as hopefully everyone is aware of, offshore wind is growing incredibly, but added to that, as Peter Thompson mentioned, offshore wave energy, tidal energy, all of this has enormous potential for addressing our needs for energy in ways that are low or no carbon. In terms of biodiversity, incredible impacts here around the world, Indonesia being at the heart of the coral triangle and marine biodiversity, figuring out how to address that, but also on the high seas. So we need to manage coastal ecosystem use, we need to manage the high seas. There's the new High Seas Treaty, which I've been honored to be a part of, and being often the only private sector representative in the High Seas Treaty efforts over the last decade. The 30 by 30, getting 30% of the marine environment of the world under protection, advancing marine protected areas. Important implications for countries, for communities, and for the private sector. Pollution issues, a third big trend area I mentioned. The plastics issue has become, over the last decade, incredibly important and better understood. Still a lot to figure out, and certainly a lot to manage, especially in Asia, in terms of the amount of plastic entering the marine environment from coastal rivers and communities. Also, in terms of pollution issues, a second one, quickly invasive species, and the transfer of that through what's called biofouling and ballast water movement from vessels, and also the issue of marine sound. The impact of noise on marine organisms is a growing international, if not global, and multi-industry issue. So I'll just finish with a few thoughts about collaboration. The need and opportunity to work together across all of the communities that are involved in the ocean. So the local communities, local governments, national governments, the intergovernmental bodies, the science community, and civil society. And I'll especially mention the private sector, because that's the focus of the World Ocean Council, in which we bring together as the only organization focused on all of the different sectors, shipping, fishing, ports, aquaculture, tourism, etc., to create a global platform organization for engaging the business community amongst those sectors and with other parts of the international community. And so we are here to offer to Minister Luhut and the Indonesia government for the World Ocean Council to be a partner with ISF moving forward to help bring the ocean business community to be more involved, to look at having an Asia headquarters for engaging the business community of the oceans with all of you and the great Indonesia leadership that's going on here. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Paul. And I think we are so glad to hear that, of course, the blue economy is very substantial when it comes to the decarbonization, as well as, of course, the support you offer from your organization and the ecosystem of World Ocean to Indonesia. So I like to ask Pak Firman, how has Indonesia been contributing so far to the development of the sustainable blue economy, and also looking forward, what will be the focus area to capture the blue economy landscape?
Thank you, Pak Bambang. Good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, it's such a big honor to be able to speak in this prestigious forum, especially in the sessions moderated by my own professors, Pak Bambang Brojonegoro. So to answer your questions, Pak Bambang, allow me to show some statistics related to our blue economy. So we know that Indonesia is the largest archipelagic country in the world. So we have more than 70% of area is actually the oceans. And we have so many marine resources such as fish, seaweeds, ocean renewable energy, and etc. Logically speaking, if we look at the total area of the oceans should contribute at least 70% of our GDP, right, Pak? Because the total area is more than 70%. But if we look at the data in reality, we calculate what we call maritime GDP. The contribution of our maritime sectors only 7.9% in compared to the total GDP. And if you look at the growth of the maritime GDP, in the past 5 years, it's only grows around like 2%, while our economic growth is on average is around like 5%. So it means that although we have those potentials, I don't think we really harvest those potential in the maritime sector in our oceans. And if we look deeper into the subsectors in the maritime GDP, so one of the lowest contribution is actually coming from the processing industry, the maritime processing industry. So when you ask what is the priority going forward, I think it's aligned with the government program on downstreamings, but we need to downstreaming the maritime commodities. So we have so many potentials, for example, like seaweed. Seaweed, we are the second largest producer in the world. We have very vast area that is okay for the seaweed farming, but we only use 1% of those area. And from seaweed, we can produce like bioplastics, and also help reducing the problem of marine debris. We can also produce like crude oils. We can also have the energy transition. So there are so many potentials, but it's still not been harvested yet. Yeah. And if we look at again on the subsectors, we have the ocean renewable energy. The contribution is still 0. So this is also we should look into this area and make it as priority going forward. The second statistics that I want to share is 19%. So as I mentioned, we have so many areas actually the oceans, but only 19% of the area of the oceans that already been mapped. So I believe it less than that are already explored. Not only we haven't really harvested the potential of the marine resources, I don't think we know the true potentials of the marine resources, because we only able to map 19% of our oceans. So the next priority is actually how we can explore and understand more about the oceans. So we need to use technology. We need to use like sensors, buoy, to monitor all the data from the oceans, to able to understand and know better about the true potential of marine resources. So in the past 2 years, we have been collaborating with international partners to try to explore more Indonesian waters. So we just finished one expeditions with Ocean X. So it's I think the expeditions run for almost 3 months, and we're one of the biggest finding. So we found we were able to make a video, the habitat of a fish called silakan in northern Sulawesi, in Bitung. So I don't know if you ever heard about silakan. So this is a very ancient fish. So it's already been lived since like 400 million years ago, and it's already thought it to be extinct 60 million years ago. But we found like at least 16 of them living in the cave in like 200 meters depth in Bitung area. So this is something that we don't know, and we need to preserve it. Right? So we need to conserve this kind of biodiversity that we have, and there are so many potential, for example, on the biomedics, for example, how they can live for a million years, right? So it can help us understand more, and this also have economic aspects. But again, as mentioned by Pak Peter Thompson, we still need to harvest and export the marine resources, but we need to do it carefully. Because, as mentioned by Pak Peter Thompson, we cannot tackle climate crisis without saving the oceans, because 90% of the excess heat is absorbed by the oceans. The ocean absorbs like 30 to 70% of carbon dioxide. So if we don't save the ocean, we don't protect the ocean, then the climate crisis will become worse. And again, the climate crisis also affects the oceans. Indonesia is one of the biggest country with the risk of like sea level rising, and also the reductions of the capture fisheries. So it's predicted around 2 to 12% of the capture fisheries productions can be lower because of the climate change. So we need to be able to balance between the economic growth and the sustainability. I think this is what been mentioned also by Minister Luhut in his remarks. But again, you asked about what have been done by Indonesia. Indonesia is really committed to protect the oceans. We are allocating our marine area as a marine protected area. I think right now around close to 10% is already allocated for marine protected area. And we are committed to do it 30 by 2045. So we also have a national action plan for reducing marine debris with a target of reducing 70% compared to baseline in 2025. We also have a program to rehabilitate our mangrove. The target is like 600,000 hectares. And we also have a program, what we call like Blue Halo S, working together with Conservasi Indonesia to try to find the balance between conservations and the economic aspects, and how the financings, what kind of innovative financing can finance these conservation efforts. So we have so many concrete actions to try to protect the oceans. And then I think my last points, one of the priority, Indonesia cannot do this alone. So we need a multi-stakeholders collaborations. Again, Pak Peter Thompson mentioned about the Ocean 20. This was initiated by Indonesia during the G20 in Bali, and it's been carried out by India and now in G20 Brazil as the official engagement group of the oceans. Not only working with the international partners, Indonesia also tried to bring different multi-stakeholders in the domestics. So we create what we call National Blue Agenda Action Partnerships. So where we involve not only the ministries, agencies, but also the NGO, the donors, and also the private sectors to work together to achieve the target in the Blue Agenda. So this is some of the priority that government is trying to do in the blue economy sectors. And of course, mentioned by Paul and also mentioned by Minister Luhut, next year the International Sustainability Forum is planned to be held in Bali. And Minister Luhut already instruct us to have additional forum, what we call Ocean Forum, as part of the International Sustainability Forum for next year. So again, Indonesia is very committed, and we want to work together, collaborate with different stakeholders to promote this blue economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Firman, for updating us on Indonesia's effort and strategy to promote sustainable blue economy. And I think certainly because Pak Firman and myself are economists, we have a responsibility, especially to tell our colleague economists, when they are talking about the price, just do not focus on the market price. Because whenever we are talking about market price, everything about renewable, about sustainability will be dead, basically. So we need to convince our colleague economists, whenever you are talking about market price, it has to be combined with negative externality, which is the environmental side of the economics itself. So thank you very much, Pak Firman, for giving the update on the sustainable blue economy in Indonesia. Pak Nori, I know you are Japanese, working at UNDP, but I know that you know Indonesia very well. So my question would be, what are the lessons learned from Indonesian blue economy in the last decade, and what unlocks are needed to successfully achieve sustainable blue economy? Please, Pak Nori.
Great. Thank you very much for having me. I'm really honored to be joining this distinguished panel members. Great question, Pak Bamban. And I think it's not limited to Indonesia, but the answer, the biggest lessons learned, maybe what you just mentioned, that we have vastly underestimated the values and potentials of blue economy in the past decade. Blue economy has already contributed $1.5 trillion to the global economy as of 2010, and is set to double by 2030. And here in Indonesia, it contributes to 7.5% of GDP, and it will also double by 2045. Indonesia is already the second largest producer of fish commodities in the world, generating revenue of $30 billion and creating 7 million jobs, 42% of them women. Having said this, 96% of these are small-scale fishers, yielding 60% of the production. And many of these small-scale fishers are vulnerable as they live on remote islands, and they have limited access to technology and infrastructure, which limits their ability to sell their products. And this actually leads to serious issues of post-harvest loss in this country. And this is against the fact that poverty in some of these remote islands are still high, at 25% and even higher in some cases, and also affecting the nutrition of the inhabitants in the remote islands. The stunting rates in some of these remote islands reach 30% and above, which is 10 percentage points higher than the national average. So that is quite serious. And ironically, small-scale fishers' production declined from 3.4 million tons back in 2020 to 1.3 million tons in year 2022. And also the workers engaged in small-scale aquaculture has dropped by half from 4.5 million people back in 2012 to just 2 million people in 2023. On the other hand, we have also not realized the full potential of the non-market service of the marine resources and ecosystem that are critical for our own survival as they generate oxygen, absorbs excess heat, and also provide nature-based solutions against some of the climate change impact. ASEAN region is a center of marine biodiversity globally. It is home to 35% of the world's mangroves, 33% of seagrass beds, and 1/3 of world's coral reefs. Indonesia hosts about 20 to 25% of world's mangrove. They benefit the coastal communities by preventing erosion and also serving as a defense against storm surge and pollutants, and also provide opportunity for alternative livelihoods because they serve as habitat for commercially important species. But most importantly, or more importantly rather, they can absorb carbon in a massive scale and can mitigate some of the negative impacts of climate change. Seagrass, for example, accounts for 10% of the capacity of the ocean to store carbon. And it can capture carbon at a rate 35 times faster than tropical rainforests. However, the exact scale of the potential is still not known fully, and certainly it is not utilized sufficiently. So we really need to focus more on taking the benefit of the full potential of the blue economy in the broad definition, and doing this, this must go hand in hand, as Special Envoy Peter Thompson mentioned, by balancing between our intent to protect and conserve marine resources and ecosystem on the one hand, and also to sustainably utilize them for social and economic growth. It's easy to say, but the question is how to balance this. And maybe I can highlight 4 or 5 things that comes to my mind. First, It requires integrated and cross-sectoral approach if we are to balance between achieving growth, inclusiveness, and sustainability. And this is why UNDP joined several UN agencies 2 years ago to help the country develop its blue economy roadmap. And we also promote blue entrepreneurship, while at the same time invest to realize the blue carbon potentials of mangrove and seagrass. We also work along with some other UN agencies like FAO, UNIDO, to promote sustainable and smart fisheries. Secondly, I think we can do much better by more genuinely engaging and empowering the local communities. We must raise public awareness and knowledge on marine environment and really build the skilled and experienced workforce on the ground and help them access finance and modern and cleaner technology. This is quite important, and this may lead to initiatives that provide alternative livelihood for these people, alleviating pressures from overexploited marine resources. And thirdly, we need to mobilize the power of technology and innovation. ASEAN region is home to a vibrant ecosystem of over 70 million MSMEs, nearly 6,000 startups, and more than 500,000 social entrepreneurs. They can play a pivotal role to drive transformational change. So this is why UNDP is working with ASEAN, with the support of government of Japan, to run Blue Innovation Challenge here in Indonesia and in all other ASEAN countries in Timor-Leste, to mobilize ideas for innovative blue solutions. And to date, we have managed to collect more than 1,300 very enthusiastic ideas from the 11 countries. Fourthly, I must say that achieving sustainable blue economy requires financing. Here, interestingly, my take is that the potential, the very potential of the blue economy seems to be able to attract enough public and private financing if there is adequate policy, strategy, and financing instruments in place. We have been very glad to have supported the coordinating ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment, as well as Ministry of Finance, to develop the blue finance strategy of this country a couple of years ago, and to have helped raise over $300 million through the recent issuance of sovereign blue bonds over the past 2 years. And finally, as I think a number of people already said, international partnership and cooperation is key to sustainable blue economy development, as challenges cross the boundaries and solutions often require collaborations. Indonesia has spearheaded the Archipelagic and Island States Forum, the AIS Forum, under the leadership of the Coordination Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment, together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. With UNDP's support, we have promoted the AIS Forum to collaborate among more than 30 island countries around the world to work on issues of common interest like climate change, marine plastic debris, and blue entrepreneurship, but only through concrete initiatives like the joint R&D and also blue startup support. So here are some of the ideas. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Nori. Thank you also for your optimism and enthusiasm to keep supporting the sustainable blue economy, of course, from UN side and different partners. And I think all of us here needs to take into account the alarming impact of unsustainable blue economy. When Nori mentioned about the decline on the fish production in Indonesia, or maybe also other parts of the world, that leads to the unemployment, because then it will create social problem. Not only economic problem, social problem. So we know that this climate change, this global warming is not just an environmental issue. Ultimately, it will immediately impact the economic and social issues. So I think we are thankful what Pak Nori just shared with us. And now to Ms. Han, China is the second largest economy in the world right now, just below United States. And then we know that China has quite long, coastal line on the eastern part of your country. So my question, how can China develop the potential of blue economy as well as the lesson learned from China in the blue economy area? Ms. Han?
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is really my honor to be here as the only women panelist, but also I represent a very local NGO. Sometimes people always question like, is the NGO can work in China, like locally? It's a centralized governance system and even in the ocean air subject. But yeah, today I'm really happy that could have this opportunity to share some of my observation. Maybe it's just a personal perspective. Obviously, I'm not the best person to speak up for the general policies or industries for the overall blue economy in China. But hopefully can add a little bit supplementary views on the rest of the panelists. Yeah, back to the subject, like how is the blue economy does right now in China. If I remember the number correctly, last year in 2023, the general ocean economy output in the economic output, it reached 9.8 trillion Chinese currencies. And it takes account about 7.8% of the total country's GDP. And with the annual growth rate above 6%, which is even larger than the entire annual growth for the country's economy. So as you can see, these numbers shows that this sector definitely has a strong momentum. And this is quite a new trend for the overall country because what I see, China is generally speaking as a land-based civilization. So for the long time, marine or ocean related culture or the livelihoods are sort of marginalized, not really well mainstreamed, not like country like Indonesia is surrounded by the ocean and with a lot of islands. But for the region like where I come from, it's a tropical island, Hainan Island. So we can see quite significantly in the past 3 or 5 years, the local government really place more attention on the ocean, the blue economy, by setting up a proactive set of policies that really try to reshape the structure of the sectoral this economy. For example, they have like 5-year plan or 10-year plan for even ocean ranching, which is very specific measure to encourage how to sustainably use the marine resources. And they have specific industrial parks set up for the harbor to upgrade infrastructure, and also for like how to best develop the technology for the hydrogen production from the seawater, and how could increase the renewable energy used in the ship. So this kind of a set of industry-related high-tech technologies, applications, and the research and development, very well structured and organized through the whole system, from the state to the provincial and even to the local, very local government. But the challenge, what I see here is maybe because we have been used to such heavily rely on the government itself or government-oriented forces, somehow we ignore the bottom-up approach, which I see this is exactly what China can learn from the neighboring countries like Indonesia. Because when I worked for the international organization called Sustainable Fisheries Partnership, at the time we had a lot of Indonesian colleagues. And they are the one that really introduced me to the local, very local community-based management work, I was amazed by how individual fishermen and fish farmers can be well organized together and to come up with their own solutions or very micro level innovation. And this is exactly what, when I look back at China's case, we had a lot of engineering-oriented or engineering-style ecosystem restoration. But most of this work has been done by the outsiders, not from the local communities, which really make the question left for the long run is how this can be transformed to the local capacity as become more resilient community. So this is something I think for both the government, for the industry, and the community, there's still a long way to go, how to integrate all these different stakeholders in a more efficient way, especially considering that the culture itself, the coastal community culture, might be not fully understood or appreciated or better utilized to boost the blue economy. So I think that's also what the promising opportunity for organizations like us. And hopefully we can become the sort of like a bridge to connect both the Chinese practitioners as well as the international practitioners. So hopefully this is just a starting point for the future collaboration. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Han. By bringing up the issue of the locality, both the importance of local community and the needs of the attention from the local government, which is very crucial to promote sustainable blue economy in China. And then, of course, when you mention about the locals, I think the locals, both community and government, are the ones that know better what really happened on the field when it comes to the impact of the global warming, the impacts of rising sea level, and et cetera, et cetera. Sometimes central government, they are making good policy, but sometimes do not really touch the real issue on the field. So thank you for bringing up the importance of the localities. And next to Mr. Surya Narayan, I know that you are in the business of seaweed technology. So if I can combine the two themes of your activity. But my question would be, what are the potential that can be unlocked from blue economy globally? And hopefully you will touch the seaweed, since Indonesia is the second largest seaweed producer in the world. And since you are in the technology, what is the key tech development that can help unlock blue economy potential in the future? Please.
Thank you very much. For me, of all the potentials of the blue economy, I think the most exciting, and especially from an Indonesian perspective, is definitely the seaweed. I think today, in the context of climate change, there are two things that we are grappling with. One is that we already have too much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere than what we need. So we need to find a way to put a stop to that. And the main source of that carbon dioxide is fossil fuels. And secondly, even if we manage to get away from fossil fuels, we have to find a way to remove the carbon dioxide that is already there, because it's already causing damage. And I think seaweeds can do both. And I'd like to explain briefly what this potential is. Now, we all know that crude oil is the culprit. And there is a solution for crude oil, and that is called biofuel. And it's not new. Many people have been trying to do this. But if you run a simple calculation as to how much biofuel is produced from land-based agricultural biomass, because you take land-based agricultural biomass, it could be corn, it could be sugarcane, it could be palm, it could be anything. You can make biofuel out of it. But if you were to run a simple calculation as to how much land-based biomass we need to substitute all of the crude oil, we need more biomass than the entire world's agriculture put together. And someone just mentioned that we're about to go to 10 billion people. So, really speaking, under the current circumstance, there is no solution. We are stuck. But seaweed can actually be the next frontier of agriculture. Today, knowing what we know about seaweed, we can actually grow it in very large quantities. We don't think of seaweed like that. Today we think of seaweed as, oh, this is something that grows by coastal communities and it can make gelling agents for food. But seaweed is a plant and it can be cultivated on the vast ocean spaces, and it is every bit possible to make enough seaweed that you can replace all of the world's crude oil with biofuel made from seaweed if you put your mind to it. It is entirely possible. Now, I talked about the next frontier. Like, okay, supposing we did replace all of that, what about all the carbon dioxide that is still there in the atmosphere? How do we remove that? Well, seaweeds are also like forests. You know, when they grow on the ocean, they're like plants. They capture carbon dioxide. And the beauty of a species of seaweed that is cultivated in Indonesia, it's heavier than water. It is not like the seaweed that floats around in the Caribbean. It is actually heavier than water. If you grow it and let it go, it will just sink right to the bottom of the ocean and gets sequestered there. So seaweeds have the potential not only to stop putting additional carbon dioxide, but also remove what is there. I mean, it's really, there has been no opportunity like this for the entire humanity, to the ability to take our oceans and do something with it. So that begs the question, what needs to happen to go from where we are right now to this utopian world where we can actually change everything and be completely sustainable? Well, you know, if you think of seaweed like agriculture, there has been no research and development in this field of agriculture, this ocean agriculture, like that has been on land. If you look at land agriculture hundreds of years ago, it was very manual, exactly the way seaweed cultivation is right now. Productivity was very low, prices were high, but with the invention of tractors and much more agricultural science and better crops, the fewer number of people have been able to feed the entire world. And the exact same thing is possible with seaweeds. You can mechanize, you can bring down. There is a big advantage with seaweeds is that unlike land-based agriculture, there is no cost for fertilizer, there is no cost for irrigation water. If you improve labor productivity, you can bring down the prices. You can bring down the prices enough that you can make crude oil cost effectively. That is the true potential, and we need a lot of development, mechanized ocean farming, biology, and all of that. Then, nobody's heard of seaweed before. And say, what? No, I know how to make biofuel from sugarcane. I know how to make biofuel from palm oil. I know how to make biofuel from corn. But how do you make biofuel from seaweed? Nobody has heard of it. But it's entirely possible. It's just biomass. And therefore, we need to actually complete the research and development to scale up these kinds of technologies. And so that's really important to focus on downstream processing. And therefore, if we do both of this, it is entirely possible that we can dream of a truly sustainable world without compromising our current lifestyle. And I really am passionately a believer in this aspect of the blue economy. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Thank you, Shri, for so-called promoting very much seaweed. So we know that in our ocean, it's not only fish, but also seaweed as a big potential, at least for, not only for economic development, but also for decarbonization. So I think we have listened to all 5 presenters, very distinguished speakers. Since we have very much time limited, so let me give 1 minute each for each speaker, just to give final thought, maybe also reacting to some of the comments that raised by other panelists. Starting with you, Paul.
Great, thank you. Really some great insights and information from everybody here, and I think this is the value of these kind of events. And so my real key thought was, putting together the the kinds of things we've heard here, the value of these kind of gatherings, and really the value and importance of Indonesian leadership, and with the archipelagic and island states, as mentioned, the common issues that are affecting these kind of situations and the countries, and how we can more focus then on solutions. The entrepreneurship is so great, but linking also, that I have to bring in from our point of view, from the World Ocean Council, the importance of getting the industries, the ocean industries, and the investors to be a part of that, as has happened here, and and will happen more. And so really, for me, the take-home message is work with the leadership where it's happening and help accentuate and build on that, which we'd love to do and offering to do here with Indonesia, and bring this variety of perspectives and opportunities and human potential together.
Okay. Pak Firman.
Yeah. Okay, but I will be very short. So Indonesia has big visions. In 2025, we want to be a high-income country, and as calculated by your team in Bappenas, we need to grow by at least 6 to 7%, right, Pak? So as I said before, the potential is on the oceans. But at the same time, we also face the challenge of the climate crisis. And as discussed by all the panelists, I think, again, the potential is also in the oceans. So I think I believe that Indonesia and the world need to focus on the blue economy, and we need to unlock all the potential, but at the same time, we also tackle the climate crisis.
Thank you. Nori?
Well, this was a great panel. I learned a lot. I might make a very silly comparison, but it just reminds me of how Steve Jobs pulled together the existing technology to invent iPhone, and how convenient it was, but every piece inside existed. So a lot is still unknown, as the last speaker also mentioned. However, a lot is already known, and the fact that we are all gathered here together, listening to each other and connecting the dots, perhaps we can do much more than we thought. And certainly, I have some ideas as to what to follow up on the seaweed, for instance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Han?
I really truly believe that blue economy is the best opportunity for us to reshape the way how we do things together more efficiently and mutually beneficial. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sri?
No, I would really like to deeply appreciate Indonesia for the leadership that it has taken in the seaweed industry, the rules, the regulation, and the support that the government has happened. I mean, just this whole international forum is a commitment to that. It is definitely a frontier area, and it requires a lot of support and funding, which I don't know if the government of Indonesia alone can do it. This is a global problem, and I think it's been under-focused. We need to bring in far more resources here, and I certainly hope that this triggers some thought. We need to focus on this, because this is the one key that can save humanity. I mean, there is no getting away from it. So let's do it.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think this panel already enlightened us, not only about blue economy, but also coming up with the concrete steps of the blue economy itself and how to make it sustainable and, of course, benefiting our future. So thank you very much for all panelists. And by this, I like to close this panel. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Once again, thank you, moderator, also panelists. I'd like to invite for all the speakers to please take a position on stage for a photo session as we wrap up our third panel discussion on the second day of ISF 2024. And to the documentation team, we invite you to please position yourself as well, and also prepare to take a picture of our speakers and panelists and alongside our moderator for our third panel discussion today. Three, 2, 1. Okay, we have another photographer ready. 3, 2, 1. All right, everyone, please give another round of applause. Thank you, moderator and panelists, and you may now return to your seats. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have just together joined in a discussion on sustainable development and blue economies. And of course, we will continue today's discussion and of course, other insightful keynote speeches and the second day of ISF 2024. And once again, if we have joined in, and for those of you who have just joined regarding the blue economy, we have a wonderful and also insightful discussion among the panelists and also our moderator. And we believe that the blue economy together represents a sustainable approach, especially to ensure and of course to promote economic growth. And also remember to emphasize the responsible use of ocean and marine resources, and of course focusing on balancing economic development along with environmental stewardship to ensure long-term health and productivity of the ocean's ecosystem. And we, of course, have to remember that we are part of nature. We have the responsibility to guard what we have, our resources, not only for our generations, but our future generations to come. And key sectors such as fisheries, tourism, renewable energy, and maritime transport are central to this model, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, by adopting blue economy, countries in line can also promote innovation, job creation, and also economic resilience while addressing critical issues. So of course, growth and also sustainability can work hand in hand, and we do not have to choose either one or the other, but both of them simultaneously. And of course, we have to act now. Once again, we have to be able to collaborate. Therefore, today at the ISF 2024 is collaboration and also the key for a sustainable future, for a cleaner and also greener future as well. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that from the outcome of today's event, we can together brainstorm ways to tackle the challenges and, of course, create and also turn these challenges around to become opportunities for us to be able to grab. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue today's session. We will now have the announcement of the Kadin Indonesia Chamber of Commerce and Industries' interest in collaborating with Konservasi Indonesia on the Blue Halo S program to promote sustainable blue economy development in Indonesia. Can I have a big round of applause, first of all, ladies and gentlemen? Therefore, for this announcement, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite onto the stage Mr. Firman Hidayat, Deputi Bidang Koordinasi Sumber Daya Maritim, Ms. Meizani Irmadiani, Senior Vice President and Executive Chair Konservasi Indonesia, Mr. Yuki Nugrahawan Hanafi, Wakil Ketua Umum Koordinator Bidang Organisasi Hukum dan Komunikasi Kadin Indonesia, and also Mr. Joseph Pangalila, Wakil Ketua Umum Koordinator Bidang Kelautan dan Perikanan Kadin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to begin this announcement, we would like to invite Mr. Firman Hidayat to please give a short remark.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. So coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investments, would like to congratulate the signing of the letter of intent between Kadin and Konservasi Indonesia to support the Blue Halo S project. So this letter of intent shows the private support and commitment to creating sustainable blue economy. Thank you.
And next, we invite Ms. Meizani Irmadiani to also give her short remarks.
Thank you. The Blue Halo S project is a collaboration between the government of Indonesia, coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs, the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, as well as Konservasi Indonesia, supported. We are happy to be here to announce the LOI. This program will start in 2025 for 6 years, and it will blue economy projects for marine conservation. For marine conservation and fisheries management, encompassing the western part of the Indian Ocean from Aceh, North Sumatra, West Sumatra, Bengkulu, Lampung, and Banten. And this, as Pa Firman mentioned, will be a critical milestone and a collaboration between the civil society, private sector that supports the initiative from the government of Indonesia. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next, we also invite to give short remarks, Mr. Yuki Nugrahawan Hanafi.
Thank you. The letter of intent highlight Kadin Indonesia strong commitment to actively supporting the Blue Halo as project and initiative that align with our broader vision for sustainable development. As part of this commitment, we have productively submitted 20 comprehensive businesses proposal from our members located in the WPP 572 areas, showcasing the innovative potential with the region. Furthermore, this letter of intent serves as a testament to Kadin Indonesia ongoing dedication to fostering and expanding businesses that are rooted in the principle of the blue economy, driving both economic growth and environmental stewardship in Indonesia.
Thank you very much for your remarks. And now to unveil the announcement, we invite each and every one of you on stage to please prepare to unveil together the announcement of Kadin Indonesia's interest in collaborating with Konservasi Indonesia. And I will help to count down. Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, in 3, 2, 1. Please give a round of applause of the announcement of the Kadin Indonesia's Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry's interest in collaborating with Konservasi Indonesia on the Blue Halo S program to promote sustainable blue economy development Indonesia. And we invite you to please stay on stage for a photo session. To please prepare yourself, take a position on stage, and to the documentation team, I will help to count down once again. In 3, 2, 1. All right, we can take another picture, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, please do prepare yourself. Lucinta, could please also come on stage to join in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, documentation team. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Once again, you can take another picture. 3, 2, 1. Once again, give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and once again, congratulations on the announcement. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with another signing of an MOU, our Memorandum of Understanding, and this time we will together witness the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia and the Indonesia Global Compact Network on collaborations to support the development of the International Tropical Seaweed Research Center. Therefore, we'd like to invite onto the stage Mr. Muhammad Firman Hidayat, Deputy Bidang Koordinasi Sumber Daya Maritim. And from IGCN, we'd like to also invite onto the stage Mr. Andi Rahim, Sekjen IGCN, Mr. Junardi, President IGCN, Ms. Josephine Sationo, Executive Director, and Mr. Paul Pullman, former Vice Chair, UN Global Compact. And now to begin the session, we'd like to invite to give a remarks to Mr. Muhammad Firman Hidayat to please give a remarks ahead of this signing session.
Again, good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, we express our gratitude for the successful signing of the MOU between the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and IGCN. This collaboration marks a strategic milestone in accelerating the development of International Tropical Seaweed Research Center as Indonesia's Center of Excellence for Tropical Seaweed. As we know, Indonesia is the second largest producer in the world, and for the tropical seaweed, we are actually the #1 producer in the world. So Indonesia should be the leading sectors if you want to talk about the development of research for this tropical seaweed. So we would like also to extend our sincere thanks to Mr. Joseph Dharmabrata, Chair of the IGCN Board of Supervisors, Mr. Yaya Junardi, IGCN President, and Mr. Paul Polman, former Vice Chair of the UN Global Compact. The UN Global Compact is a network of various experts, practitioners, and entrepreneurs who are focused on poverty reduction, sustainability, and social justice issues. With the support of this extensive global network, this collaboration will unlock the vast potential of Indonesian seaweed, which boasts the largest variety of tropical seaweed in the world. We will continue to work together to promote the growth of Indonesia seaweed as a future leading commodity. This involves engaging more experts, national and international research institutions, and fostering partnerships with the private sectors and industry, ensuring the collaboration is fully integrated from upstream to downstream. Thank you and good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, Bapak Muhammad Firman Hidayat. And next we'd like to also invite to give short remarks to Ibu Josephine Sationo.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is really a great honor for me to be here at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. Today's signing of the MOU between the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment and the Indonesia Global Compact Network for the establishment of the International Tropical Seaweed Research Center, marking an important milestone in our journey towards a more sustainable future. I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Bapak Firman, whose dedication and vision have been instrumental in bringing this initiative together. I also extend my sincerest thanks to the board of the Indonesia Global Compact, Pak Joseph, the chair, Pak Junardi, the president, and the Secretary General, and also UNRC, Ibu Gita, who cannot be here today, and also Mr. Paul Polman, apparently is also not be able to today, for their unwavering support towards the successful implementation of this initiative. By establishing the International Tropical Seaweed Research Center, we aim to advance cutting-edge research, promote sustainable practices, and create innovative products that benefit both society and the environment. This collaboration is an opportunity to bring together the government, the private sector, the academia, and the relevant stakeholders together in ensuring that our efforts are comprehensive and integrate with the 10 principles of the UN Global Compact and the achievement of the 2030 Agenda. We are committed to integrating this initiative with the Global Seaweed Coalition, hosted by the UN Global Compact Ocean Stewardship Coalition, by connecting local stakeholders with approximately 20,000 UN Global Compact Coalition members worldwide, and accessing a scientific committee that brings together 20 of the best experts in seaweeds to provide advice and recommendation. As we move forward, I am confident that this collaboration will lead to a meaningful progress in the tropical seaweed sector, furthering our shared mission for a sustainable and prosperous future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Josephine, for the speech. And now I'd like to invite Bapak Firman and also Ibu Josephine to please approach the table to prepare to sign the documents. And now, we would like to invite and also allow Bapak Muhammad Firman Hidayat and also Ibu Josephine Sationo to sign the MOU documents witnessed by Bapak Joseph Dharma Brata and also Bapak Junardi. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause as the MOU between the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia and the Indonesia Global Compact Network has been signed. Dan kami persilakan teman-teman dokumentasi untuk mengambil foto terlebih dahulu untuk tetap dengan dokumen. 3, 2, 1. Dan berikutnya, Bapak dan Ibu, we'd like to invite for another photo session. Kami mohon Bapak Firman dan juga Ibu Josephine bisa berjabat tangan untuk berfoto. Untuk berjabat tangan sebagai tanda kolaborasi dan juga kerjasama. Bisa melihat ke arah kamera. Teman-teman dokumentasi bisa bersiap. Now we'll help count down. 3, 2, 1. Dan sekali lagi kita bisa foto bersama untuk for our third and final shot. Sekali lagi buat kita foto bersama, bisa tersenyum. Semua, 3, 2, 1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause. And once again, congratulations on the signing of the collaboration. And you may now return to your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia International Sustainability Forum once again has become a platform for the exchange of ideas and where collaborations can be made. And we hope that from these collaborations, we can together envision and also enliven a greener and cleaner and of course a brighter future for each and every one of us. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to request each and every one of you to once again take a seat, for we will continue our ISF 2024 agenda. Next, we will have a presentation on green transition and transportation by Vector. Without further ado, we'd like to invite Mr. Anindya Bakri, Indonesian entrepreneur in the fields of technology, media, communications, and electric vehicles to deliver the presentation. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Anindya Bakri.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, nama budaya, salam kebajikan. Bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu sekalian, I was told to speak in Bahasa. Actually, I was told to speak in English. So I'll do that, and probably I will mix with some Bahasa so we can probably make it a little bit more fun and relaxed, at least for me. First of all, good afternoon, everybody. This is Friday. Most people believe this is a good day. And, all of you probably just came back from a nice lunch. So hopefully you can stay up and excited, at least for the next 10 minutes or so. Let me share with you a little bit of our story. So today we're going to be talking about how Indonesia can power its growth through green transition in transportation. So I would like to highlight how important transportation is to all the sustainability initiative that we're doing. And we are coming from private background, from a group called Bagri Group. It is an 82-year-old startup. I like to say startup because we're trying to reinvent ourselves. And we want to start with transportation as a place for our initiative. Right? So first, I want to try to skip a couple of things so we can go straight to the things that probably is interesting to you too. Asia Pacific is not just a place where decarbonization of transportation can happen, but it is a place where things can move the needles. You can actually scale in a place like Asia Pacific. In addition to that, the numbers over here make it clear that by 2030, Asia Pacific, the place that we're talking about, the place where we are in, needs to cut around 23 gigatons of CO2 to make sure that our world, the Earth, stay within 1.5 degrees Celsius limit. It is certainly a bold target, but it's a target we cannot miss. We have only one Earth that we live on. Now, finally, I want to say that transportation is a major contributor, and road vehicles responsible for about 75% of transport emissions globally. So a lot of people say, why do you start with transportation? It makes a lot of sense. And later on, we will share with you why do we start with public transportations, starting with buses. Now, we all know, and yesterday the president mentioned this, Pak Luhut mentioned this, that we are really blessed with significant size as a country, strategic location, and abundant natural resources. I just want to remind all of us that Indonesia is a place where 17,500 islands come together. It has coastline of 108,000 kilometers. That's very, very long. Right? And its population is 278 million. So a lot of people can talk about decarbonization, but when we talk about not only global scale, but Earth scale, then size really matters, and Indonesia has the size. And the critical resources that we have, I call it the resources below the ground, is tremendous. You know, we are the world's biggest nickel, and high up there in tin, bauxite, and copper. That's below the ground. Above the ground, we have all technology, proven renewable energies that can be deployed in Indonesia at an affordable level nowadays. I remember somebody spoke about this. You can talk about solar, hydro, wind, geothermal, and everything. So we're lucky. While we are blessed with biodiversity, the stuff we have under the ground, the things we have above the ground really enable us to be the leader in this decarbonization. I like to say we are probably the Mecca of decarbonization, just to show the significance. Now, all of this is really nice and good, but we need to also empower a lot of people in Indonesia, which is a growing economy. We're proud we are top 20 countries in the world. That's why we're in G20. We're probably now number 14 with $1.5 trillion GDP size. But if you do a quick math, that's about maybe less than $5,000 per capita. $5,000 per capita, right? So we also need to grow and increase our welfare in an equitable way, and that's a must, because we cannot leave anybody behind. So while on the one hand, electrification is just one way to do it, but if it can help to pave the way to go from $5,000 per capita to be, in 2045, Indonesia amassed the golden Indonesia, 23,600, is an option that we have to pursue. And that's why I really believe strongly that Indonesia can actually be not only net zero, but probably lower than that. We can export a lot of the possibilities to help others to also get to the net zero status. Now, We spoke about this. Electrification is a key. It has 1.6 trillion investment opportunity. But then again, the investment is one thing. It's very important for Indonesia to get to the large income status. But not only investment, but investments that have a lot of value additions to the country. So you process those investments so that we can export value-added products. Right? It's one thing to be exporting raw materials, but it's another thing to export finished goods. So now, let me talk about buses. Buses look normal. You know, we see that every day. Some of us use buses, but exactly the point, because we see a lot of them, and it's something customary. Everybody sees that. It's normal. But you can imagine, if all the buses in Jakarta are electrified, do you know these 10,000 buses will be the most, in terms of number, buses probably in the world to go electrified. So in the morning, if you feel like, oh, so many sulfur up in the air, I don't see blue sky, you know, especially in the Jakarta traffic, among others, the buses. So that's why we aim to focus on this, not only because of the big numbers that can generate a lot of industrialization. That means we will also not only provide buses, but we want to produce buses, and we are starting a factory almost done in Magelang. But also, I think this is a way for us to get to where we are. Now, everybody knows equitably for buses, yes, everybody can hop into a bus, hop out anytime. But it's healthy. Do you know that there are this number, I believe 10 trillion rupiah of respiratory disease, BPJS, the National Health Services, that we incur as a country, 10 trillion rupiah. And this is on top of the fuel subsidy. I believe it's about $7 billion. And on top of probably some of the expenses operationally from running internal combustion engine. Zero emission is something you already know, right? That's the aim. And also resilient, right? If we don't have to be dependent on any other fuel, and we can generate it ourselves in the future, I think that will be, quite a wonderful thing for us. Now, we start from a lower base. As an entrepreneur, that's a good thing, right? So all of us can participate. We still have low numbers of buses, trucks, motorcycles, four-wheelers. Let me just give you one idea. These buses that we talk about, very important. Big buses, big battery. If you don't use the battery, then you have big CO2. Now, we have 200,000 in Indonesia. But when we talk about trucks, we have 5 million trucks in Indonesia. So however you see it, commercial vehicles is something that can, again, be very impactful in this net zero initiative that we have. And of course, the ones that we know, the two-wheeler and four-wheelers. Right. Now, these are just some examples what a private player can do, starting from zero. We started from nothing 6 years ago. We said, look, we want to be involved in this decarbonization. Let's focus on electrification. There are many ways to do it, right? Renewable energy, protecting the biodiversity. But let's just start with electrification, even more focus on public transportation, and also later on truck. But these are some of the numbers that we achieve. And we're very proud of it, with zero major breakdown. So ladies and gentlemen, this is not saying that we're good. This is saying that anybody can be involved in the whole net zero initiative. Now, Factor, the name of the company, which coming from vector, the physics term. That's direction and power combined. But Indonesia really is a place for opportunity. We're happy to be able to create a green company, creating green jobs. Out of the 40 years experience that we have in auto parts business. So I urge all of you to be involved in thinking which parts of the supply chain do you want to be. Don't try to do everything, it's difficult. But for us, we are a group, as we mentioned, about 82-year-old in terms of the history. We always focus on industrialization, in terms of digitalization with media and technology, and also energy. And we thought the convergence of all of that is in electrification. So that's our story. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Congratulations, Indonesia's International Sustainability Forum. Keep up the good work, and I think we can make this the Davos of sustainability. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you once again for the presentation, Mr. Anindya Bakri. Please give a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, in today's two-day forum on our second day of ISF, or Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024, conversations are being made, collaborations are being made as well. And especially as Mr. Anindya Bakri has given us the question of which part of the supply chain that we want to be, especially in creating a green ecosystem, which can benefit not only our businesses, not only our generations, but also the world and also the future generations to come. Because now is the time to think about transition. And there is no tomorrow. It is very urgent because we have to be together in a collective effort to solve the climate crisis and also to think about the sustainability, the future of our planet, and also the future of our generations and also the generation to come. And of course, once again, the key is collaboration, as mentioned by our president during the opening ceremony of ISF 2024, where President Joko Widodo has emphasized that collaboration is needed between developed and also developing nations, and we have to be able to do this without losing sight of humanity. And of course, it is also mentioned by the minister on the importance of bringing the narrative home here to Indonesia, where we hope that, as mentioned by Mr. Anindya Bakri as well, it can be the Davos of Indonesia, where ISF 2024 can, of course, bring new thoughts and also innovations, and of course, bringing sustainability to life from today, and we can start from ourselves. And ISF 2024, ladies and gentlemen, is a two-day forum. And if we look back on our first day, we had 5 plenary discussion sessions and also 6 thematic discussion sessions and also 3 high-level dialogues. And today, we still have more keynote speeches and also more panel discussions to come. And in just a moment, we will have a keynote speech, ladies and gentlemen, which will be presented by our Minister of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia. Therefore, we request each and every one of you to please, once again, kindly take a seat as we will soon continue our discussion and also thought-provoking sessions on ISF 2024. And we hope as well that each and every one of us here realize the important role that each and every one of us has in contributing and also ensuring the path of sustainability. We each have to take our roles, we have to be able to take our part, and also to fill in how can I be able to contribute to the sustainability and also the efforts to create a green and cleaner ecosystem and also environment for each and every one of us. And of course, we have to remember that cooperation with nature and not exploitation of nature. And this, we believe, can work hand in hand in a great big effort of collective effort, the willingness to create a green and sustainable ecosystem for us all. And ladies and gentlemen, we hope to see you once again, each and every one of you. Welcome. For those of you who have just entered the plenary hall, and request you to please kindly take a seat, and we invite for you to fill in the front rows first, because, ladies and gentlemen, we will soon continue our agenda for the ISF 2024 forum of the second day this afternoon. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our afternoon session, and we would like to invite each and every one of you to please join me in welcoming His Excellency, who will be arriving in our plenary hall to attend ISF 2024, to also give a keynote speech in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency, Mr. Nadiem Makarim, the Minister of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia, who has just arrived at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite onto the stage to deliver his keynote speech, His Excellency, Mr. Nadiem Makarim, the Minister of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia. Once again, please give a round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. I'm very happy to be here today at this momentous event in which we hope will become a center for a global discussion around sustainability in the next following years. And I'm here to talk to you very briefly about some of the things that we are doing in Indonesia's human capital sector, and how to prepare for all the challenges in the challenges moving forward with respect to the climate crisis and with respect to sustainability in general. So I'm very honored to get to speak here in front of ministry officials, organizations, business leaders, philanthropists, and all the guests that are here today. So what have we done in the education space? At this stage, we see climate change, first and foremost, as a crisis that is already occurring. And sometimes, people who are in the know, in the sustainability space, sometimes we wonder, and initially, I must admit, I had some doubts myself about whether the people in the regions, and I travel to the regions all the time to meet teachers, educators, students, and a variety of stakeholders in the regions. And I always ask them, because I'm worried sometimes and quite concerned that they probably do not have a grasp of what is happening in the climate crisis. But I was very, very surprised to find out that in the rural areas, whenever I asked this question, they would kind of laugh at me. And they would say, Bapa, we've been living with this for a decade. They know and feel more the effects of the climate crisis, I would say much more so than people in the urban centers. And when I ask them why is this not a surprise or a new issue for you? And they say, we experience it everywhere in the schools where parents, many of their parents are agriculture workers who, because of either too much rain or not enough rain, are realizing that the soil is no longer providing for them. They realize it when their parents of the students are fishermen and they go off to catch their fish and they realize there's no more fish and they have to go further and further out because all the coral reefs are also disappearing. So this issue, we need to be far more proactive and also ensure that the educational systems of Indonesia gear towards this massive mitigation, adaptation that is required to deal with this issue. So what are some of the things we've done? Let's start with the curriculum. Indonesia has just launched a new curriculum for K through 12 called Kurikulum Merdeka, or Emancipated Learning. And one of the most radical changes that we've done in the curriculum is to take about 20% of class time and turn it into project-based learning. Project Profil Pelajar Pancasila is what we've called it. And one of the biggest themes in these projects that is available to choose, like a menu by the teachers and the students, is on the issue of climate change. So we do not believe simply in teaching kids what climate change is. We believe in the activism that is required of our youth so that they recognize that this is a crisis that more than my generation, they will own this crisis far more. And they will feel the negative effects of it than any of us in this room. So they need to have that sense of accountability and ownership. So these project-based learnings are occurring in all 300,000 of our schools as a choice of each grade with which to do it. And these projects are available from elementary to high school. The second, I think, most important component is how in the new curriculum, we have transformed or focused much of the science learning on the climate crisis, on issues, both social, economic, and very pragmatic preparations about what to expect in this climate crisis. So we've actually incorporated a lot of climate science within the science curriculum in the recently released emancipated curriculum. Over 80% of our schools are now using this curriculum, and we hope it will go a long way in actually pushing this consciousness and activism in our youth. And in higher education, I'm very, very happy to let you know that the largest ever research partnership we've done with a foreign university, which is NTU in Singapore, is a $60 million research funded specifically focused on sustainability. It is called Inspirasi, and it involves some of our top universities, and this will be a multi-year process, and we hope to further put in resources to it. And this will also, within academia and industry, create ripples of what are the pragmatic things that we can do in both mitigation and adaptation. And that is the one thing that is absolutely important. We believe that a balance between these two issues, between these two approaches or two sectors of how we handle this climate crisis are equally important. It cannot be all about mitigation. It cannot be all about adaptation. It must be both. We have one of the world's largest endowment programs in education scholarships. And the focus of many of the undergraduate and master degree scholarships are in STEM, and specifically the focus within STEM is within the green economy. So we are heavily biasing our scholarship program towards the sectors that we believe to be the new sectors of the economy to encourage the innovation that is required with which to create a far more sustainable economy in the future. So outside of this, we've also created a new program, so it's not only exclusively for full degree for undergraduates and masters, but also for non-degree. We have created a program called ISMA, where we have allowed many more undergraduates to do semesters abroad in top universities around the world, and many of these programs are really focused on the green economy and in sustainability in general. We have a high school preparation program to get into the best universities, both in Europe, in the US, in Australia, and so on. And the application process is also skewed towards fields and majors that promote sustainability and the green economy. So we've made a significant pivot, a real significant pivot in preparing skills, the human capital required, and also the activism and consciousness required in lower education to get the youth interested and to get them to be curious about what is happening in their environment. Amidst the dramatic surge in the rate of climate change, it's so necessary for us to put attention to all of these intergenerational approaches to ensure true sustainability, because at the end of the day, like I said before, the brunt of this problem will be felt by the next generation. And for anyone here that has children, that is, the moral burden falls upon us to act now instead of later. Thank you so much. I'd like to extend my appreciation to the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment and the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce, Kadin, for organizing this incredible sustainability forum. I thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Mas Menteri, Mr. Nadiem Makarim. Once again, give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, we will continue our discussion to our fourth panel session of the day, or our ninth panel session at the ISF 2024. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we will be focusing on an issue that is very urgent for us to be able to put our focus on. And this time, it is harnessing human capital and technology for sustainable transition. And our moderator for this session is Neil Seville, Senior Advisor at the Tony Blair Institute, Indonesia. Neil Seville is a Senior Advisor with Tony Blair Institute in Jakarta, focused on driving inclusive growth and development in Indonesia. With over 15 years of experience, Neil brings a rare combination of technical expertise in data and algorithms, along with deep insights into growth strategies for countries and regions. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for our moderator, Neil Seville.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me as your moderator. The more observant among you will have noticed that I am not Shuaila. She was on the program, unfortunately had an emergency and so was not able to attend. However, we do have an amazing panel full of insight for your enjoyment and understanding this afternoon. To set the scene a little bit, human capital, technology, two of the most important elements for Indonesia to deliver and jumpstart the just energy transition. With 200 million young minds in Indonesia, home to some of the most thriving tech talent in the region and the world, Indonesia's just energy transition can benefit enormously from these two key drivers. Furthermore, as we've seen from the ISF video yesterday morning, Indonesia has a massive amount of potential when it comes to renewable energy. For solar alone, the potential being estimated about 3,286 gigawatts, an amazing amount. But is enough being done to encourage a climate of innovation? What are the latest technological innovations related to the just energy transition? So without further ado, let's get into the discussion. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And yes, gentlemen, you may now begin with the panel discussion. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause as we begin our discussion for this session.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to a great panel discussion. I'd like to start by asking Bob, maybe you can give a quick introduction to yourself, and then just give us a little bit of oversight onto some of the key tech innovations related to the energy transition.
Sure. Is this on? Okay, so thank you very much, Neil. I'm Bob Armstrong. I'm a professor of chemical engineering at MIT. helped to found the Energy Initiative at MIT, a cross-campus initiative looking to address the great energy challenges of the world. And pleasure to be with you today. So I'm going to start on the question about some recent technologies that have been developed that are, I think, have the potential to have a great impact on our energy system. And I'm going to pick a couple of different areas, if I can get through these in a couple of minutes. First is in the electricity sector. And as many of you probably know, core strategy in addressing or mitigating emissions is in the energy sector, decarbonizing the electricity sector, and then electrifying as much of the rest of the economy as we can. So in decarbonizing electricity, where we've begun, solar and wind are the linchpins in reducing emissions. Solar and wind are great for emissions reduction. They have the one disadvantage of intermittency. And so that requires, since always in the electricity sector you have to match demand and supply, it means that we have to have storage in the system. Adding storage is an increasingly interesting problem as we go from small amounts of intermittent generation, small amounts of solar and wind, to large amounts where the system can't easily adapt to changes in the amount of renewables being generated. For short duration storage, less than a day, lithium-ion batteries seem to be filling the bill well. But as we get to more and more penetration, we need to deal with long duration storage. So days, even longer, multiple days of storage are needed. Among the interesting advances there for long duration storage are technologies that offer, very importantly, very cheap cost of energy, as opposed to the cost of the power associated with the storage technology. In the batteries area, the advent of some interesting metal air battery technologies, zinc air, iron air technologies are showing great promise there. An interesting iron air battery technology has been spun out of Stanford and MIT as Form Energy, and they're in the process of doing development and demonstration of that technology. A second very interesting technology is thermal technology, where you take advantage of being able to heat up very cheap materials, in this case carbon blocks, by using excess electricity to heat up liquid tin to about 2,400 degrees centigrade. So it's a pretty hot system. Use that liquid tin to heat up carbon blocks, and then when you want electricity back, you take the radiant energy from the tubes, carbon tubes that are transporting the molten tin, and convert that into electricity by using thermophotovoltaics. Much more efficient than going through a thermal power cycle where you make steam and use that to drive a generator. So another very interesting technology for doing long duration storage. A complementary challenge in the energy sector is how do we remove carbon dioxide from the system? And I think that recognizes the fact that we can't deploy solar and wind and storage fast enough to get us to our climate goals. We need to remove CO2 from systems that we have already in place and also remove CO2 from the atmosphere. There, what's important is to develop new technologies that offer cheaper ways to do carbon dioxide removal. A very interesting suite of technologies that have been worked on over the last couple of years are electrochemical technologies. Very interesting example being electro-swing CO2 adsorption, where you use a structure that looks very much like a battery, a set of electrodes, And depending on the voltage you apply across the electrodes, you can either have CO2 adsorbed or desorbed as you change the voltage. What that allows you to do is run, in the chemical industry, what we would call a swing cycle, where you have two parallel trains. One is adsorbing, the other is desorbing. And then when you've saturated in the adsorption train, you switch voltage and you desorb on that one and start adsorbing from the other train. So it's a steady state process, but offers the advantage of a very cheap desorption process. So again, part of the puzzle. There are lots more technologies we could get into if we had a couple of hours here, but I got a couple of minutes. So I just wanted to give you a teaser of some of the exciting pieces of work going on at MIT and other research places around the world.
Thank you, Neil. Yeah, so good to be attending this forum. I think it's very, very important. I want to reveal how technologies and human capital being used particularly during the past 10 years to clean up our air and water. The enormous growth over the past 40 years have benefited China and its people, but in the meantime also exposed hundreds of millions to health hazards due to the enormous pollution discharge. And we copy laws and regulations from the West, but the enforcement remained to be weak. And as a result of the low cost of violations, those who cut corners often become more competitive in the market. So to try to help solve that problem, we decided that we need to create a whole data platform to compile all this monitoring data. So we need to tap into all the IT technologies. And I still remember that was 18 years ago. And the massive development in China have created the human capital that is necessary to make that happen. At that time, every year, the number of college graduates at that year was 4 million. Of course, during the process this year, that number will be nearly tripled. So all this, I still remember 3 of us, along with half a dozen college students, we started compiling all the monitoring records, and at the beginning, not that much available. But through years of advocacy and assessment, we see a vast progress made in China's monitoring and disclosure, and which our monitoring records and violation records grow from 2,000 the first year to 3 million at this moment. And all this, 10 years ago, China tapped into the online monitoring technology to become the first in the world to require major air polluters to report to the public of their automatic monitoring every hour to the public. And tap into the data, of course, the mobile technology, we developed the Blue Map app, and through visualization, help our users to easily identify which companies are not in compliance in the neighborhood. And tens of thousands of this micro-reporting being filed against the polluting factories. And for the first time, the major iron, steel, cement, and coal power companies openly address their violations. Of course, such a dynamic and granular data have become a unique resource to enable green supply chain management. Major, China's factory of the world, but those waste used to be dumped in our backyards. But those major big companies decided to incorporate the use of our data into their sourcing standards, and they have motivated tens of thousands of suppliers to openly address their problems. And more recently, we helped the major banks to check the performance of 3 million corporations which want to borrow money from them as part of the environmental due diligence. All this have contributed to China's clean air and clean water action plans during the past 10 years. An enormous pollution reduction have been achieved. As a result, Beijing's PM 2.5, the fine particles concentration, dropped from nearly 90 micrograms to 32 last year. And across the major regions in China, it's cut by 50% or more. And water quality is also being improved. Of course, today, if we want to further improve that, I think it must be combined with the climate mitigation. So I'm so happy to see your education minister focus so much on the climate education, and we hope to see that in China. I'll talk about how we further tap into that human capital to tackle the climate challenge later on. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Majun. If I can turn to Spencer, of course, I think everyone in this room and possibly the world will be aware of Google. But when it comes to sustainable transition, could you say a little bit about what Google's done around technology innovation and also human capital?
Sure. Pertama-tama saya merasa sangat terhormat bisa hadir dalam diskusi panel hari ini. Terima kasih. As hopefully Google translated that right. So as a technology company, Google is constantly looking at innovations when it comes to sustainability, and we take a two-pillar approach to it. Firstly, our products, and then our operations. I'd just like to peel that a bit. So for our products, our goal there is to empower people with information so that they can help mitigate and adapt to climate change. And of course, we focus on areas where we can make a unique contribution, like the energy sector as well as the transportation, where we have some unique capabilities. So what does this mitigation and then adaptation look like? For the mitigation part, we have a major goal that we call the 1 gigaton aspiration. This is the aspiration to help individuals, cities, and other partners to reduce 1 gigaton of carbon equivalent emissions every year by 2030. And that's actually roughly equivalent to the annual emissions of Japan. So it's quite a lot. So, but how do we do that? Firstly, we have provided over the last 2 years, every year, more than a billion users information that they're looking for to make sustainable choices. So that requires a lot of innovation in terms of how we design our search products, in terms of training, working with the queries, and designing features like featuring more information when people are searching for EVs, for example. So this is one area of information, of innovation in terms of providing that information. Another example is eco-friendly routing, in terms of when you use Google Maps. Normally you want to get someplace and it gives you the fastest route. But perhaps if you took an extra 4 minutes, you could save a lot of carbon because you're taking a shorter route, or the traffic patterns are better, or you're not going through up and down hills. And now our algorithms are able to calculate that in order to help reduce. And collectively, since it was launched in 2021, this feature has saved about almost 3 million tons of carbon dioxide. That's about 650,000 fuel cars per year. And importantly, we also have the Environmental Insights Explorer, and that's available for 17,000 cities across Asia Pacific. And what this does is that it allows cities to measure the emission sources, and then to better decide the strategy for the clean energy transition. And we've worked actually with the West Nusa Tenggara provincial government to make emissions data available. And this was actually our first launch in Southeast Asia. So we're really happy to work with the regional Indonesian governments as well. So that's mitigation. Now, on the adaptation part, that's important to call out too in the transition to a low carbon future, that we are dealing with more extreme weather events. So we do feature extreme heat alerts in more than 200 countries. We have a model that can help predict riverine flooding up to 7 days ahead, and we're working with the Indonesian government to refine that model for use here in Indonesia. And one example that's important too for adaptation is we've supported the International Rice Research Institute in their genetic and phenotypic research into more resilient rice varieties, given that weather patterns might change. So flipping over to the other pillar, which is our operations, now we wish to make sure that we ourselves as a company, as an MNC, operate sustainably across our value chain. So there is a net zero goal, which is key, but also other topics that were discussed today, such as the circular economy, restoring nature and biodiversity, and of course, water stewardship. And here, with regards to the energy transition, it's key to note that although Google has achieved 7 years of 100% energy, renewable energy match globally, that's not good enough for us now. We're looking to be 24 hours, 7 days a week, clean energy, carbon-free energy in every grid that we operate. And this requires a lot of innovation in terms of verification, reporting, and measurement. And this is a direction that we are taking. We are right now at 64%, and to really raise that, we're investing in advanced geothermal technology, as well as even new types of commercial developments, like a recent project that we did in Taiwan, which had a very innovative commercial development. So just lastly, if I may, in terms of the human capital side, we're a company full of engineers. And I hope that there are many engineers in this room. And so it's really a lot of our work comes down to coding. And so we've been an AI-first company since 2017. So we've developed a lot of techniques to train AI models more efficiently, up to 100 times more efficiently. And we're sharing this broadly with our Go Green software guides as well. We're part of the Green Software Foundation, and we hope to make this more available throughout.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. David, if I could ask you around critical minerals industry. From the tech and innovation side, what can they do to help drive the sustainable transition?
Yes, Neil. So we are MineralX at Stanford, which is actually a newly founded initiative for research and education. And actually, in November last year, we were visited by President Joko Widodo in San Francisco. We had the honor, and since then we had a very kind of established and exciting collaboration with Indonesia, because MineralX is also at the School of Sustainability, a newly founded school at Stanford University, and we have a lot of shared value regarding a sustainable future here. And then so we were collaborating with the broad industry in Indonesia, with Pertamina, with Bakri Corporation. Also, we're collaborating with university, including the Bakri University and also University of Indonesia, regarding what the industry can do for the future innovation. Apparently, there are a lot they can do, and they haven't done enough. So let's see. The first thing is actually the mindset. In this critical mineral industry, well, we say critical mineral industry is actually majority still this mining industry. It is still a majority focused on coal mining and gold mining, which is actually in a way hold back the innovation. If you look into the investment every year, more than 80% goes to coal or gold. Well, coal is the biggest contribution of the innovation, and gold is we have more gold already in the world than we need. And what we do with gold is that we mine that and we put back to the earth in the vault. And that only contributes to emission. This kind of mindset is actually holding back the innovation. And we need more investment in that technology sector to find more critical minerals. Let's see where we can find these critical minerals. Like, let's look into this mining sector, right? Starting with exploration. There are now more than 1,000 junior exploration companies. But what they are doing are traditionally grid drilling. As you drill extensively, very energy intensive, and also very low successful rate. And because of that, we haven't, over the past 20 years, we haven't found many major discoveries of these critical minerals. And the grade of nickel, of copper, of lithium are going down. Like the world's largest copper mine, the Escondida, was discovered more than 20 years ago, started with grade 2%, it's now going to 0.5%, it's still going down. So that is actually, we were getting similar volume of metal needed for building the grid, but generating more waste, require more energy. So that is not what we need for future. What we need is to have a technology to find more high grade, where to find more high grade, the easier pieces are already discovered on the surface. We need to go to the subsurface, the surface that's beneath 200 meters that haven't ever been discovered. Instead of going to the seafloor, that might damage the great resource we have, the best resource we have, that's the ocean. And then if we look into the mining and processing, so there are still a lot of accidents happening in the mining sector. And also this is a very intensive, energy intensive sector. Look into, for example, Australia, 10% of energy consumption is from the mining sector. And also the processing, we are not processing our materials very well. The tailing waste have a lot of toxic stuff that piled up and over the years contaminated drinking water. We got reports every year about contamination of drinking water in indigenous groups areas, and unfortunately a lot of critical minerals, more than 60% of the world critical minerals were discovered on the indigenous people's land. So we need more advanced technology to processing the materials, and also valorize, if at the end of the chain, valorize the waste. Instead of some extreme practices just dumped to the ocean, but there are now more advanced technologies of like bio-mining that can extract more critical minerals from the waste and to remove the toxic stuff. And there's also now, Bob mentioned about CCS, the CO2 sequestration. And there are now also emerging technologies where they have the CO2 sequestered to the mining waste and they replace the critical mineral like nickel, cobalt out. So you get value and at the same time you sequester the CO2.
Great,
so,
thank you. We look forward to hearing more about that. Thank you very much. Bun, if I can turn to you, in particular around the way that Temasek Foundation incentivizes sustainable innovation and how it ensures you actually creating impact effectively in that work.
Selamat siang, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Panggilan saya Bun, dulu siswa Sesko Teni di Bandung, so I know a little bit of bahasa. So, but makin lama makin bahasaku makin jelek, so minta maaf sebelumnya. But I'm going to do this session in English, not in bahasa. Thank you very much. Just to start a short introduction of Temasek Foundation. Temasek Foundation is the philanthropic arm of Temasek Holdings, the investment company that is headquartered in Singapore. Temasek Foundation, we have MOUs with KYOHAKA and also MOU with Yayasan BUMN so that we can collaborate and partner in Indonesia. The foundation works across 7 impact areas. 2 of the largest impact area would be climate and healthcare. So of course we work with KYOHAKA, BUMN and Chemcast quite a bit. Now in climate, we do 2 things. One is technology-based, the other one is nature-based. Technology-based, just to give an example, we work with a US company called, in UCLA, called Aquatics, to pilot a plant together with desalination plant to extract carbon dioxide from seawater. Now, nature-based solution, my colleague here from APP Cinemas, Jasmine, there reminded me that I should mention that we also do mangrove conservation and restoration in Oki in collaboration as well. So how do we incentivize sustainable innovations and achieve impact? Every year, when the investment company makes a return above its risk-adjusted cost of capital, a percentage of that return is automatically set aside as philanthropic fund. Now, then the foundation uses that fund as risk capital to pilot uji coba projects. So we are focused on projects. And the projects we choose have to be financially sustainable and scalable. So I just want to make 3 points before I give one example that we have with Kemenkomarves. The first one is that the importance of setting aside risk capital. Because government funding and commercial funding, the requirements is very stringent. The risk appetite may be lower, right? And so innovations may be capped to a certain constraint. So setting aside philanthropic capital for risk capital, we can cloud in. Our hope is that we can cloud in more money. We can cloud in more talents, not just locally together, but also internationally, so we can work together. And then the third thing is that we hope to cloud in more financially and scalable projects. So the first thing is the risk capital. Second point I want to make is that we are very focused on outcomes. It's not just about planet, but I always argue that if you want to have climate and nature, you need to look after also the second P, people. You need to look at the livelihood of the people. So planet, people, and then the third P, you need to look at prosperity. That means the projects must be able to scale, bring in more money so that the impact you want to create can last for a longer time. Then the third point I want to make is the importance of partnerships. Paul is sitting here in front of us. He's our greatest teacher of blended finance, and how we can use risk capital from philanthropic sector, work with government, work with private sector, because philanthropic capital is so limited, but it can be so agile. But if I work with government, with policy, and if government and private sector can put more money, then projects can scale. So I just want to give one example of what we are doing with Kemenkomarves. We are piloting a 100-hectare seaweed farm in Lombok, Indonesia. Not just with Kemenkomarves, but with an Indian company called C6. I think they're somewhere in the audience as well. We have a few KPIs. The foundation gives grant money for it to develop commercially competitive bioplastics from seaweed. Commercially competitive means the bioplastic must have the good quality. You put inside water, you should not dissolve. Second of all, the bioplastic must be price competitive to the diesel-based one. Why bioplastic is so important? Fossil-based plastic bottles you throw inside the ocean, 200 years to decompose. Bioplastic you throw inside the ocean, 20 weeks, you disappear. So the first one is the planet story. Now the second one is why is it 100 hectare? Today, seaweed farming at 1 and 2 hectare is very subscale, right? There's no productivity. At 100 hectare, we can introduce mechanization, we can introduce automation. So a typical seaweed harvesting process that used to take 2 hours, because of mechanization, because of automation, become 20 minutes, right? So productivity goes up, right? Then the third outcome is that because productivity outcome, smallholder farmers at 1 or 2 hectares, when they're put together, the income will at least double or triple, right? And the role of the government in Kemenkomarves is very important because they come in, they can put in money, private sector can put in money, but the important thing is that they also give licenses, right? And if this 100 hectare is successful, there can be many more 100 hectares around the coast of Indonesia.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That's a super interesting example. I'm going to ask a few more questions to the panel. If you could keep your answers to about 2.5 minutes, just so we can have a chance to hear from everyone again. But if I go back to Bob, we've talked a little bit about what's come up so far. But when we look about going forward, where should we put our focus on innovation in order to help the just energy transition effectively happen?
Yeah, so I talked about previous technologies that have come around, recent technologies, earlier in the panel discussion. Here I'd like to focus on what's remaining, what are the big challenges going forward. The list is a long one. There are a lot of things we need to fill in the blanks on, but time is short, so I'll pick one. And I'll talk just a minute or two about fusion technology in the context of the dire need for firm energy generation. Firm zero carbon energy generation in the grid that can take care of the problems that we will have when very long duration storage is not adequate. Fusion, you're all familiar with, that's where we get our energy. That's how the sun generates the light that we see and the heat that we benefit from. To do that on Earth is somewhat of a bigger challenge because although the surface temperature of the sun is 5 million degrees centigrade, there are much greater pressures in the sun because of the large gravitational mass than we have on Earth. And so we need to run a fusion reactor that works similarly at like 300 million degrees centigrade. So challenge number one, which has been met now, is how do you hold that, something that's 300 million degrees centigrade? And I want to answer this very carefully, but the way it's done in some fusion technologies is through magnetic confinement. Use a set of very high power magnets to confine the plasma, and a common configuration is a torus. So this is known as a tokamak reactor. Recent advance that I think is enabling for fusion to move forward towards commercialization, at least with these magnetic confinement technologies, is use of high temperature superconductors in order to provide the magnets. There you reduce the energy requirements and get to much higher field strengths. Back in September of 2021, we hit over 20 Tesla for the fusion magnets, which has never been achieved before.
Thank you. And this is also a very new technology, right? So the challenges in terms of the people.
Brand new technology. There are some 40 startup companies around the world pursuing different versions of fusion technology, but acting as startup companies do with very rigid timelines and stage gates to go through. And I think that's where the real benefit's going to come from here, is companies going at this as a startup problem, not as a big science problem.
Marjun, if I can ask you next, you know, from your perspective and from the perspective of what you've seen in China and where things can go, how can human capital and technology be further unlocked to really help the global race to net zero and a nature-positive development?
Thank you, Neil. I think absolutely we need to unlock the human capital and technologies to hasten the global decarbonization, because the first stock take during the COP28 revealed that we're way off track to achieve our climate targets. And I believe that's, again, we need the stakeholders to join and the prerequisite is access to information. So with that in mind, we developed the blue map for zero carbon and compiled the emission data, carbon emission, energy data from region by region and sector by sector. And based on that, doing, again, dynamic assessment of the performance and try to create accountabilities. And through the review, we can see that how China, you know, by the first half of this year, managed to achieve our 2030 target on renewable energy. Wind and solar put together, 1,000 gigawatts. That target has been achieved. And so we need to do more on that. And on the corporate side, it's still lagging behind. So one of the challenges is how to help the small and medium-sized companies to measure and disclose. So we developed a digital calculator, and many major global brands, you know, tap into the platform and have their suppliers to measure and disclose tens of millions of carbon emission, and also the major banks started doing that as well. But we also want the people to join the efforts. You know, today we talked in this forum, we talked so much about EV, about solar, and as the major manufacturer and innovator in the world, you know, China, we also need to focus on the low carbon, green manufacturing and green consumption side. So Spencer mentioned about choices, and we also have a program called Green Choice. And to help people understand that, we developed the life cycle assessment emission factors database, and based on that, try to delve deeper into the upstream of the supply chain, including all the mining process, you know, the critical minerals. So creating a global mapping of the critical minerals, and in the meantime, managed to use AI to help our Blue Map app users to take a picture and get the and manage to get the embedded carbon, watermark of the embedded carbon of all these products. So we hope that people, the consumer, as consumers, can pick the lower emission products. And
very important, Bhajan. Sorry, I need to
thank
stop
you.
you there, but thank you. And Spencer, I think, very interested to hear a little bit about how you and Google see moving forward the future, and in particular the key focus areas for how to achieve this.
I think two key focus areas are, one, clearly AI, which is changing everything, and secondly, continued sustainable and inclusive economic development through upskilling. And AI has a part to play in that as well. So last year there was a report released by BCG, Boston Consulting Group, on the impact of AI on sustainable outcomes. And the key conclusion was that just by scaling up existing technologies that are already proven, AI has the ability to unlock a path to mitigation of 5 to 10% of annual emissions. And so the question for us is, how do we accelerate that sort of application as quickly as possible? And we think that AI has three superpowers. One is information, then is prediction and optimization. So information, I think I gave an example. It was a eco-friendly routing. Prediction, we have predictions of flooding. But just want to give an example of optimization. So we are working with the Jakarta Transportation Department, as well as that in Bali, to look at how we can optimize traffic flows through traffic light controls to reduce the stop and start pattern of traffic, and that significantly reduces energy consumption, but also emissions. And beyond that, we're also looking at optimization for agriculture, for example, working with edu farmers here in Indonesia to really allow AI to benefit farmers and the outcomes. Now, back to the human capital side in terms of upskilling. Google is proud to be a partner with, for example, the Ministry of Industry and the Kemenko in terms of our Grow with Google program. We've trained over 3 million Indonesians in terms of the digital economy. So, but how do we take that up a notch when it comes to democratizing AI skills? So to that end, we announced in June this year the APAC AI Opportunity Fund for $15 million that will really help communities apply for grants to bring AI skills to underserved communities. And we also worked with the AVPN to have a sustainability seed fund that has actually granted money to NGOs across APAC, including many in Indonesia, to help them use AI and digital technologies to make a bigger social impact. One example would be the Alam Sehat Lestari here in Indonesia, and there are many others as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much. David, if I can ask you briefly, what in terms of the human capital shift expected in the energy sector, how do you see that in order to get the energy transition to happen?
So, well, this shift already happened. It's already happening. So, so what we see, so coming from Silicon Valley, so I mean, since last year, looking into the startups, the AI startups and the high-tech startups are no longer that popular. The most popular startups are the climate tech startups, and they are picking up the trend. And there are a lot of unicorns come out. They're going to be the next behemoth in the industry. And looking into the energy sector particularly, and we'll see more of the future workforce going into the renewable energy sector, and the existing skilled workers will change their skill from the traditional, heavy emission industry like oil and gas and coal going to renewable. Taking myself, for example, I was trained as a petroleum engineer. So I was, initially trained to work in the petroleum industry, but now I'm working on geothermals, on critical metals, and I have a lot of colleagues also like me. So this is already happening. And also we're going to see a more diverse representation of the workforce. That's another major shift. I mean, looking to the panelists today, we are all males, and the future will be more diverse, I believe, and also it's going to be more gender balanced as well as more ethical represented, particularly, a lot of Earth's resources, critical mineral and energy resources are on the indigenous people's land, and they need, they need ownership of the land. They need, they need to be educated and take charge of the
Yeah, thank you very much. And Bun, to finish with you, how does Temasek Foundation support sustainable development in emerging economies, particularly in terms of technological advancement?
Okay, I just want to say that Temasek Foundation wants to be able to tap onto the potential and opportunities of Indonesia. You know, I don't need to say more, but Temasek Foundation operates like a I always call it a non-dilutive angel investor. That means good that you mentioned that. So we look at startup companies in the climate tech space, climate innovation space. We are a non-dilutive angel investor because we give grants. We don't take equity. We don't take IP. We hope that they are successful, and other people, government and private sector, can invest in them. How do we do it? Actually, as we speak now, just downstairs at Merak, we are running a Climate Impact Innovation Challenge Indonesia. This is the second year. First year we did it at ISF as well. We do a similar challenge in Singapore called the Livability Challenge for 7 years. We have given out $9 million to 9 companies. After 7 years, collectively, they have attracted follow-on funding of close to 600 million. So it's quite amazing, right? So we are hoping that we can replicate or we can do the same thing here in Indonesia to tap onto the potential and the talents and the startups in Indonesia, but intersperse it with global talents as well. So the team for this year, we do this in partnership with East Ventures, and then and also 3 other companies has come in to give investments. They are Bakti Barito, MDI Ventures, and Cinemas. So this year the 3 thematic areas are energy transition, food and agriculture, and circular economy. By now the 3 winners would have been reviewed. So this year there were more than 500 entries coming from 50 countries that participate in this competition, all around the world. And 9 finalists, 3 in each track. 6 of the finalists come from overseas, 1 from Singapore luckily, 3 from Indonesia. They were all judged and determined the finalists by investors. I just want to quickly end off by one example. One company called Quabotech, Malaysian company, they applied to the Singapore challenge. They didn't even get to the finals because it was a wrong market. They were applying for sustainable agriculture. Singapore naturally cannot do that, right? They have a patented proprietary technology for spray onto agriculture and increases the photosynthesis by 50 to 60%. So we gave them about 150,000 US last year as a winner of the competition. I was just told that they have already raised another 500,000 US from investors.
Fantastic example. Thank you. So thank you to our esteemed panelists for the great insights. I think we've heard there's lots to come in terms of the way technology can support the just energy transition. That the people are really key, whether that's working within the space or taking into account their needs, their life choices and so on. They need the skills in order to do that, but some of that is already happening, and we've heard from our minister about exactly some of the curriculum changes to support that. Really amazing. AI, I think, came up several times. It's going to be a theme moving forward. It's going to help a lot. It has environmental challenges, but the support it can give to the transition, I think, is really real, and we've heard some great examples there. And we need both the startups putting in place new ideas, trying new business models, but we also need to reach scale. Very important to see this is not just a startup world, but these ideas need to go forward and help us transform the system as a whole. With that, I'd like to thank the panel. Thank you for your time. Thank the audience. Thank you for listening. I hope that was insightful. Many thanks.
Thank you very much once again to our moderator and also our panelists. Gentlemen, thank you once again for the wonderful, engaging discussion, and we invite you to please take a position on stage, for we will conclude this panel session with a photo session of our moderator and also our speakers. I'd like to invite to the documentation team to please also prepare yourself to take a picture of our moderator and our speakers for our 4th panel discussion on the 2nd day. And I will help with the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, gentlemen. Once again, and now you may return to your seats. please give another round of applause for our moderator and also our panelists, our speakers, for our fourth panel session. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, during this 2-day forum, we have together joined in a number of discussions, including the plenary discussion, which we have just joined in. And that was the panel discussion focusing on harnessing human capital and technology for sustainable transition. And we have together delved in how the critical role of the skilled talent of human capital and of course the innovative technologies that we all need and that we all are now exploring can help drive sustainable development. And of course, worldwide and globally, industries are facing increasing pressure to adopt eco-friendly practices. And we have explored and also discussed during our sessions and also during the dialogues how leveraging human potential alongside new technologies and also new advancement of technologies can help accelerate the shift towards a greener and also cleaner ecosystem and of course a greener economy. And of course, we have also discussed the strategies needed to upskill the workforce and of course, once again, foster the one keyword that has been emphasized towards this 2-day forum, which is collaboration, and it is need to be done across all sectors, among all stakeholders, to promote the adoption and also the sustainable technologies to meet the growing global urgent need for environmental sustainability. And once again, this is an issue and also a challenge each and every one of us needs to be able to face and also turn that challenge into an opportunity. And of course, with this, we also would like to once again emphasize, which have been discussed by our panelists and our moderator in the session of harnessing human capital and technology for sustainable transition, which we have joined in together at the ISF 2024. We have the immense need and also the immense potential of combining talent of the workforce and also the innovation of the technologies to address the global sustainability challenge. And remember that sustainability, ladies and gentlemen, is not a destination, but it is indeed a journey, a long journey, a very challenging journey, but with the collaboration of the workforce and of course the innovation and working hand in hand, we hopefully can achieve. I'd like to also remind everyone to once again, please do remain seated because we will continue Indonesia International Sustainability Forum's second day agenda or this afternoon session. We will still have other panel discussions and also keynote speeches. Among them, we will soon begin and take part in a keynote speech, which will be delivered by the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. Therefore, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to please remain seated. And for those of you who have just entered the plenary hall, to take a seat and fill in the front rows first because we will soon begin and also, once again, host other thought-provoking sessions. And in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with another keynote speech, which will be delivered by the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who have just joined us at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024, we once again would like to present to you the video of ISF 2024. Selamat menyaksikan.
Today, we would like to tell you a story about two best friends, but in a way, also about us. On the beautiful southern coast of Sulawesi, Indonesia, Susi and Nabil spend their day playing by the beach. Suddenly, they discover a wooden plank and a length of rope. It reminds them of something that they have been dreaming about for a long time. They start putting together these two items to build something new. They could almost see their dreams coming true. But it's not quite as they imagined just yet. They both scramble to get more materials. Nabil has a lot of materials to choose from in his home. These colorful decorations from his mother would look wonderful on their project. Meanwhile, Susie gets creative, getting supplies from her father, a local fisherman, and recycling hidden gems in her home. Even when bringing different things to the table, Nabil with all his things and Susie with her creations, they know that every single thing they gathered will complement each other and help make their dreams come true. And there it is, a beautiful swing overlooking the ocean. They ride the swing with a lot of fun. It proves that working together ultimately leads to a result that can be enjoyed together as well. Susie and Nabil also know that the swing exists because of some contributions from others. They invite these people to join them and enjoy the swing, proving that every contribution will eventually bear fruit. This is how the story is also about us, a story of people collaborating together for a greater good. And the collaboration can start here in Indonesia, as we are blessed with the rich resources to boost global collaboration in sustainability. Many of our islands are rich in energy transition materials, the core of cleaner industries. Our strategic position in both the Ring of Fire and the equator allows us to harness the power of nature for renewable energy production. Indonesia is also home to millions of young minds ready to drive innovation towards a greener future. Rich natural resources, consistent renewable energy, and reliable human capital are key elements that can come together, weaved into an entire ecosystem of sustainable industries. Indonesia is determined to be one of the pioneering countries in the global effort to create a sustainable future. An effort that not only impacts many, but stands the test of time. Just as the swing began for one or two people and evolved to become a playground for the community. As a nation, we believe that their story represents the impact each of us can have on the world. We are inviting you to build a sustainable future with us, to leave a legacy and enjoy the home that we care for together.
Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And through that video, the video of ISF 2024, it is an invitation for each and every one of us to leave a legacy, as mentioned, for a future generation, for the home that we live in, planet Earth. And of course, as we can see from the story of Susie and Nabil, it is a story of collaboration, which we can reflect on our journey towards sustainability, where we have to work together hand in hand, take our parts and each of our respective roles to create a greener and more cleaner environment and, of course, a sustainable future for each and every one of us. And one of the efforts is, of course, through collaborative discussions and also an exchange of ideas and best practices, ladies and gentlemen, through Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. And this year, it is its second year. And if we look back to last year in 2023, where it was first held, the 2023 Indonesia International Sustainability Forum was a pivotal event which showcased Indonesia's leadership, especially in global sustainability efforts. And last year's forums, ladies and gentlemen, focused also on critical issues such as climate change, renewable energy, sustainable finance, and biodiversity conservation, issues that we are still discussing and also taking major steps for the urgency to face the challenges together. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to continue our journey towards sustainability at ISF 2024, we present to you once again the following video.
Zaman sekarang tuh ya, kalau keluar rumah pasti disapa polusi. Udah gitu, cuaca yang dulu sejuk, sekarang panas banget. Pengennya sih bisa segera ambil aksi. Tapi seringkali kita bingung harus mulai dari mana. Jadi, apa sih yang bisa kita lakukan? Cari tahu aksi mereka lebih lengkap.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to welcome Her Excellency Mrs. Sri Mulyani Indrawati, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, who have just arrived at the plenary hall of Jakarta Convention Center to attend ISF 2024. Welcome, Your Excellency. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause. Welcome, Your Excellency, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati to Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024, where once again, ladies and gentlemen, ISF is a platform that we wish to be able to design and also foster dialogues, collaboration, and also real action on sustainability challenges, which we have to take urgent steps and also measures on for a greener and also cleaner future for each and every one of us, and also for the generations to come. And we will continue to foster dialogues and also enlightening discussions with our next session at today's ISF 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a keynote speech, which will be delivered by Her Excellency Mrs. Sri Mulyani Indrawati, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. Please join me in welcoming Ibu Sri Mulyani onto the stage.
Thank you so much. I thought I still have like 5 minutes to sit, so thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon to all of you. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Honorable speaker, guests, and ladies and gentlemen, it is truly a great honor for me to gather today to provide a speech in this opening on the event, which is arranged by the Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment of Indonesia. I think this is a very, very successful and quite remarkable event, which providing for many of you to meet, to see, and discuss about the climate change and sustainability. This is also an effort by all of us to find the right balance between our continued effort to develop and making a progress, as well as achieving our aspiration to become a high, modern, and progressive country economically, as well as in other aspects, but at the same time also preserving the environment. We are all understand that the global environment and the current condition is not really an ideal one. Or even, this is quite modest to say, that this is becoming a challenging environment for any, both policymaker, private sector, and people to continue pursuing their objective. Geopolitical tension in the Middle East, in European, like Russian, Ukraine, some of the very important fiscal pressure as a consequence of the pandemic, which is faced by many countries in the world, and also the structural issue as well as weakening global economic condition, especially by two very most important economy, that is United States and China. We also, in this case, seeing the technological divide in digitalization, which providing also another challenge for policymakers to design the right policy, creating jobs, but at the same time embracing and using this technology to our economy, providing or inducing productivity and creating a more democratization of opportunity. Another challenge which is relevant to this important meeting is the climate change risk, which is affecting our daily life. And that's why this meeting, this forum, is very important. We do hope that this forum can provide a vital role for reconnecting our future, our aspiration, and also with our effort today in addressing many issues, especially related to the effort to continue our development without compromising or worsening the global environment condition. We have to make sure that the world would become a better place to live for all of us, for our children, or in my case, even my grandchildren and all of the younger generation and future generation. So I'm happy that this critical topic of how we can drive the economic growth, but at the same time addressing issue of the climate change, and especially through one of the very important issue or challenging tasks, how to design the energy transition should be designed and implemented. I'm going to address the issue which is related to this seemingly trade-off between the development and climate change concern. Historically, economic growth has been compatible with environmental challenge. Over the last century, the key source of growth in many nations was industrialization, the manufacturing industry. This is also the same to Indonesia. Manufacturing and industrialization created prosperity, lift many people out of poverty, but also at the same time have a dire consequences. The negative impact in terms of carbon emission is undeniable. If we are not addressing this issue, the relationship or a trade-off between development and industrialization with climate change is going to be even more severe. We have witnessed unprecedented threats in terms of the rising carbon emission. And that can create a setback to many of the development achievements. The climate risk, such as the sea level rising and the pattern of rainfall, which is changed, and also a high occurrence of the natural disasters, has created a quite obvious challenge and threat to many of our population. We would see that these challenges are also evident not only to Indonesia, but also to many countries, regardless whether you are developed or developing country, high or low income country. But for many low income countries as well as the poor, these consequences is becoming the survival for them. So Indonesia in this case aware fully that we need to do something. And that's why Indonesia has committed to contribute in reducing the CO2 through national determined contribution. The target which is established and in this case implemented by the government, in which we want to continue development but at the same time reducing the CO2 emission. We even have the net zero emission economy by 2060. Our NDC document stated that Indonesia will reduce the green gas emission by 31.89% domestically or using our own effort and resources. We can increase this reduction to 43.2% if we receive and working together with our international partner. We have scaling up through this second NDC that is currently being formulated and will be issued by the end of 2024. And Indonesia has already updated this twice. Indonesia also committed to achieve our net zero emission target by 2060. This commitment has been conveyed in the 26th Conference of the Party Summit in Glasgow, which is emphasizing that NZE, Net Zero Emission Roadmap, that is also being announced during the G20 Indonesia presidency in 2022. These two NDC and NZE are becoming the direction of policy for all of us. Indonesia certainly and currently still rely on carbon-heavy sector, which is actually because we also naturally rich in terms of source of energy, which is considered dirty. But at the same time, we also have a lot of resources and potential for clean energy. So for us to design the right policy, regulation, incentive, direction in which we can implement transition toward a low carbon economy and especially energy is becoming very, very critical. And this is the path that the current government and future government is continue working and formulating. The first, which is obviously important for Indonesia, is the contribution of forest and forestry, in which the ability to capture carbon is not trivial or even very, very important. That's including the blue economy or the potential of the sea in order to also playing their positive role in capturing the carbon. We continue improve our management of forestry as well as sea in order for us to be able to contribute in reducing the CO2 emission. But this will require also the ability to assign the right credit in which they contributed and rewarded. There is quite some of the successful in which we've already delivered some of the, what you call it, result based on the contribution of our forests in reducing CO2 and being paid by some multilateral or international or bilateral in this case. The signal in terms of the price of carbon is very important. Currently, we are still seeing a lot of different carbon price implemented or applied to this kind of exercise. with assigning value of carbon emission and the ability to reduce carbon through important sector, for example, like forestry and even the ocean, it can create the right signaling for many parties, including private sector, not only domestically, but also globally, to participate in this carbon emission reduction in Indonesia. We are currently continue working in elaborating the implementation of international carbon trading. The effort of energy transition is and should be not being seen as the effort to temper the growth. Energy transition should be considered and seized as the growth story for Indonesia. We would continue formulating the right policy so that we are going to be able to implement the Indonesia energy transition. For Indonesia, the role of fiscal policy, or in this case, the tools of the fiscal policy is very important in creating an enabling environment for this transition to happen. We will continue using our fiscal policy, including the current one that is being discussed with the parliament, that is going to be implemented by the new government that will take in place in October 20th, starting 20th of October, to use the fiscal tool to accelerate inclusive, but at the same time, sustainable economic growth. The government in this case will continue play a constructive role, or even this creating a catalytic role, so that we are going to be able to provide incentive and the right regulatory framework in which the financial coming from many non-public funds can participate, including, in this case, renewable energy, and also for transmission and distribution, and smart grid. We also ready to use our fiscal tools to provide the right incentive so that the private sector and private money will also not reluctant or hesitate to finance green project and developing green industry. But the government fiscal condition is not unlimited. We need to continue working diligently in order for us to use the best tools within the Indonesia regulatory framework, and also at the same time working and communicating intensively with the private sector and other stakeholders in order for us to be able to continue creating the strong mobility of resources in order for us to be able to continue not only design but implement this energy transition and also delivering our national determined contribution. The Indonesian government also in this case is among the first pioneer of emerging country to actually use fiscal tools to finance a green project. We've already issued, for example, green government bonds or securities, both issued domestically and globally. We also, in this case, issue the blue bonds in the Japanese yen. The domestic financial market is still at the very early stage to actually participate in this green financing. We've already issued retail bond that is to meet the low carbon development aspiration, and that's also a good investment tool for our domestic investors. We also use our public fund to invite more participation of the public the private from both domestic as well as global. In this case, Indonesia is already designing the energy transition mechanism country platform and also launching Just Energy Transition Partnership, which is being announced during the G20 Bali Summit in 2022. The current implementation is still work in progress, and we continue monitoring in a very detailed way what is the obstacle of implementing both the energy transition mechanism and Just Energy Transition Partnership, or JETP. Indonesia will continue this important role not because we are not aware that threat from climate change is real, but we also understand that climate change is a global problem. The global problem can only effectively address if all countries willing to cooperate and also collaborate. In this case, we always use our role within the context of our leadership, whether through G20, ASEAN, or many other forums, whether this is under the UN flagship, or even IMF, World Bank, and other regional development banks, in which Indonesia will consistently playing a leadership role and willing to put even our own Indonesia case as a challenge, but also at the same time, opportunity to solve the climate change, especially on the financing one. I usually use the Indonesia case not in the form of speech like this, but most importantly, when we meet the people who really have money and discuss about why they are not investing yet in this green program or project in Indonesia. Our commitment is very strong and will be continued by the new incoming government. Our policy reputation has been also very remarkably credible. We don't say that there are no problems, but we will always honest about where the problem coming from and what kind of problem, so that we are going to be able to address and solve it together. I'm sure this kind of spirit of cooperation and collaboration is going to be very critical for all of us, not only for Indonesia among policymakers, but also between policymaker, public institution with the private institution and the international institution. This collaboration is a must because climate change is a threat to the world and to humanity, regardless where you are staying, what nationality, and what location. So let us move forward with our future and current collaboration to make sure that greener future for the world can be established and achieved. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Once again, Your Excellency, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to also thank Ibu Sri Mulyani. Thank you, Minister, for the keynote speech and also for your attendance at the ISF 2024. Dan kami persilakan dengan hormat Ibu Menteri untuk dapat melanjutkan kegiatan dan juga meninggalkan lokasi acara. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause as we thank Minister Sri Mulyani Indrawati for her attendance at the second day of ISF 2024. And we allow you, Minister, to proceed and also continue with your other engagements. And ladies and gentlemen, we will still have other sessions coming up at ISF 2024, and please do remain in your seat because our next session is a fireside chat. But before we delve into the conversation in this fireside chat, we would like to present to you a video. Selamat menyaksikan.
Diverse and dynamic, ASEAN is a growth engine at the heart of Asia. With a young population driving its 3.3 trillion economy and a focus on digitalization and sustainable development, it's a region on the rise. Standard Chartered has been helping businesses to realize opportunities and navigate the complexities of cross-border trade for over 160 years. From trade finance solutions to working capital management, our customized solutions can support your growth ambitions. ASEAN's future will also be sustainable, and green financing is at the heart of our climate action. Our expertise will be crucial in turning commitments into action, like the Just Energy Transition Partnership, or JETP, helping businesses and communities build a sustainable future. From here, possibilities are everywhere. We're Standard Chartered, and we're here for good.
And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our discussion at ISF 2024 with a fireside chat, as I mentioned before. And this fireside chat will focus on macroeconomic impact on global energy transition efforts with Bill Winters, the CEO of Standard Chartered, moderated by Mr. Khatib Basri, economist and former Minister of Finance of Indonesia. Bill is the Group Chief Executive of Standard Chartered PLC since 2015, and he is deeply engaged in driving the climate finance agenda. Under his leadership, ladies and gentlemen, Standard Chartered chairs the Net Zero Banking Alliance, and Bill currently co-chairs the B20 India Task Force for financing for global economic recovery and is UK chair of the India-UK Financial Partnership. And Dr. Muhammad Khatib Basri is a former Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia and former chairman of the Indonesian Investment Coordinating Board. He currently serves as the co-chair of the Pandemic Fund. Dr. Basri is now the chairman of PT Bank Mandiri Tbk and also chairman of the PT Excel Axiata Tbk. He is also a member of numerous international advisory councils, including the World Bank Advisory Council on Gender and Development, the Independent High-Level Expert Group on Climate Finance for COP27 and 28, and the Climate Overshoot Commission. He also sits on the governing board of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Bill Winters and Mr. Khatib Basri onto the stage.
So thank you very much for the introduction. In this session, we will have a fire chat session regarding this. The topic is macroeconomic impact to global energy transition effort. So I do believe that we heard Minister Sri Mulyani. She has laid out about some of the challenges that we are facing in the global economy. So in this session, we would like to discuss more about all of this issue, about the macro impact, maybe also the source of financing, and we are very happy and we are lucky this afternoon. We have Bill Winters with us, the CEO of the Standard Chartered. So let me start with my first question to you, Bill. We heard about that we are living in a very uncertain world nowadays. Yeah, the issue of the geopolitical tension, rising inflation, the liquidity tightening, and we also seeing about the uneven global economic recovery post-pandemic. So how do you see these global macroeconomic challenges will have an impact on terms of pace and direction of this energy transition?
First of all, if I can just say thank you very much for having me. It is such a pleasure to be here and to see this tremendous commitment from Indonesia and the rest in ASEAN to what has been an extremely rich forum, I know already, and I know will continue to be. So, and thank you, Dr. Basri, for having me and for having me join you. It's great to be reacquainted on this stage. When I reflect on the global macroeconomy, I think we have to take a step back and say, first of all, it's not that bad. Right? Global economic growth is around what most economists would say is that potential, maybe even a little bit above. Of course, there are some strong parts and there are some weak parts. Indonesia relatively strong. China going through a period of economic challenge, still growing at around 5% GDP. The US is booming, the Middle East is booming. Africa is remarkably resilient, given all those uncertainties that you talked about. So I think we're inclined to take the uncertainty in the world and assume that that translates through to a bad economy. It's not what's happening, right? There's a lot of uncertainty. So personally, I run a bank. I wake up every morning nervous, and I go to bed nervous. And then I enjoy a day with lots of good things happening. Business is good. So are we going to have a hard landing as inflation's coming down, food inflation's coming down, energy prices have moderated. Are we going to have a hard landing or a soft landing, as in the parlance of the economists? I'm still going to bet on a soft-ish landing. Now, what you said, though, is completely correct. And what Srilyani pointed out, the economic uncertainty causes people to be reluctant to invest. So if you feel good today, but you are afraid you're not going to feel good tomorrow, you're much less likely to invest in a very long-term project, especially if there's some legal or political uncertainty around the viability of that project. And especially if you're concerned that perhaps the dual motive that you have, one is to generate a return, and the second is to do the right thing, in this case for the climate transition, you're less inclined to make that investment if the environment feels uncertain. So I think we have to acknowledge that the pace of investment in reducing greenhouse gas emissions or sequestering carbon otherwise is significantly slower than we would like and significantly slower than it needs to be. And the uncertainties in the global environment are definitely contributing to that. But as I'm sure we'll have a chance to discuss, it's not the only reason.
Thanks, Bill. I told you I'm not going to ask you this question, but I think I changed my mind because I think this question will be very important. Yeah, I was wondering if you can share with us your view regarding what will be the impact of the US election, because there are some speculation that if Trump win the election, then climate change will be his first victim. Then what will be the implication of this energy transition?
I've never been in the political forecasting business, and I'm definitely not going to start now. What I'll note is that there was a Trump presidency for 4 years, and then there's been a Biden presidency for 3.5 years afterwards. And while the policies were very different, very, very different, I would note that the global movement to address the climate change issue has only gathered pace. Now, the money hasn't moved as quickly as sentiment has, but when I think about the prominence and the narrative around the UAE COP, when I look at this room right now and see the commitment from a broad swathe of private and public sector, it's not following the lead of US politicians. It's following the lead of what the scientists have told us and what we feel every day, which is that the climate is changing in a way that's going to hurt us all. So while purely from a climate perspective, I think it's clear that the rhetorical support for action on the climate side is very strong from the Democrats today, and I would expect that Vice President Harris would extend that theme. And we know that the rhetoric from the Republicans, Trump and others, is the opposite. I look at the big policy changes that Biden has put in place in his 3 years. The biggest is the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, so-called, which had a substantial hundreds of billions of dollars of subsidies for technology investments to address the climate change technology. Interestingly, disproportionately benefiting states in the United States that tend to vote Republican. I don't think that money is going to be pulled back. That would not be a popular. Even though rhetorically Trump has said, I'd rip up the IRA, he won't, because it's not in the interests of the United States or him. I do think we'll see a rhetorical shift, a very, very substantial rhetorical shift, and I'm afraid that will give anybody in the world that is thinking, well, I'm going to say I'm going to do the right thing, but I'm going to kind of not do it. I'm going to step back and just see if other people force me to. They'll have an excuse. And so purely from a climate perspective, I think a Trump/Republican win would be a step backwards in terms of climate change, but I don't think it would change the direction of global travel.
Glad to hear that. Now let's talk about the financing, about the energy transition. One of the biggest challenge especially for the emerging developing economies, is like a chicken and egg situation. Minister of Finance always said that, show me the money. At the same time, if you're talking to the investors or the multilateral agency, they're going to ask about, show me the platform. In your perspective, what are the key barriers, on energy financing of the energy transition in both developed and developing economies?
Again, if we take a step back, we know that if governments of the world were determined to solve this problem, they could solve it very quickly. It would require some form of carbon tax, recognizing that there will be people that don't comply with the carbon tax. There would be some form of border adjustment mechanism. That cost would be borne by the citizens of their countries. But we could fundamentally change the dynamics in climate change very quickly. But that hasn't happened. And it's not going to happen, because it's very inconvenient politically for governments to impose an additional cost on their consumers. So it's happening. It happened in Europe. Europe has dramatically reduced carbon at the cost of its domestic industry and its local population. But it's worked. But it hasn't been replicated anywhere else. And I think if we wait for that to happen, we will lose. So the alternative is for the private sector to act spontaneously. And that's not happened either. At least it not happened to anywhere near the degree that it should. And we talk a lot about the public-private partnership, and Sri Mulyani and others have commented extensively on the role of blended finance, and I think that will be a fantastic opportunity for us to demonstrate proof of concept, but there's not enough public sector money to make the difference. What we need, first and foremost, is a recognition that the private sector needs to act. And that, realistically, can only come from the owners of private sector companies. And it felt like that was happening a couple of years ago, and now it feels like it's pulling back. Owners aren't the only stakeholders. I can tell you, sitting running a bank, the most impactful stakeholder for me is our employees. We can't get good people to come work for us if they think that we're a dirty company. And I think most companies experience that. I'm sure you experience that at Mandiri and the other companies that you're involved with. It might not be enough, though. But we've got to turn up the volume again on pressure on the private sector to do the right thing. Have a transition plan, offset your emissions through reductions and then through offsets. Second is we need all the enforcement mechanisms around that. How are we measuring it? How are we communicating? Whether companies are doing a good job or a bad job. What are the benefits if you do it right, and what are the penalties if you do it wrong? All the pieces are in place, but it's not tight enough right now. Third is you need some standards in the market. We need financing standards. So there's trillions of dollars of money that want to be invested in sustainable finance. But it's very hard for them to do that when every project is different. Every project has a different legal risk, a different regulatory risk, a different sovereign risk, maybe some currency risk, different underlying technical project risk. So to the extent that we can establish standards, we will have plenty of investable projects. And the way I've thought we should approach this is all of those things exist today, but they're too loose. So we need to, I imagine a hangman's noose around my neck that is just getting tighter from all directions and just a little bit tighter all the time. And of course, we don't want to strangle the patient or the victim or the perpetrator, But the whole ecosystem has to tighten, and I think we can then solve that problem. Governments can play a role as catalysts. Governments can play a role in terms of regulation, in terms of establishing the legal framework, helping set standards. But if we wait for governments to execute the whole task, it will be too late.
Thank you. Let's talk about the Standard Chartered now. Yeah, I was wondering if you can share with us about how Standard Chartered specifically contributing to the green financing for the global energy transition. What were the initiative, and then if you can share with us also about the innovative financing that's been undertaken?
Yeah, Standard Chartered, as some of you know, we've been operating for almost 170 years across Asia, Middle East, and Africa. And we have big businesses in the US, Europe, rest of the world as well, but mostly serving companies there in Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. Not exclusively, but mostly. We are disproportionately active in developing economies, which have two characteristics in the context of climate change. One is they tend to be large emitters, not in volume, but in terms of the evolution on the industrial cycle. And two, they're most exposed to the risk of climate change. So a high proportion of our business is in coastal cities or locations that will have long periods of in excess of 50 degrees centigrade temperatures, which is, as we all know, is unbearable. So we have a lot at stake in our business. We can also have a very big impact if we get this right. And we decided, the better part of a decade ago, to be thought and action leaders in this regard. And the thought leaders by establishing policies to decarbonize our business, which means helping our clients to decarbonize, and also to establish some of the mechanisms and the financing tools that can have the highest impact. We've committed $300 billion of financing between now and, between 2 years ago and 2030. We've already delivered 82 billion of that. We will be well ahead of plan, would be my expectations. We've been very active in some of the industry bodies, setting standards that we heard our moderator introduce earlier, including being very active in the Indonesia JETP. Dani, my colleague in the front row, has been extremely active as a negotiating partner representing GFANS in that regard. But there are many other examples like that. But the objective for Standard Chartered is to do the right thing, but we always recognize that if we're not getting a return on our investment, over some period of time, we'll be pressured to pull back. And our call it our dirty secret, is that we also make a lot of money in sustainable finance. We trade carbon. We charge a fee when we arrange financing for a solar project or a sustainable building or sustainable port. I think we're the only bank, you may correct me, maybe Mandiri has made a similar commitment. If you haven't, I would encourage you to do so. We've said that we're going to make $1 billion in sustainable finance next year. We made $850 million last year. That's up from 0 4 years ago. I think we'll get to the point where sustainable finance is 10% of our group income. Now, I say it's a dirty secret. I'm very proud of that secret. This is not rapacious. We're not abusing anybody, but the fact that we're making that money means that we can reinvest continuously in our business, and it means that we can scale and scale and scale. If we can organize ourselves in the private sector so that everybody's making a fair return, catalyzed with public money or not, then I think we can solve this problem. If it's philanthropy or purely reliant on citizens' money through governments, it will not succeed.
We heard from Minister Sri Mulyani a couple of times. She mentioned about the importance of the collaboration. Yeah, can you share with us about what kind of collaboration that Standard Chartered has been pursued with government, the NGO, or the financial institution to promote the SDGs?
I think you're precisely correct, and so is Sri Mulyani. Collaboration is key, and I think there have been some real thought and action leaders in the public sector as well. The Asia Development Bank was very early on in setting aside a dedicated financing pool to provide this catalytic capital. So you could call it first loss capital or specific risk sharing in areas that are most difficult for the private sector to accommodate. And while the volume of money isn't enough to change the equation, the learnings from how to create a project with a small amount of public sector capital that can have a big impact on carbon emissions is extremely powerful. The World Bank has followed up under President Aceh Bangga. I'm a participant in the World Bank Private Sector Lab, which is developing exactly these tools to take a small amount of catalytic capital from the World Bank in that case, and deploy that into maybe 5 or 7 times leveraged structures. if we can increase the amount of catalytic capital by orders of magnitude, whether that's coming from risk-seeking but very expert investors, or philanthropic capital, or other MDBs, or perhaps nation states, sovereign wealth funds, et cetera, and leverage that, get to the point where we can leverage that 5 times or 10 times or 15 times, then we start to get into the kind of money that can make a big difference. And what is this money being used for? Basic infrastructure, renewable power that would not be financeable but for the extension of this slightly concessionary capital, and projects that have a technical complexity or a political dimension complexity that requires this kind of special assistance.
We heard from Minister Sri Mulyani about the role of the fiscal policy. Yeah, she mentioned about the carbon tax, and one of the biggest challenges that facing by many emerging developing economies is the fuel subsidy. Yeah, I do understand that. I would like to hear your view on this, but maybe the challenges for especially for policymakers, like what Jean-Claude Juncker always said, we all know what to do, we just don't know how to get re-elected after we've done it, right? So this is really the biggest challenge. But in your view, from the perspective of the private sector, how important this role of the fiscal policy, like a carbon tax, phasing out the fuel subsidy?
I think it's very important. And like the fuel subsidies globally, I think it's $7 trillion. It's massive. And obviously this is, we're subsidizing people to do the wrong thing. We know that if we withdraw that $7 trillion, which is overwhelmingly affecting the poorest people, you'll have social upheaval. But we can, over a relatively short period of time, evolve that subsidy from incentivization to use fossil fuels to other forms of assistance that allow the most vulnerable people to get over the withdrawal of the subsidy. And I think different countries are experimenting with that. We're very active in Nigeria, and Nigeria had an overnight withdrawal of a very substantial fuel subsidy, and there was significant social unrest. So they've needed to backtrack. But I would strongly encourage any country that's going through this process, address the social consequences up front. Don't wait for the social unrest to respond, because then you're already behind the curve.
Bill, I still have many questions, but I do understand that time is limited. So this will be my last questions before we end this fireside session. My question is, what do you think the most important government policy that can help the private sector to accelerate this energy transition?
I think anything the government can do to help us establish a credible global price for carbon would be beyond useful. So, of course, I could say, yes, introduce a carbon tax at $30 per ton and have that agreed globally. I mean, that would be the most impactful thing that governments could do. I don't think it's going to happen, so I don't want to waste a lot of time on it. But I think what governments can do is use the power of the pulpit to establish a price for carbon, which then filters into the private sector, affects decision-making, and affects the way that money flows. That's realistic.
Thank you very much, Bill. Bill Winters, CEO of the Standard Chartered. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give an applause for Mr. Hati Basri and also Mr. Bill Winters. Gentlemen, please do remain on stage and take your position up on stage, for we will proceed with a photo session to conclude our fireside chat. Documentation team, ready? I will help with the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Very well, please give a round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen. You may now return to your seats. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our next agenda, our next discussion session at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024, where we hope each and every one of you please do remain seated, because our next session is another panel session, our panel discussion, which will be our 10th during our 2-day conference here at the Jakarta Convention Center, or our 5th plenary session, which also marks our final plenary discussion session, ladies and gentlemen. And it was, of course, emphasized on the importance, once again, on collaboration and also the commitment to ensure the path to sustainability. And it was re-emphasized once again by Minister Ibu Sri Mulyani in her keynote address, in her keynote speech, that Indonesia must take and also maintain its leadership role and also show its commitment, which have grown stronger and will continue to become stronger, to build a pathway for a sustainable journey and building a green and cleaner ecosystem for all. And one of the efforts is through ISF, which is now in its second year, ladies and gentlemen, and through a series of discussions and, of course, workshops and networking events as well. ISF shows Indonesia's commitment towards resilience and also environmental stewardship, and of course social inclusivity as well. And this also, in hope, will align with our national efforts with global sustainability initiatives, because once again it is a collaborative effort. We must together work in the effort and also the journey of sustainability, ladies and gentlemen. And in just a moment, we will continue with our next panel session, our final panel discussion this afternoon, where we will focus on green finance, catalyzing the sustainable transition. And as we all know, how green finance was mentioned numerous times during our discussions, especially here in the plenary hall of the Jakarta Convention Center throughout the 10 and also the 9 discussion sessions which we have, where of course it plays a crucial role, especially to catalyze the global transition to sustainability. And it is hoped to be able to channel investments into environmentally friendly projects and also initiatives. And through green finance as well, ladies and gentlemen, it is hoped to be able to promote growth of renewable energy, resource efficiency, and also climate resilient infrastructure, while of course, in turn, encourages businesses and also governments and policies to adopt greener practices. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, we will together delve in deeper into the discussion of green finance. So we hope each and every one of you, once again, please do remain seated. And for those of you who have just entered the plenary hall, to once again, please take a seat and fill in the front rows first as we prepare to turn our attention for our 10th panel session of our 2-day ISF, or Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024, which will also be our final panel session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to green finance, catalyzing the sustainable transition. And guiding us through this session is our moderator, Catherine Stodulka from Systemic, who will serve as our moderator. Catherine is a partner and head of sustainable finance at Systemic, a climate-focused investment and advisory firm, and she is on the steering committee of the G7's Impact Investing Task Force, is part of the expert advisory group for the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action. And Catherine was recently awarded Environmental Finance's Net Zero Champion of the Year for her work on accelerating South Africa's $8.5 billion Just Energy Transition Partnership and structuring the $625 million Global Fund for Coral Reefs. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give a round of applause for our moderator, Catherine Stodulka.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for still being here. We're the 10th panel, the last panel. Some people call this the graveyard shift, but I think it's going to be the best panel. So we're very, very excited that you're all still here. Thanks for the very generous introduction. It's nice when you don't have to introduce yourself. People are very kind. But really, it's my absolute privilege to invite a number of incredible experts, practitioners, and real leaders in the green finance space onto the stage now. As you know, we're going to be talking about catalyzing the sustainable transition in Indonesia, the region, and the world. And so, without further ado, could I please invite our panelists to the stage? I'll start with Ibu Mari Pangestu, the President's Special Envoy for the Global Blended Finance Alliance, and so much more. Ibu Mari, welcome. Secondly, Jiro Tominaga, the Indonesia Country Director for the Asian Development Bank. We've got Manuela Ferro, the Regional Vice President for East Asia and the Pacific from the World Bank. We've got Christian Deseglis, the Group Head of the Sustainable Infrastructure and Innovation Unit at HSBC, and Alexandra Askanda, Vice President Director from Bank Mandiri. And Alexandra, I found out, is actually one of the 500 most outstanding women in the financial sector, which is a pretty incredible title as well, so wonderful to be here. We've failed so far, and Alice, come on up. Alice, thank you, the Executive Director for Public Policy from GFANZ. I've failed already because we've called everyone out in the wrong order, but that's just to give you a sense that this is going to be a fun, energizing, conversational panel. We've got about 50 minutes of your time now, and really this time is going to be spent, as I said, talking about how we unlock capital, how we pay for this green transition. But we've talked a lot about how we pay, how we finance. We don't always put numbers to that, so I just wanted to ground us a little bit in some of the facts. If we look at Indonesia, we know there's about $7 billion a year in green finance flowing to the country. Over the past 5 years, it's been about $7 billion. And that's thanks to CPI. I think Teaser's probably in the audience somewhere. The IEA says we need about $8 billion more each year in Indonesia to meet those sustainability goals. And so we're looking at least doubling that. Interestingly, what I've heard over the past 2 days is that that is inherently possible. We're looking at sort of over the next 5 years, so to 2030, a $25 billion investment in renewables and the grid. We're looking at $10 billion in energy efficiency. We're looking at billions more into nature, agriculture, and green buildings. But that has been framed over the past 2 days as a massive investment opportunity. I think Bill said just earlier that there's trillions of dollars waiting to invest in green projects. He also says he wakes up nervous and goes to bed nervous. So hopefully this conversation alleviates some of that nervousness, because we've heard so much about the opportunities in Indonesia and the region for green finance to flow into. We've also heard over the past couple of days, a really important theme around collaboration and leadership. And I have to acknowledge the organisers of the ISF, particularly Minister Luhut and Pak Rahmat. Honestly, it's been unbelievable seeing what you have done, seeing the Singapore export deal, seeing all the MOUs signed today. We're in a country that issued the world's first green sukuk bond. We've got a taxonomy, a sustainable finance taxonomy, which includes transition. We're here in a country that launched the Global Blended Finance Alliance and has really put that at the heart of unlocking private investment for green finance. And we've also had 2 days where we've really focused on people-centered solutions. This is not just about attracting and deploying capital to create value, to make money, but also to ensure that these solutions are affordable and accessible. And there was a wonderful Bloomberg Philanthropies and Climate Works forum the day before the ISF, which really looked at those people-centered solutions. And so since Sri Mulyani said that this is all about collaboration and that really capturing some of these big opportunities that we've heard, I think Minister Luhut continues to talk about 3,000 gigawatts of renewable capacity across Indonesia. Capturing those opportunities are going to take investment, but they're also going to require collaboration. And so we're so fortunate that we've got really exciting people on stage across the financial ecosystem to talk to us today. Manuel, I wanted to start with you because we heard Bill earlier talk about catalytic capital, blended finance, the role of the World Bank in enabling the energy transition in countries like Indonesia. And I wanted to get a bit of your sense. What are you doing? What can MDBs like the World Bank continue to do to unlock the energy transition?
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. And I want to start by congratulating the government of Indonesia and thanking the coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment for hosting this second edition of the ISF. I had the privilege of being at the first, which was impressive but smaller than this.
and it's really enheartening to see the presence and participation. In fact, our president, Ajay Banga, Bill Winters was talking about him, is right now in the Pacific, in Tuvalu today, looking at the impacts of climate change in person, and seeing how, while for some countries investment in climate, both resilience and mitigation, are necessary. For others, they are existential. This is a nation that in 2100 may not exist because of climate change. So what you're doing here in Indonesia's initiative is both noteworthy but also really important and meaningful. So turning a bit to what we're doing on the bank side. Essentially, climate finance and climate support, both in terms of reducing emissions and adapting to climate change, has become a very large and growing part of our work throughout the world in developing countries. About 40 to 45% of our total financing goes already for climate change financing. In the last 5 years, that amounted to about $136 billion. In this region, the region I cover, East Asia and Pacific, that ratio goes to 54%. And why? Because countries are seeing, and I liked what Bill said about the fact that a lot of these investments are led by the science. They're led by the fact that people know that if they don't adapt to climate change, they will have roads wash away, schools wash away, and they will be able to produce goods that then other parts of the world will not buy because they are produced with fossil fuels. And so much of our investment is in climate finance. Now, in Indonesia specifically, our finance is going largely to renewables. Renewables both in the areas that are underserved, in the outer islands, but also conversions. And we believe that Indonesia has a very significant program that can use both multilateral public investment, but also private investment. And in a sense, part of our work here also is to highlight what are the policy changes. We supported the introduction of carbon tax, policy changes that would encourage the private sector to bring in those investments in energy solutions that are more sustainable. And Indonesia is blessed with tremendous potential, both on the one side of the balance sheet of climate change in terms of CO2 absorption. We finance the mangroves, co-finance with several of our partners, the mangroves program that Indonesia has led the world in, but also on renewables. And we believe that that is a big future of our program. The other point that I wanted to make is that for the poorest countries, and Indonesia is now a middle-income country, but there are many poorer countries in the region, we use a fund that is part of the World Bank, the International Development Agency, that is providing concessional and sometimes grant financing for climate change and climate finance. And that is also what covers small island states, which in your neighborhood are very significantly affected. Lastly, but certainly not least, in addition to private sector, we are leveraging grant financing from CIF and from others, and working as part of the JETB partnership to bring additional resources and to soften the terms to make those loans cheaper to countries, including Indonesia. And we believe that that is a strength of, I would say, not only the World Bank, but the multilateral system, to be able to blend these resources in and in a way encourage more investment in renewables. So to summarize, a tremendous push from the bank on climate finance. As our previous panelist mentioned, our president, Ajay Banga, is very keen to support these initiatives and bring in this private capital into investments in the real economy. At the end of the day, the private sector needs to make money to be able to put this capital to work. We see a growing program in this area, both in Indonesia, in the region, and I would say in the world. We're expecting to make additional commitments at COP that will bring us on par with the best on financing climate. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Just before we move on, you mentioned you were at the first ISF. Who was at the first ISF? Who's going to come to the next ISF? Come on. Very good. Brilliant. And since we've really, I just want to also acknowledge that adaptation is such an important part of this climate finance discussion, this green finance discussion. So thank you so much for raising it. What is quite interesting is that you also mentioned mobilizing private capital. We'll obviously come to you shortly, Christian. But before I do, Giro, the ADB has, as part of its recent strategy, come out with a kind of private capital mobilization lens, particularly for green. And I wanted to understand, what do you think are the trends, the innovations in green finance that we're going to see in the region that help us unlock the investment we've talked about needing to deliver on those climate goals?
Okay. Thank you. Is it on? Okay. Thank you very much. And then I also want to join Manuela in terms of thanking the organizer for inviting us, and then also congratulate the very successful second ISF. I was not being able to be at the main events of the first ISF the last year, but I was attending in some of the the thematic sessions and then others, and I was already feeling a lot of energy at that time, and then now it is really culminating into this big event. And then I'm very fortunate I am being part of this panel to form the last session of the second ISF, and I'm very much grateful for that.
The best session.
And the best session, of course. Well, I mean, yes, Asian Development Bank, we aspire to become the climate bank of Asia and Pacific, and then we are making some concrete steps towards that. Climate finance, of course, we are also trying to maximize the amount of climate finance that we have in the lending and non-lending program towards the target of a cumulative $100 billion between 2019 and 2030, and we are well on track of achieving that. In terms of the outlook for the green financing, I think it is overall positive. I think it is based on of course, it is not perfect, but more sort of regulatory framework being sort of established by the various governments in the region and as well as globally. Also, international financing, the organizations like us and the World Bank, we are very much geared towards coming into this space. And also the very recognition and awareness among the private sector side on the ESG, and that's also coming, and technology advancement and new sectors coming in, green industry becoming the new source of growth, and which Indonesia can capture very well. So I think a lot of investment opportunities are coming in. But at the same time, as you mentioned, the gap is so large that the total climate finance has to increase. And given the constraints that the public financing side has, I think the private sector needs to increase. In the Asia and Southeast Asia region, according to our assessment, 2/3 of the current climate financing is coming from the public sector, and 1/3 is private sector. Now that share has to reverse. 2/3 has to come from the private sector and 1/3 from the public sector. If we hold the public sector amount constant, that means the private sector financing has to triple, right? So I think that's the minimum. The total volume would still need to increase much further to fill the gap. So I think that's the sort of the task that we are in. I think some of the actions that we probably need to do is, of course, in terms of the policy framework and regulatory framework side. I think the government definitely needs to work on that. But also at the same time, the pipeline of investable projects that needs to be there, and then the efforts needs to be there to really develop the strong pipeline. on the policy side, there are a lot of have been done. The national NDCs, for example, the net zero pledges. ASEAN has come up with the taxonomy for the transition finance. JETP Indonesia also is a very, very important. But that, the policy action needs to accelerate much more, and particularly in the area that really incentivize corporate action. It's about the carbon pricing, carbon trading, and also disclosure, the part of it. I think that needs to be established as well. But also at the same time, the clarity of and the predictability of the regulatory framework, I think, needs to be enhanced, continue to be enhanced, because the uncertainty on the regulatory side is one of the very important risks that the private sector feels when they're coming in. For the green investment. So in that context, I think organizations like us, we can help in terms of the upstream side of the policy framework, the midstream in terms of the project development, in providing the technical assistance and coming up with the robust and then investable project, and then finally on the downstreaming side, also bringing in the concessional financing, just like Manuela has mentioned. I think access to that global concessional financing is also, we have some strength in that. So bring it in and to catalyze and catalytic fund to blended finance type of structures. Those are probably the areas that we can help.
You sound pretty optimistic about the potential for the private sector to really fill that financing gap. And so I wanted to get a sense, Alice, if you agree. You work with financial institutions every single day. How does GFANZ work with them to help unlock some of this green finance? And are you as optimistic as Jiro?
Thanks very much, and it's a great pleasure to be here. We were founded at COP26, and the idea behind GFANZ was that we can't just wait for governments to make all of the policy needed before the private sector gets going. And so we exist to help the global financial system speed up its own efforts. And we now convene around 650 plus financial institutions globally in 50 countries that have all individually committed to net zero by 2050 in line with 1.5 degrees. And I guess it's a bit like when we all commit to get fit, probably once a year in my case. It's fine making that kind of commitment, but then you have to find some way of actually implementing it. And so what then matters is how often you go to the gym, whether you're cycling to the office or whatnot. So what is the financial system doing? So we're there to kind of keep them going, to call them up and see whether they have been to the gym or not. What we do is we build frameworks and approaches for the system to use to help them think more seriously about transition. And so we've developed with the system a framework for transition planning, which is basically about getting the financial sector to engage with the clients, with the companies and the households that they finance, to think about their transition pathways, because any individual financial firm doesn't have many carbon emissions itself through its own operations. They all arise through the clients that they finance. And so what we're asking the system to do is think about the pathways that those clients can get on and to help them provide finance in new and innovative ways for that purpose. And so we work in lots of different areas, but one area of focus is very much in working with countries like Indonesia who have a transition journey to go on to try and make sure that finance isn't a blocker. And so along with the public sector, we've supported the Indonesian JETP so far. And I think that is an example of collaboration across local, global, public, private parties. And I do feel optimistic, but I'm clear that we've got more to do to convert all that ambition, all the planning that's been done into actual projects that get financed. I think the reasons for optimism here are that Indonesia has lots of strong fundamentals, obviously strong growing economy, good balance sheet, and also lots of dynamism and opportunity. And I think if we look at the transition, it's not just about bending the emissions curve and decoupling emissions from growth. I think it's actually about having a positive strategy to grow whilst embracing transition. And Indonesia is very well positioned here because you have critical minerals, you have an ability to go out the supply chain and build solar panels, to build batteries, you're working on your EV sector, both on the supply and the demand side. All the way through, you have a huge carbon economy potential with all your natural resources. And then I can't finish but mention the energy sector. It would be fantastic to deliver everything I've just mentioned, but the thing that really makes it a coherent and competitive advantage is if we make progress on decarbonizing the energy supply. And here again, there's lots of easy wins to be had in terms of adding renewables. There's lots of demand to finance renewables. There's lots of help available to make that financing cheaper. There are some tricky challenges, and building out grid and so on is something that is going to take some planning and some work. And obviously thinking about how to transition away from coal is also going to be a key priority. But I think it's doable, and I think we've started to step up radical collaboration between public, private, local and global. And we have to stick at it, frankly, and start to deliver the results. Thanks.
Maybe just to take a temperature check of the room, how optimistic are you that these trillions of green finance can be flowing into some of the opportunities that Alice just described? Show of hands. Optimistic, hands up. Not so optimistic. Right, we're on the right side then, and we'll come back to you, Dasono, maybe to understand why you're not so optimistic. But maybe someone who can change your mind might be Bimari. Of course, Ibimari, a lot of people have been talking about blended finance over the past 2 days. Why do we need blended finance for this green transition agenda? And what do we need to do to scale it if we do need it? And maybe the bonus question, can blended finance help tackle the slightly more pessimistic view in the front row?
Thank you, Catherine. And it's such a great pleasure to be here at the second ISF forum. I was at the first one. And I guess I'm optimistic because I feel there's so much energy and vibe in the room and in all the sessions that I've been in. You know, it was packed in every session that we had. And it's different stakeholders all there and all high level and all not just talking, but also thinking about how to find solutions. That's what I find really encouraging. Even though, you know, we're still quite far from being able to resolve this complex issue of how to finance climate transition. So to your question related to blended finance, I think the reality is that the trillions or billions, which is the financing gap, can only be met by the private sector. The estimate is around, for energy transition, I think 75% has to come from the private sector. So the big question is, how can you bring the public funding, the catalytic MDB funding, philanthropic funding, together with the private capital? So blended finance is really all about how do you bring different investment needs, which have different risks and returns, with financing, which have different objectives, as well as different bottom lines, right? So how do you bring that together? You have to, first of all, identify the investment needs in a comprehensive way. And just to reflect on the energy transition, I have to get this right, just an affordable energy transition that Indonesia would like to have. We've been on this journey of trying to learn, right? How do you do this? And the bottom line is you have to have the country leadership, the political will, and the country is designing a country-led, country-owned platform of just an affordable energy transition. And because the keyword, one of the keywords is transition. The transition that developing countries have to go through with energy is so different from what developed countries go through. Yeah, coal plants in this part of the world is between 10 to 15 years old. In Europe and the US, it's like 40, 50 years old, so close to end of life. So the cost of closing it down or phasing it down is so different from what we have to experience. And the fact of the matter is that coal is still the cheapest source of energy. And you want to have affordable energy for your people and for your development. So that's really one of the biggest challenges that we face, and it was the challenge with JETP, the Just Energy Transition Partnership. That was a G7 initiative. We learned a lot, I think, in the last 2 years in the discussion that it can't just be about coal exit and then replacing it with renewable energy. The investment needs go from the low or no return and high risk, such as cleanup costs, such as compensating the losers, to the coal exit. Who's going to finance the coal exit, early coal exit? And then the energy grid, energy efficiency, transmission, and then the renewable, which tend to be the more commercially oriented ones where the private sector would have to come in. But if you don't have that holistic platform, you are not going to be able to achieve just and affordable energy transition. So that has been the learning. We're trying to create this in kind of the global, in the blended finance context. So you have the different investment needs. How do you bring in the capital and especially the private sector? How do you have innovative financial instruments to reduce the risk? The risks are many. You have political risk, you have country risk, you have project risk, and you have currency risk. So what are the de-risking instruments? What are the innovative de-risking instruments? How do you reduce the cost? By combining the catalytic capital that can catalyze or mobilize private capital. The record at the moment is very dismal. I think $1 of catalytic money is only bringing in like 30 cents of private capital. So something is wrong. And for emerging markets, the something is wrong is related to the risk, having to deal with the risks, the lack of data and standards on the financial information and on defining green or sustainability. It's about capacity. I think yesterday in my panel, Edo was saying, money, it's not just about money and incentives. If we really achieve the acceleration of our renewable energy plan, we don't have the people to actually implement it, whether in the government or in the industry. So human capital and talent and capacity building in the government as well as in the private sector is also a big constraint. And then what Diro just mentioned about policies. Policies, regulations, and institutions and governance. And this is where the country-led platform actually needs to work. So to close on how do you scale up, I don't have a good answer, but maybe Bill was saying earlier that the Global Blended Finance Alliance that we're trying to create here, as well as the platform that we're trying to create here, is basically trying to proof of concept, I think he used that word, proof of concept, and see whether the catalytic capital can actually work to show that you can have this blended finance as a showcase of projects. But it seemed to me that he was saying it's very hard to scale up without having the private sector, the carbon markets in the private sector. And I guess we have to agree with that in the sense that it's not a sequential thing. You can't wait for the catalytic capital to, as you were saying, you can't wait for the governments or the catalytic capital. We must also have a lot of homework here, how to actually galvanize the private sector to think differently and act differently, right? And I think he was a little bit pessimistic, don't you? He said, there was a lot of hype, maybe after Glasgow, there was a lot of hype, and then kind of decline, understandably. The energy prices doubled. We had a war and conflict, so people get very nervous, and now we seem to be backtracking on that. So I think this is the moment in time. How do we change that? Because otherwise, that part is not going to happen to do the scaling up.
Thank you so much, Ibu Mari, and it's an important reality check. We should never come to these conversations and think, oh, it'll all be easy, and that's actually why we need everyone sitting on this panel today. Christian, so many people have said the private sector must, needs to, should, will. How do you feel about that? And tell us what HSBC is doing, particularly on the green finance agenda, but maybe more broadly first, the private sector, how do you feel?
Okay, so as the voice, one of the voices of the private sector, look, first of all, I will share a sense of optimism about what's happening. And hopefully we're not backtracking, at least not on our side. We don't think it's the moment to backtrack. But this optimism, I would say, is tempered by realism. Because I think we need to understand that the transformation, the transition to net zero, is a fundamental rewiring of our economies, and this is extremely, extremely complex. And obviously no one can do it on their own. So, but as you know, HSBC, a global bank with a large footprint in Asia and the Middle East, we believe we've got a role to play in accelerating the unlocking of capital and providing solutions to the transition to net zero. So why do we think we've got a role to play? I think not only, you know, as Bill was saying before, because we feel it's the right thing to do, but also because our clients are asking for it. And the clients, whether it's in a brown sector, and they have committed to decarbonize, and then we need to help them find solutions for decarbonization, whether it's in the green sector, because they have huge opportunities to invest, to create new businesses and to develop their business and to expand and grow their business, whether it's in all the shades of color between brown and green that exist in between the pure brown and the pure green. So I think we have a role to play to help those clients. And you know, there is a huge opportunity for banks, and I think Bill was mentioning that also. We actually quantified it across the markets where we operate, and from now until 2030, we believe this opportunity is about $39 trillion of financing of CapEx for companies across the sectors that will decarbonize. So whether it's in the production of green, clean electricity, whether it's in the greening of transport, whether it's in the production of new and nascent technologies which we need for decarbonization. So it's a huge business opportunity, and we obviously, you know, have a role to play to accelerate it. So the way we're thinking about it is to go about, I would say, three main sectors. First is helping clients transition. Sustainable infrastructure, you know, electrification of transport, and so on and so forth. The second one, which is equally important, is how do we scale the new economy? So someone mentioned just now the developmental opportunities of the transition to net zero, you know, creation of new green sectors. And this is a very complex task also, to move from concept stage startups to large accomplices and successful businesses. So we've got a huge role to play in the scale-up of those companies. And then last but not least, how do we help green trade? How do we help green supply chains? So these are, I would say, the three sectors that we are focusing on, where we think we can play a role.
Brilliant. I love the fundamental rewiring of the economy language. I think that's very important. And also this focus on where are the demand signals coming? And you're saying you're hearing this from your clients. Alexandra, I'm wondering, does Bank Mandiri also hear that pressure from its clients? You know, what are you doing, particularly with the stakeholders that you work with, to unlock green finance, particularly in the infrastructure space?
Thank you, Catherine. It's a pleasure for me to be part of IISF 2024. We've been hearing the word collaboration at least a couple of times during this panel session. So I believe that we all agree collaboration is a must. An institution cannot be sustainable on its own. And I think a collaborative approach may be the only way to meet and exceed the global sustainability goals. Therefore, for Bank Mandiri, we believe that working together with financial institutions like banks, multilateral development banks, especially for those who are more advanced in ESG implementation, particularly in renewable energy and sustainable infrastructure, becomes substantial for us. And as the first
stage, we start with capacity development, because there are many financial institutions who can provide technical assistance, join with us, of course. And this includes experts, data experts, and scientists who can have the access to ESG modeling. And it's very important for us because we just started this journey. And also, we believe that in early stage of ESG adaptation, as in Indonesia, working together, engaging government, policymakers, and regulators also becomes substantial, because we need to convey the business strategies in the context of ESG. And we've been working closely with Indonesia Financial Services Authority, conducting many interactive conversation and FGDs on building the ecosystem of sustainable finance. And for this purpose, we try to create incentives to boost renewable energy projects for a faster growth. Also, for us, it's important to have collaboration with the other ministry. First, of course, Ministry of SOEs. We have to ensure that our initiatives are aligned with national policies and also MSOE's strategies. As the largest wholesale bank in Indonesia, we support the government priorities program. We provide green financing for SOEs and also for private sectors, such as green loan for PLN, and then green financing project financing for Pertamina, and also for our SOE toll road company. And also working together with Ministry of Environment and Forestry, we talk actively about carbon trading mechanism. And of course, with Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs, because they just launched the CIPP, the Comprehensive Investment Policy Plan, in collaboration with JETP. To summarize, we are open and keen to work with partners for this transition journey, especially with financial institutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And this is the fun bit, because we've done one round of questions. We've got about 15 minutes left, and we can start making connections between people on the panel. So, Alexandra, I just want to check with you. When you say collaboration, who on this panel do you want to collaborate with most? Who would be most helpful? You've talked about building some of that skills and capabilities that are really needed, that emphasis on human capital. So pick a winner. Who do you want to collaborate with most?
Actually, we had a very good collaboration with HSBC. Just happened this year, because I mentioned earlier, we support PLN together with HSBC. And of course, we would like to have collaboration with the other financial institution like ADB, World Bank, and also if I'm not mistaken, to pronounce the institution. Thank you. Thank you, Catherine.
Brilliant. That's a very good outcome of this panel, that there'll be more collaboration. How fantastic. I really want to pick up a couple of things which Ibumari and Alice, you both described really around sort of tackling specific risks, and come to Giro because the ADB has obviously developed some mechanisms which are specific to coal phase-out risk and to unlocking investment in renewables. Give us a very quick summary of your favourite transition mechanism or your favourite de-risking mechanism, and if it's responsive to these questions, and then Christian, I'll come to you.
Thank you very much. I think it's energy transition.
Maybe right up.
Energy transition mechanism, ETM. Basically, it is just bringing in the concessionality and then also our long-term financing to facilitate the early retirement or repurposing of coal-fired power plant. By bringing in our concessionality, it is at least NPV neutral for the project sponsor to shorten the PPA period for 7, 8, whatever years. But still, the shortened period of time, the greenhouse gas emission will be reduced. So the total sort of life cycle greenhouse gas emission of this power plant will be reduced to a significant amount. And I think it very much relates to the point about collaboration based on the lessons learned, and we're still learning the lesson every day. But it is a very, very complex area, and particularly it is, just taking out the coal-fired power plant doesn't mean just taking it out, because it has an impact on the entire grid stability, and also particularly on the energy security issue. So all this very upstream, high-level government policy priority consideration of that is very important, and we do that at the same time to achieve just and affordable transition. So the collaboration of many different stakeholders, particularly the government people, but private sector, financial side, and CSO, because of the just transition part of it, it is going to be very important. It is very important, and then we often talk about 4 Ps: people, policy, and power / project, and partnership. And all these 4 things has to be there to be, and it will take a holistic approach. Otherwise, it is going to be very, very challenging for us to do.
Mm-hmm. Christian, I know you wanted to come in on this. Go for it.
Okay, very quickly. So I said at the beginning that I was optimistic, but also realistic. So I'll mention, where is the realism coming from? So I think, a lot of the challenges that are hindering the flow of finance are linked to a couple of things. One is on the technology side. So I mentioned some of the tech risk, at scaling new technologies. But another one, which is really important, is how do we make sure that capital is flowing towards emerging and developing economies, where a lot of the emissions are taking place, but also where a lot of the growth is happening. So here, I think, we've been talking a lot about blended finance, some of the initiatives. I think these are all fantastic initiatives. We're part of JETP. We are supporting the energy transition mechanism. And I think, as a community and the collaboration, we need to make sure that we're focusing on the solutions that can be scaled, because the challenges are gigantic in nature. So what are the specific interventions that can remove some of the obstacles that are preventing this flow of money? So whether it's project preparation, whether it's some of the de-risking that Giro, you just mentioned within the ETM. So I think as a collaboration, this is really where we should focus on. Not so much innovation per se, because we've seen a lot of innovation, but some of them have been very successful. The green bond market now is about $5 trillion, probably going to be about $1 trillion of issuance this year. So we need to find together instruments and solutions that can be similarly scaled.
It's a brilliant point. I think maybe we just take a temperature check in the room. What's more important? Is it innovation or is it scale? Hands up for innovation. Hands up for scale. It's about 50-50, which means they're both important. Very good. That's the diplomat's answer. But I think it is a very critical part of the discussion over the past 2 days, which is there are things that are working. There are financing mechanisms which are unlocking the private sector. There are even partnerships and collaboration which could be replicated in different geographies. And Manuela, I wanted to turn to you because it's always going to be harder with adaptation, isn't it, versus the energy transition? Or am I being too bleak about that? You know, is this conversation applicable to the adaptation agenda? Is that scale comment applicable to adaptation?
I think it is in many ways. It is in many ways. Why? Because the countries that are already being affected by climate change are increasingly also contributing to climate change. And that's very much the case of developing countries. And I'll give you an example. Right here in Indonesia, the investment that has been made and is being made on restoring mangroves actually does both. It helps capture CO2, but also helps the, protect the coastlines, produces fisheries and revenues and incomes for families that live along the coast. And in a way, it does two things at the same time. The additional point that I think is very critical to bring here is growth. We sometimes talk about energy transition, climate change, without thinking about the growth profitability angle. That is going to be critical also in adaptation. So why is it that of all the climate finance that is spent in the world today, only 16% goes for adaptation? Yet, there are roads being washed away every day, and there are tremendous impacts already of climate change in a number of countries, including right here in Indonesia. We at the bank, we've committed to performing our financing by providing 50% of our finance to adaptation. We're not there yet, we're at 40, but we want to aim to 50%. And there are three elements that I would mention here, some of which are common to energy transition. One is that private and public sector may perceive investments in adaptation as delivering benefits that are in too long a run, that will happen 50 years from now, 80 years from now. So if you have too short a time horizon, it doesn't pay to invest in those. The second is many of the countries that most need investments in adaptation are too debt-ridden to be able to borrow. And so concessional financing for them is going to be critical. That is especially the case of low-income countries, especially the case of small island states. But I would argue many of the middle-income countries, including Indonesia, have a big adaptation bill already to manage. Lastly, the investments in adaptation are not necessarily well known. We have estimated that $1 invested in adaptation can reduce the losses caused by climate change in the Philippines by 65%, in Cambodia by 50%. These are big numbers. So making more explicit the data behind the impacts of climate change and therefore the profitability of adaptation may also contribute to bring in more private and public investment to climate adaptation.
Brilliant. And Ibu Mari, I wondered if I could turn to you as well. Obviously, you've done a lot in the ocean space, in the blue economy space. And so it builds a little bit on this shared learnings. You know, what can we learn in the blended finance space that we've had with energy and share into the natural capital space or the adaptation space? Is blended finance for everything, or, you know, is it just for the power system? What are the learnings that we can see?
I don't think I think blended finance is obviously not just for energy. The whole idea is how do you combine different sources of funding to fund different investment needs. So if you talk about the oceans, part of it can be, you know, how do you get the private sector to be involved? They need to have a return, and that's why, for instance, the Blue Halo as an idea, which is now already becoming a blended finance initiative, and what you're doing in the coral reefs. So how do you put, it's basically, maybe because I'm an economist, but I'm sure all the business people have the same view. Once you put the value to it, then you can sell it, you know. That's kind of the way you think about it. But to be able to sell it and to put a value in it, you do need to have the government or the regulatory part of it define how that can be, you can have put value to it. So with Halo S, it's basically saying, if you protect this area, what do they call those things? MPAs, right? Marine Protected Area. If you protect that area, which will enrich the population of fish, which fish don't just stay where they are protected. They don't have a passport or a visa. They'll go to the periphery, the hinterland, which will then be full of value, right? So that's kind of the idea, and blended finance can come in where the government or philanthropies or NGOs can come in to help set up the area that needs to be conserved and protected. And that's exactly what happened with the Blue Halo S project that we have in Indonesia. It's being funded by the Green Climate Fund, partly, but then crowding in private capital.
A great example that solutions do exist. And turning to you, Atlas, we've really reflected a lot on learnings, collaboration, the importance not just of financial capital, but also of human capital and political capital as well. What do you think, what are you hearing from your stakeholders that's the most important thing, whether it's on the financial structuring or the policy side? You know, what do they need from conversations like this to see that wall of capital coming in?
So I think as we were just discussing, I think what we're all trying to do through our collaboration is to come up with innovative solutions that we can then scale. So I don't think it's the innovation or scale, one or the other is more important, it's more of a process. And so I think the kind of collaboration we're all trying to do in many different areas, whether it's energy or oceans, is about that. And as Ibu Mari said, it's about finding how to make each of these different opportunities economic. Because as soon as you find that solution, that kind of blended finance solution or whatever it takes, a demand driver or something like that, it will start to scale. So I think that's the challenge. And then just stepping back, obviously we try to make sure that the private sector is playing its part and is innovating and thinking about how it can help. The private sector also really cares about government policy, as we heard from Bill Winters earlier. And this is obviously a very important year as we move towards everyone submitting new NDCs and so on and so forth. And when we asked the members of GFANZ, what is it that you care about in this space? What they care about is something that I think plays to the strengths of Indonesia, which is that when you're explaining your transition, it must always be put within the context of development and growth. So what the private sector said is that if there's a plan for transition over here and a plan for development and growth over here, they would have doubts about whether you're going to deliver the transition plan. So what we're looking for, I think, is to bring the two things together and find opportunities, innovate to make them scalable, scale, move on to the next challenge. Thanks.
A brilliant way of putting the innovation to scale sort of spectrum in front of us. Now we've got, I think it's two and a half minutes left, and so we're going to wrap up this brilliant panel, and we're going to do that by asking people one, I hope, challenging question, but maybe also a question to try and convince Pak Darsono whether he's changed his mind from being a pessimist to an optimist. So Minister Luhut, you may not have been here earlier in the panel, but we asked the question, are we optimistic about this wall of green finance coming into some of the big opportunities that we've talked about over the past 2 days, the 3,000 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity and all the other great opportunities? Most people said they were pretty optimistic, but with some fair caveats, as you've heard from the panel. But to single out our friend in the front row, there were some skeptics. And so my question for this panel, with your minute and a half left, is what can we do as part of ISF, collectively, with the collaboration here today, what can we do to change Pak Darsono's mind so that we can leave this room being optimistic that we can unlock green finance for the opportunities that we're seeing in Indonesia and the region? The challenge starts with you, Manuela. What can we do? We're changing your mind, Pak Darsono.
So from our side, we are extremely determined to scale up our investments in energy transition and climate more broadly, including in Indonesia. We believe that the counterpart of that is creating a policy framework that makes it attractive for the private sector to also contribute and to make money out of it.
Thank you. I think I see enormous convergence of people feeling what needs to be done. I think now that we need action, and then I think that's the action, that's the area that we would like to support as ADB.
I think I would say that I'm optimistic because I think the opportunity and the both for human capital but also for financial capital is going to be in getting the transition right. So I think everyone's starting to point in the right direction because we see opportunity to make people's lives better, to make our cities better, to grow the economy and to develop. I think the challenge is, are we going to do it fast enough? And if we don't do it faster, the costs of climate are going to start acting as a major drag. So I think the big challenge is to speed up our collaboration. Thanks.
For me, I'm optimistic because I feel like we've gone beyond blah, 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 to quote Greta, that we know the what, and there seems to be some convergence and consensus on the what. The problem is how to in a way where you can get re-elected, as Hatip Basri mentioned, and how to because the risks are so different, and how to come up with the solutions. So my call is for all of us here to really work on the how to and the solutions, and I want to call for not just collaboration, but co-creating the solutions, because some of these solutions don't exist yet, so you have to co-create it.
Yeah, I would second that. Look, I don't think there is any magic wand, but I'm really encouraged to see, for instance, the tremendous growth in mature deployment of mature technologies in renewable. You know, it's going to be $2 trillion this year, which is absolutely remarkable. Also really encouraged by all the innovation that can be scaled and the focus on finding solutions, public-private, for energy, but also for nature. So let's get to work. Let's get to work and find commercial, scalable solutions, but also affordable solutions.
I believe we live on this planet for doing something good. Much more important than ourselves, which will become our legacy. So we can do this together, not only for a good business, but also for a better and sustainable future for our next generation. Thank you.
What a brilliant way to end. Thank you so much to your panelists, and thanks for sticking around to the 10th panel. Thank you, panelists. I think we're off the stage now, but there's something very exciting coming, Ibimari, I understand. So we'll get off and leave you here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Once again, give a round of applause for our moderator panelists, and please do remain on stage to all the speakers. For next, we will take a photo session. Once again, panelists and also moderator, please remain on stage and take a position, because we will wrap up our 10th and final panel session of ISF 2024 with a photo session. And documentation teams, are you ready? All right, I will help with the countdown. In 3, 2, 1. And once again, 3, 2, 1. Once again, thank you very much. Give a round of applause for our panelists and also moderator for the wonderful and engaging and insightful discussion, and a wonderful way to wrap up our last panel discussion for this year's ISF. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to remind each and every one of you that ISF 2024 is a platform for collaboration, and everyone must be optimistic, especially in the journey for sustainability. And once again, we'd like to remind everyone to please stay on your seats, because we will still have remaining sessions this afternoon. We will still have collaborations and also joint signing sessions for us all to witness. And of course, the closing sessions as well, as we will have a closing remark and also a recap of our 2-day event this year in the year 2024. And we just have joined in together with the discussion session on green finance, catalyzing the sustainable transition, that was moderated by Catherine Stodulka. And during the discussion, it was also mentioned and also addressed the challenges of especially how can we all establish a green and also blended finance in the road to transition and also energy transition. And it was mentioned that the key word here is transition, and the challenges among nations is different. It differs. Each and every nation has its own challenges that must be faced and also to be tackled together. And of course, the developing countries may find it more challenging, we may say, especially in terms of providing affordable energy for our people. And green finance, especially, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have to believe and also see that it is a crucial element, and it plays a magnificent role, especially in catalyzing and also fostering the transition to sustainability and also the energy transition. And by aligning the financial flows with innovative approaches and also the sustainability ways, we hope that it can not only mitigate environmental risk and also establish a greener future, but also foster long-term economic resilience, and it must need optimism for us all. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for all of our discussions and all of our insightful sessions throughout the two-day forum of ISF 2024. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to once again turn your attention, for we will now witness together the Climate Transition Impact Framework, or CTIF. Therefore, we would like to invite onto the stage to launch and also to witness the Climate Transition Impact Framework and the Indonesia Lighthouse, where it will focus on the Climate Transition Impact Framehouse and also the Indonesia Lighthouse. Therefore, we kindly invite Bapak Rahmat Kaimuddin from Kemenkomarves and also Bapak Kaushik Das from McKinsey & Company onto the stage. Mr. Kaushik Das is a senior partner based in Singapore, where he advises on long-term strategy, partnerships, and performance transformations across industries like energy, mining, and the public sector. He has extensive experience in markets all across Asia and Europe, and previously served as the managing partner for Southeast Asia and the Jakarta office. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause. And we would like to hand over the microphone in time to Mr. Kaushik Das for his remarks.
Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellency Pak Luhut, ladies and gentlemen, I am really excited to be here together with Pak Rahmat to introduce the CTIF. So what is the CTIF? It's an attempt to put people, the common people, at the heart of energy transition. And I'm excited because Indonesia is going to be a global lighthouse, a global pilot, the leading country in Asia in piloting this framework. So why do we need the CTIF? So let me talk a little bit about this framework. Today, when we talk about energy transition, we talk about climate change, we talk about different pathways, we use financial numbers. We know how to talk about marginal cost. We can talk about investment, NPV, IRR. We have no way to bring people impact into this. What happens to people that lose jobs? What happens to different communities? Some communities lose, some communities win. What about the impact on the competitiveness of the economy? What about affordability, security? What about the quality of the lived environment, the sunshine, the quality of the sunshine, the quality of the air that people breathe? Yet, these are the features that impact people, that impact governments. And these are the features that either build support from civil society or loss of support. Earlier today, Pak Khatib Basri talked about governments coming back or not. In fact, Ibu Mari just mentioned the same point. These are the factors that actually impact whether governments come back to power, whether societies support energy transition. But there is no language around this. There is no framework. There are no tools to measure the impact on jobs, the quality of support. So CTIF tries for the first time to bring some science to these societal factors. So what CTIF does is it talks about 5 different factors. Of course, you will see investment requirement. That's the starting point. What's the cost? Do you do hydrogen? Are you phasing out coal? What's the cost? We all know how to deal with that. That is easy. But on top of that, you will see the impact on affordability. What does it mean for the cost of power? How much are people paying? What is inflation? Does it add to inflation? Does it take away from inflation? So what does it mean for affordability? What does it mean for jobs? So the impact on jobs. The quality of the jobs. It is not just enough to say, oh, we are gaining jobs, but what's the quality of the jobs that are being created? What's the quality of the jobs that are being lost? Which communities, which provinces gain and which lose? It's going to talk about the growth and competitiveness of the economy. You know, it's all very well to invest a lot of money, but if the economy loses steam, if fundamentally you lose and other countries gain, that is not acceptable to any country. It is not acceptable to any democratic government. And then finally, the quality of the environment. So CTIF is an attempt to bring all of these together. And what we have done is identified a set of 50 metrics that together can be used to define these factors. And this has been developed with a set of partners ranging from UNCTAD, that's the United Nations Trade and Development Body, NGFS, which is a collection of central banks from around the world. They do a lot of modeling around climate change, and with McKinsey. But beyond us, there are about 60 other multilateral bodies, private sector bodies that are acting as consultative partners for developing this. So hopefully, this is not a private sector initiative or a government. This belongs to the world. And that's where Indonesia comes in. Pak Rahmat, thankfully with your support, with the support of the government of Indonesia, you've agreed to be a pilot in trying this out and in using the results of this to inform policies, potentially to inform our policies. So thank you, Pak Rahmat, for giving this a pilot status. And we are proud to have this MOU together with you. On that note, Pak Rahmat, let me hand over to you.
Thank you, Pak Kaushik. So 6 months ago, I was approached by Pak Kaushik, McKinsey, and basically informed me that, hey, Pak Rahmat, we have this global framework, from COP, announced in COP. Basically, how can we put science into climate impact and economic activities? And from me, it's really jives, because Indonesia is actually have an ambitious targets, 2045 golden Indonesia, 2060 or faster in net zero. So we need to continue growing and also doing something for climate. But we've had a lot of very, very difficult conversation, typically, in different places, especially with people who are in different situations than us. So, and then of course, Indonesia is not a very well understood country. And maybe, and I'm gonna paraphrase what Pak Kaushik told me, the credibility of Indonesian ambition on climate is not very good today, right? At least few years ago. So we said, okay, why not? We need this framework. We need a common language, common science, common way to look at things, so that we don't have to kind of fight. We can tell okay, if you're a developing nations, maybe this is what you do first. If you're a developed nations, this is what you should do to kind of balance your priorities. And because Indonesia is a very complex country, middle income, very large population, 17,500 islands, we said, okay, if you can make this framework work for Indonesia, then we can probably use it for any other countries in the world. So I think that is the philosophy. I think that's also what we want to show is that Indonesia wants to engage, Indonesia wants to collaborate, and Indonesia will try to find the best solutions. So like these events that we do in the past 2 days, this CTF pilot that we work with McKinsey is another way to show our commitment for climate.
Thank you. But Ahmed, just in terms of getting this started and the MOU, maybe we'll just, let me hand over this framework to you. The first country framework ever. Yeah. So thank you.
Once again, give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Mr. Kaushik Das and Bapak Rahmat Kaimuddin, for the launch of the Climate Transition Impact Framework. And now we invite Mr. Kaushik Das and Bapak Rahmat to please take a picture once again with the CTIF report, and to the documentation team to please approach the stage to prepare yourself to take a picture of this momentous occasion. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause as we together here witness the CTIF report being launched, and with a picture taken as a symbolic gesture of this important milestone. Once again, congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue in the spirit of collaboration at the second day of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. For we will have another momentous and also a milestone for our collaborative journey towards sustainability. And next, ladies and gentlemen, together we will witness the launch of the Indonesia Climate Dialogue. Therefore, we'd like to invite onto the stage to deliver a speech prior of the launch of the Indonesia Climate Dialogue, or ICD. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming onto the stage Ibu Mari Elka Pangestu, the President's Special Envoy in Global Blended Finance Alliance.
I have to wait for the music to finish. It's me again. I hope you're not sick of seeing me again on stage. Excellencies, distinguished guests and friends, Minister Luhut, thank you for attending this session. It is a pleasure to be with everyone today. We have truly been inspired, and I'm not, not basa-basi, as we say, truly inspired to be here for the past 2 days at the ISF. The ISF2 compared to ISF1, I just feel there's so much energy, so much vibe, so much optimism in the room. And we have so many high-level stakeholders here who are really, truly coming here to see Indonesia's opportunities, the region's opportunities. And I keep on hearing the word collaborate all over and over again. So I sense really a very positive spirit. And so it's really a great pleasure that I think the message is very clear. The climate transition is ultimately a growth and investment agenda for Indonesia's prosperity. I think we keep on hearing that, and we also hear it from the private sector. But a prosperity, I hope, that is green and blue, resilient and inclusive. This is, I think, what we've all been here talking about. And we have heard from the President and Minister Luhut in the opening of the ISF that Indonesia has all it takes to seize this opportunity. We have the natural resources, we have the opportunities in the investments, sustainable infrastructure investments, and we have the people. But Indonesia must find our own growth narrative as we embark on this journey. I think Pak Luhut always reminds us, we have to have the perspective from our country, from the developing country perspective. So it has to be tailored to our context, for our people, and what we want is high quality growth, not low quality growth. Indonesia's growth agenda is very clear. We want to break away from the middle income trap. We want to have sustained growth of 6 to 8%. Where was the growth coming from traditionally? What were the main drivers of growth in the past? It was resource-based industries. It was manufacturing and labor-intensive sectors, and services sector, but more in the informal sector. But we know, and Indonesia has already embarked on this path, thanks to the leadership and championing of Pak Luhut and many others in the government, to remain competitive on the global stage, such as the downstreaming of the natural resources as part of the program to increase value added. And it has attracted the investment we need. But we know we must continue to evolve our model. Our future lies in the new engines of growth. Indonesia is actually uniquely positioned in this space. Just then, we heard many opportunities. It's in the energy. We have 3,600 gigawatt of renewable energy potential, and abundant natural capital and critical minerals. We have everything it takes to become a regional powerhouse for green and blue opportunities. We have oceans, of course, also. So from clean downstreaming of minerals to sustainable agriculture, to all the innovations in the nature-based solutions, now is the time for Indonesia to harness these assets. We have the assets, we have the richness to secure our place in the global economy of tomorrow, creating quality jobs, reducing poverty, driving inclusive growth for all, and still achieving high growth, hopefully at 6 to 8%. This is why today I'm excited to launch the Indonesia Climate and Growth Dialogue with an emphasis on growth, a space for multi-stakeholder convening to provide input and contribute to the thinking and evidence to ensure that we can achieve 6 to 8% growth for Indonesia's prosperity. Once again, a prosperity that is green and blue, resilient and inclusive. You might want to ask why. The why comes from the fact that I think our population is demanding that the government take serious climate action. In a recent UNDP survey, 86% of Indonesians surveyed said that they wanted the government to take serious climate action. And for the first time, all of you watched the presidential debates. All three candidates talked about climate. So it's the time, but we have to do it. It's the what to do and how to do it, and to make sure that we can have the evidence and the policy making that will make this really prosperity that is green and blue and resilient and inclusive. So our objective finally is threefold in this space. It is a multi-stakeholder convening space. We want to do three things. We want to accelerate subsector development. So we don't want to just be talking, we want to focus on what are the critical subsectors in Indonesia that can achieve both growth and sustainability. Focusing on areas that can drive growth, attracting investment and creating jobs. This includes unpacking the growth opportunities in critical sectors like energy, industry, critical minerals, nature, oceans and the circular economy. Scaling finance. I think the last 2 days we've been talking about how we need capital to flow fast enough and at scale to capture these opportunities. This is about addressing the macro and geopolitical challenges and the high perception of country risk and a lack of project pipelines. We always keep on hearing, where are the projects? So the dialogue aims to concentrate our efforts on delivering and scaling financing solutions that are truly additional, tailored to real-world needs in the context of Indonesia and ready for implementation. And finally, identify and activate key themes and enablers. Our priority is to identify and activate the key themes and enablers that will drive our green growth, maybe I should say green and blue growth agenda, working together with key players in each sector. I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to all our founding members. From the private sector, we have Apindo, Kadin, the Indonesia Business Council, and we also have WRI and Kahati, as well as Systemic. We have CSIS, LPM, University of Indonesia, and also we have some representatives that will be coming from the parliament. So it is a multi-stakeholder dialogue that we want to be creating, that hopefully we will be providing invaluable collaboration and commitment that will really be pivotal to Indonesia's green growth and climate transition. So it's both growth and climate transition or sustainability. They are not trade-offs. You can achieve both. We would also like to recognize the Australian government's Prospera and Kinetic programs, which support climate and energy transition in Indonesia for their role in initiating the Indonesia Climate and Growth Dialogue, or ICGD, please learn a new acronym, and providing ongoing support. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge each of you to join us in this collective journey. Over the past 2 days, the message has been crystal clear. Strong leadership and unified action from all of us are essential to unlocking Indonesia's full potential. Together, not just collaborating, but co-creating, we have the power to drive transformative growth. So let's rise to the challenge and make it happen together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Mari Elka Pangestu, and we request for you to please stay on stage, Ibu, because next we will together witness the launch of the Indonesia Climate and Growth Dialogue with a signing session. Therefore, to join Ibu Mari Elka Pangestu on stage, we'd like to invite Ibu Sinta Kamdani from Apindo to please come up on stage. And next, we'd like to also invite Ibu Mashita Kristalin from Systemic, Bapak Nirarta Samadi from WRI to also come up on stage. Bapak Darsono Hartono from Kadin Net Zero Hub to please come up on stage. Bapak William Sabandar from IBC to also join up on stage. And next, Bapak Yose Rizal Damuri from CSIS. And next, we'd like to also request the presence of Bapak Ricky Frindos from Yayasan Kahati to also come up on stage. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, we will together witness the launch of the Indonesia Climate and Growth Dialogue, or ICD. And we will together, once again, witness the signing session for On the Table is a document in which all the representatives on stage will sign. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dan Ibu di atas panggung, kami persilahkan untuk menandatangani dokumen tersebut. Please give a round of applause. And with this unified document, ladies and gentlemen, it shows our commitment of not only, as mentioned, collaborating, but also co-creating the pathway for a sustainable future for all of us. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause. And next, Ibu Mari Elka Pangestu, we request for you to please, Ibu Mari Elka, to please show the document, to hold the document, to take a picture. Kami mohon. And next, kami mohon juga untuk dapat naik atas panggung untuk berfoto bersama. We request His Excellency Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, to please come up on stage as we will together take a photo session to mark this milestone at the ISF 2024. Kami persilakan once again teman-teman tim dokumentasi, to all the documentation team, to please prepare yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, I will help with the countdown. Cameras ready. In 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause and congratulations once again on the launch of the Indonesia Climate and Growth Dialogue. And ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dan Ibu, kami persilahkan untuk tetap, dan kami persilahkan Bapak dan Ibu untuk bisa kembali ke tempat duduk. You may now return to your seats, but Your Excellency, Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, to please remain on stage. For next, we will together listen to the closing remarks, which will conclude our 2-day sustainability journey at ISF 2024. So ladies and gentlemen, please do join me in giving a round of applause to welcome His Excellency Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investments of the Republic of Indonesia, for the closing remarks.
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, Ibu Mari Pangestu, it has been our great pleasure to join you all throughout this event. If you look at the participants still full in this room. Yeah. And this is, I think, to show you that commitment of people of Indonesia and also the global about the climate change, about the sustainability of this issue of the climate change. It has been a truly productive and inspiring 2 days with your invaluable participation. We have had impactful discussion on sustainability. Together, we also have created a platform that brings the voices and narratives of emerging nations. 5 years ago, I think Indonesia is still like this. I think some of you maybe don't recognize Indonesia well. But today, I can see from your face, and also for the speakers, that how important the role of Indonesia. To be honest to all of you, I didn't realize that this is very important before until we learn about energy transition, the JETP they call it, 2 years ago. So I understand that Indonesia has a very important role in this regard. So, ladies and gentlemen, we need to collaborate. And to best collaborate, we have to understand each other better. That's, I think, very, very important. If we don't understand each other and we don't establish collaboration, I don't think that we can achieve our target. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to each of you for your contribution to the Indonesia Sustainability Forum 2024. All of the conversation have reinforced many key messages, and we have shared. We all hear that the energy transition is complex, very complex, and there are no shortcuts of this. There are so many ideas on this, but I'm looking to a task force in my office. They've been working around the clock to look for the best solution, because not only for the angle of developed countries, but also from the emerging market, from developing country like Indonesia. And if you look at this, ladies and gentlemen, we do not have to sacrifice one for the other. And we cannot achieve the scale of transformation needed without deeply committed collaboration in all aspects: technology, funding, and human capital. Hearing the passion in our discussion and witnessing the great hope, I have very confidence that we will maintain the momentum generated in these past 2 days and turn the ideas we have changed into meaningful action. Because at the end, what we have been discussed the last 2 days, we have to look at what the action plan that we can achieve in the near times, in the very short period of time. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share to you, we are thinking that this forum can create satellite meetings related to ocean matters and other strategic issues. Been discussed also several days ago in Bali that we're going to link about ocean expedition, which is, I think, linked very much to the climate change. We've been doing this expedition, Ocean X, the last 6 months. And we discover a lot of things around Indonesia. Being the largest archipelagic country, Indonesia is so rich with unknown things beneath our ocean. So this topic going to be also part of the sustainability forum next year in Bali. See you in Bali next year with the more people and more attractive topics. And I do hope that you can bring a good memory, not only good memory back to your home, but also thinking something that we have to work together in order to save our planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for His Excellency Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. Once again, thank you, Bapak, for your closing remarks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with the closing remarks, we have now concluded Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. Once again, we'd like to thank each and every one of you, and we'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude for being part of ISF 2024. Once again, let us continue together to collaborate and also co-create and drive progress towards a sustainable future for each and every one of us, and also for the generations to come. Wishing everyone safe travels, and we look forward to seeing you again next year at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025. Selamat malam dan sampai jumpa.